Hello, I'm Dave, and we're back after a little hiatus, a little break. Went to Texas for a little bit, came back. Now I'm obviously not in the studio. I'm working where I work, but we'll be home this weekend. But Mike and I decided, hey, we haven't done this for a while, and there's plenty of action. We've got even MLB tomorrow, which him and I haven't talked about. There's tons of stuff going on now and through the weekend, so we're here. Mike, how you been, buddy?
Hey, man, I've been doing. I was happy to see you guys have a good time. I know we were talking a little backstage about some of the fun, and it looked like you guys had a genuine good time down there in San Antone. So I'm happy to see you made it back safe and sound. And I won't say healthy because I'm sure you're polluted still. But, hey, man, it looked like you guys had fun, and I'm glad everybody was making money. And same thing, kind of holding it down back home. But it's time we get back on the saddle and get back into this routine. There's time to cash every day.
That's right. Yeah, it was a good time. Now it's time to get back and make money. Not that we didn't make money there, but we didn't have these live streams, and I feel kind of not right not having them for a week and a half almost because, they've helped me adapt. I mean, our ROI has to be through the roof on these shows. So anyway, glad to be here, Real Deal Prime. I know we didn't put the tweet up only but a couple hours ago, but that doesn't matter. We're going to be rolling, and we've got for me, tons of ways to make action. I've got plays out there. I'll let Mike go with if he wants to talk about what he's on that's running. He can. If you want to talk about what you have coming up, I think both would be fine. But either way,
yeah. So let's see. I ran down the line there. I took a couple games that are in progress. I've got the Heat +6. I've got the Mavericks plus. I think I got +6 on that one as well. And, a couple spots there that are in play. Big uncomfortable spot on the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, we'll sweat that one out together as a group here as we take a look at that. We're down 1-0 already, which is less than comforting, but I thought a real strong spot for the Leafs tonight. And then we've got some great games coming up. So kind of taking a run down the 8 o'clock board. I'll tell you, I did take the Lakers money line earlier today, sitting around -140, which I think it's ballooned up to -190 now. It's at that point where I've seen everybody on it. I'm a little nervous about the spread there at 4, but we are where we are. I rode the Grizzlies first half. LJ's Trilogy play of the day. How could I not take the Grizzlies first half? That line has been ping-ponging around from -2 this morning, and it was +2 at about 5 o'clock. I think it's settling back down around -1 or -2 now, so that should be some fun to sweat out. I took the OKC Thunder tonight. I'm not excited about the Thunder and laying 9.5 points, but since November, the OKC Thunder are 8-0 against the spread if they lost the game that they were a favorite playing again on the next day. So did ride the Thunder, and I took the Spurs first half over. So little over trend there that I liked in that Jazz Spurs game. I know Keldon Johnson's out, and there's a couple other guys on the Spurs that may or may not perform tonight. Markkanen's out for the Jazz, but everybody moves forward, and I felt like I liked the full game over. I thought there was a 9-0 spot on that Spurs spot over today. But I started with the first half, some line movement on the full game, but the first half seemed like it was not moving in correlation to the overall line movement. So I felt pretty good about that as well. So I've got the Spurs first half. I've got OKC Thunder, Grizzlies first half, and the Lakers as well. And away we go.
Let's hit the chat. Justin, what up, buddy? Mavericks first quarter. I'm on the Mavs full game. I know Dutch is on them first quarter, first half. It just, to me, I don't know if they win the game. I got it at 5.5 points. Actually went down and then came back up. But seems to me that if they're ever going to play to win, it's now. And they actually they've done pretty well against the 76ers against the spread. I'm not confident in them winning, though. That's for sure. John Gilpatrick, what up, buddy? Ronnie Lofton, Smoke and Mirrors, Justin, Markel, Real Deal Prime. We got all you guys. Thanks for showing up. I am also on Brook Lopez PRA. That wasn't looking that good. He's done it 8 of the last 10 games. A lot of the Pacers were, there's injury issues and the Pacers suck. So, and also I'm not sure if Miles Turner's playing or not. He was questionable. So no big to guard him. And then I've got Mike Conley later on. Over 11.5 points. He's done that 6 games straight. My favorite game, though, and it's not a great cap. It's just because it's probably more of like a, hey, I want them to lose type of thing. But I'm on the Avs tonight. I want the Avs to violate the Wild. Unfortunately, I will have bets on both sides, but everyone knows I have a quarter unit. Well, not everyone. I have a quarter unit on the Wild because of a thing that I did at the beginning of the season, and I will have at least one unit on the Avs puck line. It's not a great. I don't have a good cap on it. This was, hey, Dave hates the Wild. The Avs are a better team. The Avs are his team to win the West, and the Avs are the Wild's like biggest rival. So we want sodomy. That's what we want.
I like the under in that game.
Do you?
I took a flyer.
Yeah,
on
you
the
do.
under.
That's right. You told me. Yeah. Well, good.
Yeah.
4-0. Love it. Crystal,
Perfect.
What's up? We got razor sharp picks. What is this? Love to see the new setup. Hard to see. Bro, I'm on the road. I got to make money. I don't know if you've seen me in this setup before, but when I come back to California to work, I'm not in the studio and I'm sequestered to a very small space. So, yeah, Johnny, let's get it. But Nick's supposed to be coming on. I think Jimmy G might come on. We might have some guests. We're just going to be hanging out for a while, and that's what we'll do. Mavs up 23-19 against the 76ers. It's still real early, though.
We've got a halftime report for this Milwaukee Bucks game. So
yeah,
I did jump on a live spot just now with the under for the Bucks. The full game under, I got it at 256.5. Thought process was we're looking at a 237 pregame. Not a lot of movement to the over. And now we're about 20 points, just 19 points over that threshold. So I thought, you know what, here's a good spot. I think with the Bucks game coming up tomorrow, I'm not sure we see Giannis and the boys finish out this game at a full clip. And I don't know who's left for the Pacers either. So I'm thinking that's a good under spot right now. 256.5 for that Milwaukee Bucks under full game.
Well,
let's go.
Where I'm at, it's still 5, but the answer to that is the Pope shit in the woods. We all know the answer to that. I mean, give me a break. We know that. We're going to take it easy. We're actually going to be on. I mean, I don't know how long Mike wants to go, but we've got these games, and then we've got the late games, and we've started a little earlier than we have usually. So we got a lot of time. We'll get there for sure. This Brook Lopez PRA is dead. I almost did Giannis's triple-double. He's 20 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists in the first half. And by the way, the lighting will get better too, Razor. It right now is like the worst time of the day, twilight. But anyway,
that's an interesting. So I see a comment there in the chat there, and yeah, it looks like I got a shit number on this one book, so I'm going to jump in on this other book and take this as well. I see 263.5 now for the under. Don't mind me, 264.5 for this under. Don't mind me, Will.
That's what I kind of zoned out. That's what the number is for that game, the total. Holy shit!
Yeah, 264.5 right now.
I'm on. If I can get in there, I'm gonna go.
255. Huh.
And I only have one book I can use here. Well, I have more than one, but only one that I do use when I'm not there. And at home.
256.
Let's get there. Bucks, Pacers. Yeah, 256, but it's locked up. What's it at right now? 142?
Yeah, so I see 264.5 on my DraftKings book. My locals got the second half at 122.5. All right. Good catch. Well, I'm already in on the one spot, but doesn't mean I can't take these other spots. Let's go low scoring. Bottom line is we need low scoring in the second half of this Bucks game. Let's go.
I'm trying to get the second half. 122.5. Yeah, I'll take it. Let's go.
Razor says send him the link when his collared shirt's done cleaning. He'll jump on and
yeah, hell yeah.
See Jimmy Gomez in the chat. Markel, guys, thanks for joining us tonight. We want to get together and make some money. This is how we do it. So it's like Tuesday, like Saturday. It's Tuesday, right? Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. I missed a day.
Dude, I thought it was Tuesday too.
I mark my Tuesdays by whether or not Pete was on the morning show.
Yeah,
that's how I can kind of quickly index what day of the week it is.
He was, and yeah, he was. All right, if I get this link, Dave, you horrible, horrible producer.
So let's see what else you guys have there in the chat. Any other looks? I see Sabonis. You know, I've heard a lot about Sabonis triple-double. I've heard quite a bit about that. That seems like the look tonight, the look of the night, and I won't be on it. Surprise, surprise! It's going to be a look that I'll leave it for you guys. That way, it might have a chance to hit.
Yeah, I saw someone. Oh, it went up to 123. I'll take that too. I got 123 second half, but Fritzy, I don't know his actual name, but on Twitter, he parlayed Giannis and Luka triple-double, and Giannis is going to get his triple-double. He's one assist away from it halftime. That looks, I mean, when you have two guys and triple-double and one guy's already there, I mean, that's looking real good. And this is a game where Luka should perform pretty well. I mean, he does actually pretty well against the 76ers, to tell you the truth.
You got to feel like this is a spot where the Mavericks want to get, not to say that the Sixers don't want to win this game, but if you're the Mavericks and you've been playing like dog shit, here's a chance to go against the top three team in the East and try to show them what you're worth, at least to hush the fans a little bit there to say, hey, we're still doing something out here. But I mean, that being said, the number was a little high for me on that Sixers side of things. I don't expect to see the full game out of Embiid and company. I think we're going to see. I mean, I guess time will tell. Time will tell where that goes. But especially at the pace the Mavericks are running right now, you've got the Mavericks up 8 points at the end of the first quarter. Congrats to Dutch for cashing that first quarter spot. I don't know that we'll see. It's Philly Central over here, so you guys know that.
Yeah, I know that. I just felt how I feel about, and I don't think they're going to win. 5.5 seemed like kind of like a big number, but if the Mavs are a half game out, if there's ever a time for Luka and Kyrie and company to prove their pull themselves up by their bootstraps, it's going to be on this road trip. They just beat the Pacers, which was nothing. Now they got to face playoff teams, 76ers, the Heat, and the Hawks. So if they can go into the next game actually beating the 76ers, man, they're going to have some momentum. If they don't, then OKC is going to go to the play-in, and they're going to be left behind. And they have two of the best players in the NBA on their bench not going to the playoffs. And they just got Kyrie. They just went and got the dude, right? So let's see. I don't think he's a dude, but let's see. We got
what else is cooking here?
Kyrie cooking.
Tennis. I took a WTA spot today. I took the spot earlier today with my girl winning out right there. But I don't know if they're going to play tonight or not because of the rain. But I'm on Alexandrova. I took her on the money line at plus 150, and then I got her plus 2.5 as well at like minus 115. So that should be starting soon if it hasn't already. But again, there's been some rain factors in there. So let's see what they've got for a scheduled tennis time here. 9:45 tonight. So they pushed it back an hour and a half. Plenty of time to get in there. Right now I see DraftKings has got Alexandrova at plus 145. Her plus 2.5 line is minus 120 now. So, hey, there's still some opportunity there. There we go, Craig Wood. Craig Wood likes that 2.5.
What's up, Craig? Occupancy. We got Markel's in here again. We've shouted him out. Razors here. What's up, people? Does Kunta Kunta play tonight? Or Kunta Kinta, whatever her name is?
I'm not entirely sure who that is. When you said that to me the other night, you were texting.
You probably wouldn't. Maybe it was one of those nights where we went a little bit too hard, but there was the first tennis, and I could pull up the stream. The first tennis bet I ever bet live was some name that we couldn't pronounce, and you kept calling her like Kunta Kunta or something, or Kunta Kunta.
Doesn't sound like something.
I have a clip. I will find the clip.
Kvitova, Petra Kvitova. She's playing.
I'll pull it up. I need evidence if I'm going to make the claim. So it's there though. I promise.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, though, that girl last night, she had her face was like a very typical, like, I don't know, kind of blah Eastern European face, but her pooper, man, oh my goodness.
They're all like that. They're all built like that. You know, they're
This
all
is the
running
thing, though.
around
It
all
had
day.
no, you're right. They're all like firm, but this one, she wasn't quite like Serena Williams type of thick up top, but it was like perfectly sculpted at the bottom, and then it was like bam. Love it.
That's right, Razor. 10 likes. We'll get some shots on us. Yeah, I had I cashed out of that bet too. You got it at like, what would you say? It was 365 last night. And
370 or something. Yeah.
I think I got her. She was up, but it was like right about to see that it was going to be a tiebreaker, and I cashed out around like plus 250. So I over doubled my money on it, and then she came back and lost anyways. I was like, figures.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's referencing the Roots.
No, I'm not referencing Kunta Kinte. No. Shout out to the Roots. Shout out to Philly. Are you a guy that I know you weren't born there? Did you catch on to the whole verbiage of using like John? Everything's a John, you know, John this, John that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm just getting too old to understand what that is or not, but yeah, I got it. I get it.
Yeah,
that's like in was that Creed 1 or Creed 2 they talked about?
Well, it was in Creed 1, but they do say and maybe it was after your time, but in the past 10 years, John is like it's JAWN. So anyone from Philly, let me know. But John could be anything. Like, give me that John. Like,
yeah, I got it. No, that wasn't during my era down there. My era was I had about a 10-year run down there, but they weren't calling anything Johns.
Yep.
Like
you know, a lot of people are on the Lakers too. I didn't see this. I know Mike said he's on the Lakers. Billy was on the Lakers. I'm scared to bet the Lakers.
Lakers are up 8 right now, blowing them out.
Yeah,
they just started.
Well, 22
what else we got?
people
We got
in the chat.
The Grizzlies are popping.
20 likes. This is all I got tonight. We're going with the clear stuff.
Oh boy.
But that's going to be brutal. But anyway, we're going to make it work. Yeah, I'm on the Lakers. Is it? Yeah, bro. A, I'm from the West Coast. B, I don't know what I'm talking about. You know that. You can tell. You should have heard me rap this week, and it was awful. Is it John? John.
Craig, I never threw snowballs at Santa Claus either. That was before my Philadelphia time.
Yeah, guys. I don't know. Does it really matter? Do we want to go over the whole freaking lexicon of different, metropolitan areas of the United States? Give me a break. All right, well, get your ass on here and say it. I gave you the link.
Yeah, I don't know.
What? I don't look hood to you guys? Is that even a hood thing? I don't even know if it's hood or not. That's how much I know about it. What the fuck? You guys have seen me. I wear collared shirts, and they're all the same fucking pattern. Yeah, we're there. We're there. Calm down. We'll get there. Come on and get there with the. Oh, you're iron? No, you're not. You fucking liar. If you are, that would be so good. That would be so funny for you to come on with a collared shirt. Yeah, bro.
Right,
The West.
So we're at 1-0. First intermission of this Florida Panthers game. The trend I had there for the Panthers today was there's 3 teams in the NHL. I know one of them was Calgary, one of them was Florida. I forgot who the third team was. I want to say Carolina. But in a game where they've got more than 18 hits and out-hit their competition, they're 0-16 this season, coming off a game with a lot of hits. So, kind of the theory being they're tired, right? They just beat them up, played a physical and aggressive game. The caveat to this Toronto game is, does Toronto give a shit right now? With the East kind of having all their playoff spots locked into formation, there's not a lot to play for other than pride. And Toronto's kind of like what I would imagine, when you're playing at those like a baseball stadium in like Wrigley, right? Like it's the big mecca in hockey is to play at the Air Canada Center, the Link, whatever the whatever they're calling it now. But Toronto's a big spot for hockey guys to come into play.
We were just talking about this. But the other one's name wasn't Cisco. The other one's name was Fuzzy Navel because you have to keep it Boone's Farm flavors. She hated that we were calling her Fuzzy Navel, and she was actually the more attractive one in my opinion. But either way, it didn't matter. They were both whatever.
All I know is I laughed my ass off. I was telling Dave before we got on stream here, I said I couldn't turn it off. I kept trying to turn it off. I was gassed out, but every time I went to turn it off, something funny happened. You guys had me hooked. I was even throwing donos out there. I think somebody said
you were throwing donos. Someone bought. I think Swiss bought like 5 memberships. The funniest part was that people in the chat were saying no, keep it on. Some were saying keep it off, and I'd go to turn it off, and then all of a sudden Pete Loshak walks in, and you can't turn the stream off when Pete Loshak walks in. So he sits down, and he's got away with women, and we start talking, and then Jimmy leaves the stream. He's like, I'm done. So it's just me there with Loshak. We're sitting here talking to these bubs. It was fun though.
Who won? Did you guys end up playing cornhole? Who won the cornhole tournament? I think I missed that.
They played cornhole. I don't know who won. Cornhole was at this brewery. I didn't go, but I don't know. I know who won the ping pong tournament. Fucking smashed him. Jimmy the Bag.
I kept saying, when you got a guy that's wasted and saying no warm ups and he's got $100 on the table, you don't bet against that guy.
See, they didn't play. They've uploaded multiple clips. I wasn't there, but I saw the clip that was the funniest, and it's all the commentary like right after it happened. They edited that version that's there, but some of the funny things like Cab was all like, he's all like, I think Jimmy's been drinking. I think this might be unfair or something. He was completely serious. And then afterwards there was MMA locker room and T were sitting there laughing because Dabby was all like, oh, this is going to be unfair. Jimmy's drunk. Yeah, they uploaded a new one, buddy. The poker tournament, I made the final table. Pete Loshak was in the final 3, Jimmy, and someone else. I don't know.
Sounds like a lot of heavy drinking that there was a game, but you don't know who won.
Yeah. Well, we played poker every night, too. We played cash games till 3 a.m. I mean, it was amazing. Moose, we have a moose sighting. What up, buddy? Hey, I saw your plays. This is the day that I know you're a busy guy. Reach out. If you want to come on, but B, I want to talk to you a little bit. I like too many spots for tomorrow. I like a lot of spots. It scares me.
You know what? I really didn't even spend, and it starts relatively early, doesn't it?
He is. He's just busy. You know what? I don't even know what time it starts.
I heard the story.
No, he heard it.
I heard he was in a poker tournament. He made the final table, and he doesn't remember who won.
No.
That was the end of the story. So I shared something for you guys that are looking at baseball. Like I said, I haven't really spent a lot of time diving in. Somebody asked me earlier today if will I bet baseball. I'm not one of those guys that sits there for 3 months and says something important to know about me, right? I'm not going to spend 3 months telling you I'm excited about the upcoming season. And then when the season comes around, tell you I got to wait 2 months for data to mature so I can make some decisions. I'm gonna throw some bullets, but fire some bullets. But they'll be fewer at first, and then as I catch wins and build the bankroll on the MLB side of things and gain confidence, I'll be firing quite a few bullets and probably going to roll some round robins into play this year. I've got a new round robin strategy I'm trying to work with as well for MLB specifically. So I'm excited. But that being said, although I didn't cap these games yet for tomorrow, there was a trend I wanted to share. Let me pull it out here. Maybe this will help some of you guys as you're taking a look at what's going on. So opening day favorites, with the exception of World Series champs and divisional road favorites. So opening day champs, as long as they're not road division favorites, have gone 120 and 43 to kick the season off. So 120 and 43. Now that's straight up. So they're favorites, right? There's going to be some juice in there. A couple teams that fit the bill tomorrow. The Yankees, the Red Sox, the Rays, the Rangers, the Reds, the Blue Jays, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Mariners. Now, just about all of those are juiced. It looks like the Red Sox are sitting around -$1.25. The Rangers are -130, and the Reds are -140. The Blue Jays are -120, and the Mariners are -120 as well. So, it's interesting at first glance at a couple of those games is I see the Mariners playing the Guardians, but they got Shane Bieber pitching for the Guardians. So at first glance, I would be like, oh, I get the Guardians at plus money to start this thing off with Shane Bieber on the mound. Give me the Guardians. But that does feel like a Seattle spot to me. And I see Manoah versus Mikolas for that Blue Jays Cardinal spot. Low juice to take Manoah. And then lastly, I see Jacob deGrom for the Rangers facing off against Aaron Nola for the Phillies. I think that Ranger spot's pretty strong. Phillies, I'm not a big Nola
That's
fan.
the question mark I had. I could go either way on both of those. But I'll tell you what, right now, there's two things in the chat that I like. I'm going to take the plus money with what's his name? Zach Gafflin or Gaffin, I forget.
Oh.
Anyway, Greinke at home. Greinke's pitching at home, and the KC's going to get a plus money line. I kind of like to ride what was working last season and adjust in the beginning because you're right. You don't have stats to go up. All you have is trends from years past and the spring training. And spring training is, it's not going to tell you a lot. Gallen. See, this is what killing your. I mean, I killed so many brain cells this weekend. Anyway, Zach Gallen. I'm on him. I'm on the Diamondbacks money line. I'm on KC's money line. I don't know what to do in that Rangers-Phillies game. I'm going to find a way to bet against Patrick Corbin. I haven't found a good way to do it yet, but we're going to bet against him just out of principle. And I like the Angels game over. Angels A's over. Any Angels game, I'm firing the over until it doesn't work or until the wheels fall off. They've got a really, really good lineup. 1 through 6 looks as good as any. I mean, they're probably a top 7 or 8 lineup, 1 through 6. It's just their bullpen is garbage. So a lot of runs late. Braves team total over. Yeah, that's the look. That's the look, Moose. Yeah, against my prison wife, Patrick Corbin.
Anyways, Craig says fade the Phillies with Harper and Hoskins. I don't disagree, Craig. I also like to fade the teams that come off of losing the championship games across all sports, at least early on, right? I kind of feel like there's that hangover, but not in a good way in this case. And I don't know if it's egos that come to the bullpen early or come to the ballpark early and coming off that loss, they don't pan out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's just reorganizing the stack ranking of the players in either any of the sports, but to me, it just seems like you definitely want to fade those teams that come off of going the distance. They got salary cap constrictions. They didn't draft probably very high given the situation being that they were a finalist team. They didn't have a ton of rest to have the guys get back to square one, considering some of the other teams have been off for 3 months prior to that. So I like that. I definitely like the fading the Phillies tomorrow for sure.
Trey Turner for MVP.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe.
Well, it's going to help that the Phillies are most likely going to win it all. So, although I'm fading them early, by Memorial Day, I expect them to go on their run. By Memorial Day, they'll start their run, and then, by October, everyone's going to be talking about how great they are. So, we'll see. We'll mark this video.
Oh, we don't have to mark it. We know that you and Razor have been preaching the Phillies the whole time. I mean, when does Harper come back? Like months or weeks, or do we know? Anyone in the chat?
I haven't looked at a lot of baseball at all.
I think he's a bum, but that's just because I know people that have personal stories about him. But anyway, Pacers keeping it close.
Half the year he's going to be out, huh? Jeez. Moose, is that for real?
Yeah. It's not good.
Finally does something.
Not good.
Jackass gets hurt.
What a stupid decision. I knew I should have taken Indiana with the points. I like double-digit home dogs. They just have been losing by double digits at home so often. And the Bucks are the Bucks, but this time of year, man, NBA is all fucked up. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, but the Bucks got that big game on deck tomorrow, don't they?
Yeah, I don't believe in. They do, but I don't believe in look at spots so much in the pros as I do like college. But they're not even resting their guy. I mean, Giannis is in doing work. I mean,
he's in, but is he going through the motions? Right? Is he just out there? Just keep getting exercise in there so that he's ready for the Celtics tomorrow. That's the question.
Well, he is 24. He does have a triple double. So I mean, but it is the Pacers. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
That's why I like that second half under. We'll see how it comes out, but guys already lit the board up. I mean, at this point, we're gonna see a bunch of bench players coming in.
We got a guest. He hasn't been on the show for a long time. I'm not sure Mike and him have shared the screen. Maybe they have, maybe once or twice. But
no.
Moose Money Bets. What's up, dude?
Hey, there he is.
Yo. Yeah, dude, Mike and I have shared the screen before. Fuck, man. You must be wasted on those Friday night
together
streams.
Before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was. Well, I am. But
yeah. Yeah, you got MLB opening day coming up. So, of course, I got to hop in and talk some MLB.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
This is your season. It's time of year.
Hey, MLB, Moose loves betting. Moose loves baseball. That's how it rolls. MLB. It stands for multiple things.
Moose loves bitches.
That too. Yep. That's also factually correct. So what's going on, guys?
Can we get Oh, you know what? Yeah, dude. What am I doing? See, this is why this is amateur hour up in here. Amateur hour. Where are we? And just so you know, that is an actual moose call. I know it doesn't sound like it, but that's what a moose sounds like.
I'm telling you, that is a cow in pain. That is what that is.
It's a cow moose. Actually, no, it's a bull moose.
Yeah, I don't need to know the scientific term.
Well, so I know you put your bets in there, and we're not on them right now. But what do you liking the most tomorrow?
I mean, the most I like is probably fading Kluber in the Red Sox. And the big reason is Kluber is very similar to like Blake Snell, guys that historically have started off slower in the season and build up. Best analogy I can use is he's one of the players that gets dropped in your fantasy leagues. And this is even when Kluber was, Kluber, when he was just dominant with the
Indians.
The team formerly known as the Indians. And I still see a lot of the same stuff. I expect him to be serviceable, but there's so many fucking questions in that Red Sox bullpen. And if you're going to give me the opportunity to take Kyle Gibson, who has historically been a pitcher that starts off really hot, is one of those premier or that one of those typical pitchers that gets added in fantasy baseball a lot early on and then gets dropped after a few weeks, I'll take that matchup every day. A guy that traditionally starts off slow versus a guy that traditionally starts off hot, man, I'm fucking on it.
I don't think that's what that stands for.
There's no MLBPA. Moose loves betting Phillies always, maybe, but that's not true either because I'll probably be fading the Phillies on Nola Wheeler starts. Or actually, you know what? Suarez. I'll back Suarez as well. But everybody beyond that, I don't know. That's a short rotation in Philly. I'm sorry, Razor, but
what's up, Cab? We're talking baseball. Well, we're actually sweating these games, but Moose came in the chat and we're talking about baseball, so we've got hours and hours to talk about whatever. But I don't dislike that look. How do you like about Braves team total first 5?
Yeah.
How are we not betting that one?
I would like to get in on the full game as well. I might do it doesn't really make sense in baseball like it does in other sports where you would take like the first half team total over and the full game team total over. Because you can always have your runs happen in essentially one inning, and that's it. Because you're counting on a lot of multiple factors. You're not counting on the same defense to come out there. You're not counting on the same players. You're counting on multiple guys, multiple athletes. So I think I'll probably just go with the Braves full game team total over, and I'm probably going to juice it up all the way to like 5.5 if it's not there, or 6.5. I'm pretty confident that Corbin and a combination of that Nationals bullpen it's going to be a laughing stock most of the year. I don't see them being what they're supposed to be. Is Josiah Gray ever going to develop into the guy that he's supposed to be? Because I haven't seen it. See it for a few innings, but I don't see it like in totality of everything. I don't see that performer that we all expected to see when that trade happened. I forget who was involved in that trade. Was that the Trey Turner deal?
What were we saying? I was too busy looking. I don't even know what a 34-inch sub. I mean, like
I think
Too much for me. Too much. Too big.
Ooh, a party sub. I'd be down for a party sub here in a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, here's the thing. I'm at the family. I stay with my mom when I come to California. And she made. Guess what she made, Mike? White
Meatloaf.
beans and greens, bro.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She made
Nice.
it.
Ma, meatloaf.
So I haven't looked at the team total lines, but that's the way. There has to be a bet on Corbin. There for me, there has to still be a bet on Greinke at home. I'm just gonna ride with some things that were
With
last
that
year.
though, real quick, have you
Yeah.
checked his numbers historically against the Twins?
I haven't, which is
Not good. They are not good. That seems to be one of his random ass bugaboo teams.
Yeah,
I think he's like 5-13 or 4-13 with a 4.8 or like a 5.1 ERA. And last year, actually, I even thought about Twins' first 5. But you do point out he is at home. He's pitched much better at home. But if you look at his WHIP, his walks to hits, the innings pitched, not great against the Twins. He gives up base runners.
I'm not a huge. I will. It's kind of this magic mojo thing when you talk about some sports are different. Football, professional football is probably the one that I watch historic stats more. But there's so much movement in baseball from year to year that it has to just be like. And I'm not saying this. I'm not saying this in jest. Like Mike has the stat with the Sharks and VGK that when they play on the same night, the Sharks lose. And it was the first time in a while it lost was the other night. There might just be some magic juju to trends, but I think when you're talking about in baseball, this pitcher historically doesn't pitch unless it's pitching at their stadium, which they're not. Then it probably doesn't matter because the lineups look completely different year to year.
Great point.
But I'm looking to take home dog. I'm looking to take some dogs, some plus money in the beginning of the season. So I could go out and lose. I mean, Mike said he read off a trend about how a lot of favorites win the first game. That's fine. But I'm going to start backing the teams right away that I look to back, that I'm going to get good prices on, which are the Diamondbacks, which are the Royals, which I think those are the only 2 real good, well-priced. Who are the Padres playing again tomorrow?
The Rockies. And I like the Rockies' first 5.
Yeah.
With Snell on the mound. Rockies versus
Snell
lefties.
does take a while to warm up. That's for fucking sure. Look at last year. Yeah.
But there's weather here.
Minus 200 week day 1, game 1. You know, you got a minus 200 with Padres Rockies situation.
That's too much. I mean, that's just. But the thing that I think a lot of people in the betting public will not know. Shout out Jeff Slaughter popping in your chat. Look at that, Dave. You got a heavy hitter coming through. Not
Great
saying
time,
Razor and Cab aren't, but you talking about the OG Godfather walking through the gates. But there is severe weather in the area. Like there's potential hail that's coming through San Diego. It would be the first ever opening day or home opening day that could be delayed or canceled in franchise history.
Yeah, the weather in Southern California has been insane. This is a funny thing. I came from, shout out Jeff Slaughter, came from San Antonio. Great time. Thanks again for having us. Absolutely. There couldn't have been a better place. By the way, the best bar food and the cheapest drinks anywhere. You can get a double Jameson for like $9. It's crazy. Anyway, but coming from San Antonio to California, I mean, we have weather in it's in the 40s here. This is Southern California right now in March, almost April, and it's raining. Rain today. So
yeah,
anyway.
it's been crazy. Yeah. Hey, Swiss, I see you out there. There's a lot of teams that have the interlocking logo. I mean, that's the Giants, the Dodgers, the Rock. I mean, basically the entire NL West outside of the Diamondbacks, which is just a silly little A or a D snake.
Well, do we have to play it? Because Nick's not here. We do have Philly fans in the chat, but we'll relive this one.
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to poke a little fun, but
yeah, I'm only like decked out in like my Padres jersey, my hat, all hyped up, ready for the game.
You've heard me say it, bro. This year, you've heard me say it. I didn't put the money out on it because I don't do futures. But the one future I would do is for the Padres to win the West. I think they have the team, and the Dodgers didn't do shit in the offseason.
They didn't need to do shit. They got Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman still.
Well, but what I'm saying is usually they make a big move. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and they could. I mean, obviously, there's the rumor that they're going to go all in on Ohtani next year, which I'm not sure how feasible that is, or how likely that is, or what will happen there. But I still think the Dodgers do have the deeper pitching. They have more pitching. I mean, flat out, you're going to get past, Darvish and Musgrove. Snell's a question mark. Lugo's a question mark. Martinez is a question mark. You don't know what you're going to get from any of the minor league invitees that were brought out. And the bullpen is legit. The lineup is pretty legit. But there is a huge question mark about the depth of that starting rotation. And I don't think that question mark is as apparent with the Dodgers. Obviously, it depends on Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin coming back and seeing how well they perform. But those are more established, proven guys. I think that it's a somewhat decent price on the Dodgers to win the West, because usually it's always just priced out of competition. Like,
that's
there's just no way.
Too, if you like the Dodgers, I guess and I didn't put the money in it. I think the Padres, I hope they do well this year, because if they didn't last year with everything, and by the way, Tatis is supposed to be coming back. So
April 20.
This should be the year for them. This should be the Padres' best year they've ever had. It should be. So,
I hope.
Don't you think a team like the Dodgers, though, they go out at the deadline, they make a lot of acquisitions to go out there and be competitive at the end. And at the start of the season, you don't see a lot of moves, because you've got to see what you have with the stock, right? You got to see what's kind of on the benches. You got to see what's in the minor leagues. You got to give those guys an opportunity at least to develop value, so that when you go after July 4th and you want to start making trades, there's some tape on these guys that show what they can do when they're in the big league. So it doesn't surprise me not to see the Dodgers make a lot of moves early, because they've got to see what those guys have. And then, nobody wants to see in August and September, the guy that was playing double-A ball come up and fill in, unless he's on a heater. When those games count and they matter, right? That's where we see the Dodgers are 20 games on a winning streak and beating the shit out of everybody by 3+ runs, and they're minus 450, money lines. That's a different story than the start of the year. It kind of seems like there's so many games they can finagle it a little bit and fuck around.
Craig Wood just literally hit the nail right on the head. Their development, the Dodgers' development, is fucking ridiculous. It is elite. You look at all the guys that were essentially washed up. Their career was on the downswing. Tyler Anderson comes to mind immediately. Andrew Haney, all those guys that were supposed to not exactly be anything, and they came over and they immediately improved. I mean, it wasn't like over the course of the season you start to see little things. It was like immediately. I mean, Anderson looked lights out, and that's actually, I think that's the reason why the Dodgers lost in the playoffs, was if you just let Anderson roll in that game 4, and then you go to the more proven back end of that bullpen, I think they win that game. You go back up to LA and we're eliminated. But because he decided to pull them out, it was just like, all right, well, fuck. Now you're bringing in dudes that aren't exactly as tested, aren't exactly as prepared for that. But
I hope Tyler Anderson has a good year this year on the Angels. They need him. We're just talking about the Angels, and we won't get too much into this because they're not going to do anything. But I like the Angels lineup a lot. You look at their 1 through 6; it's one of the best in baseball if you really break it down. Mm-hmm. Their pitching staff, the starting staff is mediocre at best, but boy, their fucking bullpen is horrible. So I expect a lot of runs, especially with the bigger bases, all the stuff we've talked about for the overs. I expect I'm on the Angels over every game until I lose, a few units.
Hey, there you go. The only Angels future I got is a win streak. I do think that they are capable of streaking, getting a couple of good streaks together. But overall, I think that it's too much to overcome in that division when you have the Mariners, who I'm not sold on what the Mariners did this offseason.
Yeah.
I thought if they just got one big bat, like that would solidify that lineup. And instead they went and got Colton Wong and Teoscar Hernandez. And it's just like, that's not the answer. Like, that's not what you guys needed. You needed somebody that was like in the Julio J-Rod category that can back him up. And now you're still rolling with like Ty France, Cal Raleigh, all those guys that aren't exactly the biggest names, and you're expecting them to back up J-Rod.
That's a good question, Swiss Horton. Why are they called egg rolls? We don't know. We can't play that one. Have you seen that one yet, Moose?
Yeah, you showed it to me before. Yeah. It's adorable and fat and sad and all the emotions.
And then Mike makes a very racist comment about throwing him in the river, and then we.
Whoa.
Actually, he doesn't say that. I take that back. He doesn't say that precisely.
Yeah. Well, just
that one didn't get thrown in the river.
Yeah, it's the other way.
Yeah. I feel like I'll probably talk a lot about baseball here, but if you guys want to get into like NBA or
let's do a rundown real quick. We got Milwaukee is kind of pulling away 111-97. What did we have? 122. It's not looking great.
Second half, second half 122.5 under.
It's not
still time.
There's time, but you're right. Dallas, Philly. Dallas is up 62-56. It's almost halftime. Lakers are up a point, 34-33. Houston is actually up on the Nets. What a good bet for people that were talking about Houston today. There were a bunch of people that were on that. The Heat are losing 48-46 to the Knicks, a game I didn't care about. And the game that we were supposed to talk about a tip-off, but, I don't know. The Clippers and Memphis, I didn't have a look in that game. It's tied. We should probably actually look to bet that game live. It seems like that'd be a good place for us.
First half look. The first half look I had there was tailing the OG Trill play of the day there. Was LJ's, he had the Grizzlies first half -2. That line went from -2 to +2. I think it's settled in around -1 for the Grizzlies based on nobody's playing in that game, I guess. That's got to be a shit game to go to. John Morant showed up, I guess. That's about it.
Detroit, OKC. Detroit's winning outright 42-36. Probably not for long, but have you had them first half? Good for you. And
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Isn't Memphis like one of the best third quarter teams?
They were, what they were for a long time. I don't know if it's been. I haven't followed the trend. LJ would know. He's the one that turned me on to that.
Yeah, that's where I heard it from. I was like,
they were like the Lakers of last, or not the Lakers, the Warriors of last year.
Yeah, because I remember him talking about that, and
we will look to
obviously,
fire bullets then.
Yeah, one of the biggest trend bettors out there. If that's one of the trends that he's talked about more than anything, that's one I would I definitely put that in the back of my brain.
Maybe we should look it up. We're in trouble with the Bucks. Yeah, we got it way less than 265. We got it at like 256, 122. You never know. They could slow down, but
I'll tell you what, I think the biggest bag over the head kick in the dick play of the day was taking the Lakers today. I think that I don't think I saw anybody on the Bulls. Everybody, Lakers. Lots of trends pointing to the Lakers. And seeing that line move up to 4, I said it in that chat earlier today. I was like, when someone was like, LeBron's playing. When LeBron plays, they lose. That's just it. And I mean, that might change come playoff time, but right now they're down 3 points with 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. They were up like 20 points, and the Bulls are battling, and they continue to battle. So they finished the first quarter down 11, and they're coming back. They're 17-3 edge in this second quarter. So Lakers are in trouble. Mark it down. Might be a 1-point game right now, but I don't think that's indicative of what we're seeing in terms of the heart and the performance on the court right now. So,
there's no one. This Memphis Grizzlies, the people they have on them. I mean, there's Dylan Brooks and John Morant. They've got Adama, Tillman, and Kennard. I mean, they're obviously no Desmond Bain, no Williams.
I got that first half -2. I'm hopeful that it comes through, and then I feel like an idiot because that Clippers spot was like -2 when the line tipped, and what a great spot that would have been, especially seeing the rash of injuries and players that are just not playing for the Grizzlies today. Man, what a great spot.
All right, but it's long overdue. I was waiting for Razor, but he's ironing his shirts, apparently, trying to make fun of me, but that's okay. We've got 20 people watching, 24. Hit the like button. We owe you two drinks. So that's what we're going to do. And I've been dreading this, but it's just.
I'm going to grab my clear stuff, too. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Moose, you don't have to partake, obviously. You've got.
I'll drink a little bit. I mean, I already had I'm just going to have some beer. I'm going to do some MLB capping, which. I mean, hell, Dave, that's fucking how we started this whole thing, was just talking MLB like almost every night, just going through and breaking down numbers. Obviously, no numbers to really go off of, but I did mention in the chat, there's 2 things that I do take away from spring, or actually there's 3 things I do take away from spring training: spin rate, velocity, hitting adjustment. Those are the 3 things. And there's a few pitchers that it does look like they are having issues. It's Bassett in Toronto has had significantly reduced spin rate and velocity. So that's a guy I will be trying to target and fade. I know he's
new team, new environment,
new team, new league. Yep. Well, not new league. He was with Oakland before, but
Did he get traded to the Yankees? He was a Yankee.
He's with the Blue Jays,
year, wasn't he?
He was with the Blue Jays, but no, he was with the Mets the entire year.
Mets, yeah.
Yeah, I love seeing him in the playoffs. He was fantastic in the playoffs. Shout out Griz Bassett, man. Fuck
what are the other pitchers? I'm interested in this one.
I saw the list, I read the article, but the only one that really stuck out that I felt like was significant, because there were some relievers in there. It's just like, how the fuck do you target like relievers? I think Aroldis Chapman was one of the names as well. So it's like, who the fuck cares about that? I don't really care. But the main one was Bassett, and there are others. I think on the flip side, Kopech is a guy that I'll be trying to back because he's fully recovered from his knee injury, and that was severely limiting him last year. And his stuff is up. And a couple other guys, Stroman, his stuff has been up. And even when I did a breakdown, because I was ready to fade the Cubs, I felt like it was just way too much love. His chase rate went up last year. He was getting more swings and misses. And his spin rate has continued to stay the same this year, which is a huge thing. Because if you're getting more chase, you're going to have higher spin rate. And if you maintain that spin rate, you can fully expect that the chase rate is going to stay the same. So, unfortunately, the only name I can give you is Bassett and Chapman. But I will look it up right now here.
I have no problem fading the Jays. I mean, they still have Kikuchi as their fifth starter. I mean,
that's the other one. Kikuchi has improved. Kikuchi is the other name on the improvement side. He's significantly improved.
I don't care. That guy is garbage, and I'm surprised that he's a starting pitcher. He should be a middle reliever at best.
All right, I'll take you on with Kikuchi this year because I will be on Kikuchi.
Yeah, some of those guys need to go into like years 2 and 3 just to catch up from a maturity standpoint.
Apparently, I'll be on the 34-inch sub. And by the way, wouldn't it be a 36-inch sub? Isn't it 12 to 6-inch increments? I mean, he even screwed up a joke to make fun of me. Give me a break. With that
You're asking a guy to do math in their joke? Come on.
Wrong guy. I get the wrong guy. All right, cheers. This is going to be fun.
I'll be right back.
Awful.
Yeah, we might be onto something there. I texted him. I told him to get some Strawberry Hill. He told me no way.
No, bro. The fuzzy navel one was the one that was touching me and shit. And
I think I said to start with the other one and then work your way over.
Yeah.
I think if I was going to properly quote myself.
No. I'm perfectly fine with Coochie, but Kikuchi is not my bag of tea. I will be fading him. But anyway, what do we got in hockey? What's going on in hockey right now? Let's look at that. What do we got?
1-1 ties. There's the hockey update.
Did the Leafs tie it up?
Leafs tied it up, and then they scored again like right away after that, and they called it no goals. So it's a 1-1 game. They're out shooting them 32-16, so they're putting it on them. I gotta say too, I'm a big fan of the jerseys the Leafs are wearing tonight. So shout out to them with the blacks with the blue trim and the Maple Leaf logo in the center.
Wasn't Massimo.
Anybody that thinks that doesn't matter, I think the jersey matters more in hockey than it does in any other sport.
No, bro.
I'm not
13. This isn't the 90s. I'm not 13 anymore, bro.
Whatever happened to that brand?
Massimo? Or what about Stussy? Remember that?
I thought Stussy was still around. Isn't that still a skate thing?
How would I know?
Thing?
Airwalks, bro. They're still around. Remember Airwalks?
Airwalks are definitely they're legit, man. I'll get some Airwalks. I'll wear those. I'll rock those.
Yeah. No, I think it was an Izod shirt. I don't remember. I need to see, but either way. I'm glad to entertain the masses. My Islanders is not looking good. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's not 6:40 left in the second period. You'll be okay.
I took that over too, Justin. I think I don't like taking overs in the Islanders game. The problem is the Islanders decided to put their starting goalie back in there again, which doesn't make any sense. So now we got the two best goalies going. Both guys were projected to be backup players today, and we got the two best guys on the team going there tonight. So what are you going to do? Yeah.
You know what? No one gives a shit about what you have to say, Nasty Nate, okay? because all you wear is basketball jerseys, and I can prove that.
Jesus. All right.
But you know what though? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you, there's all fun and jest, and we're back, and there was so much love, and this is, I don't care, homo or whatever you want to make fun of me. I don't give a fuck. When we were playing poker on Friday night, and Big Boss and Jimmy, who I'd already met, and Wham Bam come in the door, we all stopped the poker tournament. We had hired poker dealers there. We all stopped the poker tournament, everyone went up to each other, was giving each other high fives and welcoming and hugging each other. I mean, there was such a cool vibe there. And you couldn't have got guys that are more different together from different places. And we all give each other shit here, but that's not what it was like. It's kind of magical. So if you can ever if we're ever going to have one again, you never know, because the world might end. But if there is one next year, everyone should go.
What do you know, Dave? What do you know? No, because you're like, it seemed like you seemed pretty positive that the world was going to end. I was like, let's see. All right, this seems like he's got some inside information to the Pentagon on that one.
Yeah. No, Nate's a cool fucking guy. See,
Mike, did you go? Did you go to that thing?
No.
Palooza?
No, I did not. I'm disappointed I didn't, but I'm also, my numbers worked out for me the way I needed them to. So I had a huge Saturday.
Well, Mike's a humble guy, but he backstage we were talking, he had a very, very good weekend regardless. So,
I just want to see. I just want to see all you guys in person.
Yeah,
be able to dab everybody up, drink with everybody in person, talk shit to people's face, that kind of.
Yeah, I agree with that too, right? Maybe when I get to cocktails,
there wasn't that much shit. There's more shit talking here than there was there. These guys are fucking ruthless here, but he wasn't there. Razor had a ballet recital to go to, so jokes.
Razor, my takeaway there was every time somebody walked in the door, they stopped what they were doing and everybody gave each other hugs.
We did.
Sounds like a good time. I mean, come on, you can't hate on that.
Yeah.
Some serious childhood vibes going on.
It looks great. It looks like you guys had tons of fun. Like I said, that show Saturday night, I laughed my ass off. I kept trying to leave and I couldn't leave.
Yeah, Moose, if you have time, it was like a 4 or 5 hour show. Scroll through. Coach brought in these two chicks, or this one chick that he met because we're at a bar. And the studio's in the back of the bar, obviously, of Southtown 101. And he met this chick and brought her in. So she's there. And it got from this girl talking to being on screen to showing her feet for money to her friend coming over and sitting on her lap, showing her feet for money. Dono's in the chat. Pete Loshak hitting on these chicks. It was a crazy time. Go watch the live stream. And Jimmy just left. So it was me and Loshak sitting there with these two bubs. It was great.
Yeah, I think I'll watch Pornhub instead of that.
No, it was. I hate feet, by the way. I absolutely hate feet. So that was kind of gross. But.
That's not that kind of jam right there, right? I get it, toe jam. Yeah.
Nasty, gangly toenails. All
I wasn't the one instigating the feet thing. Actually, Jimmy was, but that's a whole nother thing.
And then he left. So he's like, let's see your feet, and then took off.
Yeah, and he took off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Razor. I'm good on that shit. God damn.
Yeah, they were absolutely fucking clueless about anything. And one said she was a CSI detective. I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, well, she couldn't figure out what was going on.
No, she was an idiot.
Thank you. Whoa. So you guys have anything going on for some of the plays for tomorrow for NBA or any of the college basketball that's coming up on the weekend?
UNT tomorrow. I'm on North Texas. That's the only NIT game. I'm laying the wood with UConn. I don't care. I know everyone's on Miami. I think this is just they're the team of destiny that this late in the. I think it's an SDSU UConn situation. UConn cuts down the net. That's what I think.
Man, I would be down for that. Just to have San Diego State in that thing, that Saturday would be the biggest sports day in San Diego history.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already going to be. I'm sorry, but that the Monday, that Saturday is already going to be the biggest sports day in San Diego history because just the multiple teams playing, the anticipation, all that kind of stuff. But if they get to Monday on the national championship, oh my gosh, San Diego will take a holiday. I swear.
We won't go there. This is the thing. There's never been a team. There's been a 1-8 seed to win, and I think 2 7 seeds. So a 9 seed even going is FAU is going to hit the end of their rope. I mean, they're not as good as SDSU. They're not as good as teams they've beaten. That's fine, fair enough. But I think SDSU with their defense is kind of the team of destiny on that side, and UConn Sonogo is playing out of his mind. He's gonna shit down their throat. The only problem is Miami with Wong and what's his name? What's the other guy? They're unreal. Their guard play is unreal. Miami,
Yeah.
unreal.
Yeah.
Razor,
Well,
I
that's all it's
had
gonna
his points prop under, and I'm on the Miami Heat. So yeah.
Did you really
Silent
have the
stream.
guy that got hurt? You had his point props under. That's the best thing ever.
I tossed it out there earlier this morning too. I was like, this is the prop I like the most.
Nasty Nate.
We got an opportunity tomorrow, though. We've got the Vegas Golden Knights on the road against the San Jose Sharks.
No, I can put one up here that Nate put. I don't see Nate's thing either. Did I boot him? I didn't boot him.
Can you even do that?
I wouldn't have done. Here it is. Can you guys see this?
He said he's a fan of you not having this fucking beard.
See right there, so gay in true Nate fashion. He's fine. Nigel Pack. Yep, there you go, buddy. That's the other one. I can't see Razor's comments. Nah, okay. Nice try, you dopes. You're all
Wait,
dopes.
I can't see. What'd you just highlight?
They're trying to. Dab's trying to get me back for the times his mic's been muted.
Yeah, I don't see the comments either. What's going on? Is your comment section disabled?
It must be.
You got to go to the
Must be.
chat and see live chat comments.
See, unlike some other hosts on other shows, I'm not that dull.
It's like I'm not going down the road. You can talk all you want. You can travel as far as you want, but I'm just going to stay right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here and think about cat. I don't think this is halftime yet for this Grizzlies game. I want to get on the Clippers.
It's
Just
about
take
17
it to
seconds
the
left. The Grizzlies are down 5.
Oh yeah, no. Cab just sent me a picture. Yeah, the Razor's
No,
comments
I
are
care less
legitimately
about
not
the
in there.
injuries, but when it comes to the
I don't know what to
lines,
tell you guys. Don't know.
I'm just not a big fan of it.
I don't even know how to. Well, actually, I can go up and do this. I can look to see if I can. I'm not okay. Put user in timeout, block user. I haven't done either, so I it's something on his end, not on my end. That's for sure.
Might be YouTube.
Do that.
YouTube's
That's
been
crazy.
actively promoting the ban feature.
Well, they got 2 stream options, don't they? With the ESB and the Daves.
Yeah, go to ESB, dude. 84 points scored in the third quarter of that Bucks Pacers game. We were a little bit on the wrong side of that one.
Same as losing by 1. I'll
That's
tell you
all
what
right.
was the right side though is
I'm with
the over in that first half of the Spurs Jazz game, and the game itself is looking to be on the over trend. So the first half over was 115. They're at 122.
There we go.
Take one. We'll lose one. We'll take one. Lakers pulled ahead. Fucking Grizzlies. I tell you what, I'm so mad about that.
Let's take the Clippers right now. I'm thinking of Clippers. I'm thinking Clippers second half. I don't think they look back. I mean,
I'm putting
the Grizzlies.
a moratorium on first quarter and first half bets too, because they never fucking win for me. Some guys might think that's great, and I want to get in and get out. I think it's just too hard to predict what's going to happen, especially in that first quarter when you have 4. Most of these guys aren't even awake by the time the first quarter's over. So mad at myself.
You can put it. In StreamYard, you can put a user on timeout. It's a 5-minute thing. He's not on either, so I don't know what to say, guys.
That's fine. I didn't even know you could do that.
Sad? Are you guys really sad about not seeing Nasty Nate's comments, where his comments are like #gay and stuff like that? I mean, give me a break.
No, not so much.
No.
All right.
I'm still trying to find that what I brought up earlier with the spin rates. I'm still trying to find the guys that I was talking about.
Oh, we got a bit. You can keep looking.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that because that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Okay. You're welcome. Razor, what do you want? What was the gambler's first glance? Did you have one today?
He's on the Heat plus 5.5, I think. 4.5, 5.5. That's looking good. down 1 point.
I like it.
Telling me I'm cheering for the injury. Razor's over there doing the rain dance for that guy getting injured. Couldn't be any more excited. Brooklyn Nets are up 1. Phillies, I'll tell you what, the Sixers are 5 points back at halftime. Live betting opportunity for the 76ers, second half plus 1.5. I'm on the Mavericks +6 full game.
Yeah.
Would be a bad spot to jump in if you haven't.
All right, I found the list. There are only a handful of guys that are low. Araldis is one of them, and Bassett is one of them. I don't even know who that guy is. But the list is much longer for the guys that have improved their spin rate. And Manaea is Manaea is up. Sorry, I read that wrong. But the list of pitchers essentially that are doing like the drive line. I'm not sure if you guys know what drive line is. The throwing program for baseball players, for athletes. You guys familiar with that? What drive line is?
I've walked
just
around,
really
but
quick.
I'm not sure what drive line is.
Driveline is like a format of program that pitchers go through to improve arm strength, arm action, spin rate, all that kind of stuff. It's like a scientific, medically backed program that helps develop shoulder strength and mobility and all that kind of stuff. So here are the pitchers that have been doing it, and you've been seeing improved, increased spin rate and velocity. Joe Ryan, Ryan Presley, Shelby Miller, Jacob deGrom, Sean Manaea, and Trevor Bauer.
Huh.
Well, Trevor Bauer's
DeGrom's playing tomorrow against the Phillies.
Yeah, and the guy that I'd take from that more than anyone, and I honestly think he is a Cy Young dark horse, is Joe Ryan. I think Joe Ryan is potentially an absolute fucking stud. You could see him slow down. I never capped MLB before last year, and one of the first things I heard was shout out Jose Bouquet. You have to follow him on Twitter at Jose Bouquet. And he talked about one of the things he wanted to do was he wanted to fade pitchers that are going over their previous high in innings. And Joe Ryan was, a younger pitcher. As soon as he cleared that cap, like as soon as he passed his career innings mark, which obviously not a lot of it, he was just downhill. And strong offseason, strong commitment to improving his spin rate, keeping his spin rate up. I think he's going to be amazing this year. I would not be shocked if he's sitting with like a sub 2.5 ERA, well over strikeouts per innings pitched. So that's a guy that the Vegas is going to adjust on very quickly. They're going to start treating him in that tier of pitchers with all the other elite guys.
What are some free websites? Fangraphs is really good. RotoWire is pretty good.
Baseball Savant, Baseball Reference.
Baseball Savant, yeah. Baseball Reference is like an almanac. It's got everything and anything you want.
Yeah, and Dale, one of the problems is how they list a lot of their stats. Like they use acronyms that you're like, I don't know what the fuck that means. Like they'll put BFAV, like which is like the below fastball average. Like the pitchers that are throwing like below fastball average. Like there's just weird acronyms that you're like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like there are times where Dave and I would cap a game, and you would ask me, Dave, like, what does this mean? And I'd have to fucking look it up. And I've been in baseball my entire life. Like I've never heard of that stat.
They do deep dives, and I need to be careful. The thing that I need to be careful about in my baseball cap, and everyone's different. If I go too deep of a dive, I get in trouble. The other thing is looking at expected stats, which you and Nick do a lot. I don't do a lot of. Swish Analytics is a good one. They've got that's the place that has the weather.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know. I find my niche and I go with it. And I like capping with other cappers in baseball because there's so much information. There's some things you don't see. There's a lot of things you don't see.
Well, that's kind of where it can be tough. Cab can relate to this as well. And I think new name, I haven't seen him before, Daniel Tomasi, saying, being a college pitcher himself, if you know the game like you know what to see. Like perfect example, just because I've been watching it, Julio Teheran this year. I know what a good sinker is supposed to look like. I know like when it's supposed to have that sharp break, and you can tell when it's not happening. And so when you look at like the expected averages, that's giving you a little bit of indication on how well that ball is moving, how efficient that their control and their execution is. That's why I really like to pay attention to it, because it helps confirm what my eyes are seeing, or it will allow me to potentially look for something that I'm going to want to pay. I'm going to want to learn. I'm going to want to know, like, okay, like Kikuchi, like when I watched Kikuchi, it was like, dude, that ball's fucking moving the right way right now. Like I see it. I can see the spin rate. You don't have to show me the numbers. And sure enough, when you see spin rate, it's like, yep, all right. All those things correlate. All those things align. I will probably be on Kikuchi early. I might regret it, Dave. I might. But that's where like my capping can hurt me, but it can also help me. I feel like at times I can get ahead of trends before trends actually become trends. And there's other times where I fall victim to the numbers and what my eyes are seeing. And that's why you in your niche, if you get to a niche and you have and you're feeling comfortable, stay there. Just fucking do what you need to do. I'm on it, Bill. I'm fucking on it. Let's go O's.
Kelly's in the chat. She said something interesting. First time since 1968 where all teams are playing on opening day. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Hey, you got yourself a fucking audience, dude. My goodness.
Swiss. I don't know, bro. I know you're a funny guy, but
I mean, we don't have the information on knowing how hard Swiss throws.
Spin rate efficiency, for example, changes to 3 o'clock spin. Sandy Devin White. Yep, you guys are getting way too into the.
What are you talking way into? This is up my alley, bro.
I will say this, and I'm not saying this about Daniel. I'm not saying this about you or Cab, but so many ex-athletes think they're good sports bettors, and so few are.
Yeah.
Few. They're awful. They're awful.
Oh, I've been terrible. You remember my July last year?
That's not what I'm. No,
potentially no. But it is absolutely 100% to the point.
You're one of the good ones. There's so many absolutely fucking awful ones.
I think the sport and play takes a while to step away from, but the way they teach you how to measure analytics applies to other sports. And if you, without being emotionally attached to those other sports, NBA, NHL, and whatever else, if you're a baseball guy, you can apply a lot of those fundamentals to your NBA and NHL capping and be successful from it. So it does take a step back, though, from guys that you might have seen growing up or guys that you know from their minor leagues and seeing how they advance. But, I think there's definitely
I'm with you, Mike. I'm completely with you.
I agree. That's a great point.
Yes. I don't. What I think is so many athletes think in terms of winning, and we think in terms of covering spreads. I mean, just from the thought process right away. And even this team is better than this team, so they'll win. I mean, look at these. Look at Colin Cowherd's actually not that bad, but now that sports betting's got into it, a lot of these commentators on these sports shows are like saying, "Oh, this team should be like -3." They know nothing. They know nothing about it, and they're bad at it.
Yeah, you know what, Dave? This is the best way I can put it. Being a former athlete, the things that you always say like you have to overcome, and like you can do it. Those are all the things you have to factor in as a sports bettor. Yeah. So when you're on the road, how well do teams travel on the road? Sometimes there are teams that play better on the road than teams that don't. And if you're a former athlete, you don't care about the whole home road thing as much. Because I didn't, when I was first started capping, like I kind of threw the home road thing out the window because it was just like, hey, look, athletes are athletes. Like if they have the better team, they're going to be the better team. And then you start realizing like all the nuances that go into travel at the higher levels and remembering like what it was like getting off of the bus at like 1:30 in the morning, getting a quick 6-hour nap essentially, and then having to wake up and get to the stadium, get to the field. We forget some of those things, and just like trying to incorporate that and being able to incorporate that are two totally different things.
So a couple
of 6-hour nap, but you still got a card game going on with a couple $100 on the
right.
line. So let's just finish this off in my room real quick. And then next thing you know, you only got 3 hours, and coaches are knocking at your door doing a welfare check on you. may or may not have happened a couple times.
Do you, Mike, really? You had a welfare check that you weren't there for?
Everyone's supposed to be at breakfast. Where were you?
Yeah. We had a quick story. It won't be long, I promise. This is not one of my long wind down stories. When I was in travel ball, we were out in Oklahoma, and our coach did multiple checks. And one of the families allowed their kid to be in his own room, and it turned into something that I'm not going to go into, but there was a lot of things going on in there. And the coach ended up walking in on a couple of guys that were, because there was the bathroom and then there was the main room, and I'll leave it at that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's like the dangers of that check and call is like sometimes it might be better just to, use the phone rather than, knock and walk in and he had the room keys. That was the problem, is that he had the room keys.
Let's hit the chat real quick. Moose, I know he likes the Orioles. I'm thinking about the Orioles. 15-second clock, Kelly. We've talked about that. I think it benefits offense more than it benefits the pitcher or defense. That
early on, it benefits pitchers. Honestly, I think early in games, it benefits pitchers. Around the 4th or 5th inning, it'll benefit the hitter, because the analogy that I heard that I think really works: if you're lifting, you're doing bench press, squats, whatever it is. For the first few, you're like, all right, got a rhythm. Then you get into your 3rd set, your 4th set, and now it's like, I'd like a little break.
Well, I'm going to tell you, this is what I absolutely know. It's going to benefit. Fade the older pitchers, bet on the younger pitchers, because they've done in the minor leagues. They're used to it. Yeah, that's for sure. So, what else do we got here? Cabs, spelled better's wrong. It's OR, different word.
You also have to recognize, though, that some of those minor league guys, especially early on, it doesn't impact them as much, but some of those minor league schedules aren't as long as professional schedules. So
yeah, and pitchers can be crafty. We already saw Scherzer kind of mess with it a little bit, turn the rule up on its face so that it's benefiting him. And I think there's going to be more and more pitchers, because all it takes in baseball is for one person to do it, and then everybody's going to start doing it. And you're also going to see the weird shift. You're going to see the outfielder leave and vacate their position in their outfield. Like, you're going to see the left fielder go to right field. You'll see the right fielder go to left field. You're going to see a lot of that this year too. And that's going to be one of the more interesting points, because now you're turning singles into triples.
Yeah. I think it's an over year. It's offensive year. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and just to Daniel's point, what's going to be extremely important is how people, like you said, like the creatine supplementation and all that kind of stuff, but just their recovery programs, like their flush programs, guys are going to get gassed a lot quicker. And that is going to benefit the players that you have rhythm issues, this old Steve Traxels of the day, that it just took them forever to get into a rhythm. And those guys will benefit, but they're also going to start getting a lot more inflammation. Like, there's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more inflammation, not necessarily Tommy John, but just, dead arms, or there might be a need to skip a guy's turn. Like, I think there's going to be more of that. We're going to probably see a lot more minor leaguers. And Dave, you already hit the point. They're going to be way more comfortable with that pitch clock. So you're probably going to see a little bit more interchange pitching wise of guys, especially if you have a good bullpen like a lot of teams do right now.
Yeah. Drew Holiday in this Bucks game has 51 points, and Giannis has a triple-double. Why was I taking Brook Lopez, who almost hit his PRA, but 51 points for Drew Holiday. Shout out. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, you see Cab's comment?
I know you do. And they've shit the bed. They kept it close, and now they're down 20.
Yeah, but they fucked around with that total for me too. It doesn't matter anything that's got Pacers in it. I just need to fucking put my head in it.
Yeah, there might be a lot. This is the thing about that, is when you can have two disengagements from the rubber, you basically that means you can have one, because if you have two, then the guy can lead off to China. Yeah.
Oh,
So
sorry.
anyway,
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm
with
sorry.
the bigger base and the 2 disengagement roll, there are going to be more stolen bases for sure.
I have 4 future props on stolen bases alone.
Yeah.
Tatis, Bobby Witt, Corbin Carroll, and Trey Turner.
I like
all
it.
of them. All of them I have over. I mean, you could probably parlay. Honestly, you could probably parlay. And it does look like Tatis is going to lead off. It looks like Witt's going to be leading off. It looks like Turner's going to be leading off. It looks like Carroll's going to be leading off, which means they will have the green green light. Oh my gosh.
Do the coaches? The thing is, I mean, and that I'd wonder to look into if the coaches have propensities to play small ball and steal and stuff, because that's not. I mean, like Mike Scioscia would be a guy back in the day where you'd want to take a guy's stolen base props. Now, it's not a thing I look at, but that'd be good to know. Like, if the Padres coach or if the Phillies coach, was a guy that played small ball.
You're going to see a lot of coaches have to adjust this year. There's going to be a lot of adjustments this year by coaches because you can't do what you used to do, because what you used to do is completely out the window.
Makes 1 of 1. Is he going to make 2 of 1? Brooke Lopez is at 26. I need a point, assist, or a rebound with 4 minutes left. I don't know if we're getting there.
Oh, you'll get it. Come on. Good vibes. Good vibes.
Look on that, Moose. Kelly's always in here. Kelly, get on our show. We've wanted for a whole year. We wanted you to get on here. Where the F is Razor, Mr. Send me the link. I'm coming on.
Oh, really? Razor is coming on? Oh, nice.
He was going to.
Well, that's mean. Yeah, dude. Dave, you got yourself a great audience out here. I mean, look at all the people that they're active in the chat too.
Yeah.
Besides Dab not knowing that his voice to text doesn't do autocorrect for him.
Yeah, pictures instead of pictures. Pictures. But I still think he spelled it wrong. But either way, it's all good. Cab's been on here too. I ended up taking the Clippers plus 2.5 second half. I don't know if I said that or not.
Hey, there you go.
You got a rebound. Brooke Lopez tips a shot in.
I told
All right,
you.
I threw an irresponsible 7-leg parlay together for plus 10,000.
We know we want to hear that. We know we want to hear it. Let's go.
Let's hear it.
Just a little sprinkle, but I got the Avalanche under 6 live bet on the Heat plus 2.5. Alexandrova tennis money line plus 145. OKC Thunder minus 5.5. Timberwolves plus 7. Under 119 in the first half of the Blazers game, and the Brooklyn Nets plus 3.5. That's it. 7 legs. Under in Colorado, Miami Heat plus 2.5. Alexandrova, OKC Thunder minus 5.5. Timberwolves plus 7. Under 119 in the Blazers, and the Nets plus 3.5. Just a little sprinkle for fun. We're here to have fun. Plus 10,500 ish. Let's go. I'm not suggesting you throw $100 on it, but if you got a couple dollars laying around in your FanDuel account, go ahead and sprinkle it in there. Let's go.
There you go, $200 going at it.
I don't think that guy gets hungover. I think he's impervious to substances,
right? Pretty sure he's doing lessons right now.
I've got stories now, but
yeah, Cap said he's on his way home. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think he is at home. I mean, I actually called him today because I was just like, "Fuck, man, I haven't talked to Cab in forever." And like that's the thing about like the whole like pub sports community. And I'm not trying to say like I don't even think probably Jeff's around anymore, but I'm not saying it to like kiss anybody's ass or anything like that. Because Dave, that's not the type of guy I am. Yeah. But like it's legitimately like so many of us have become actual like legit friends. Like, I'm talking like not just like on screen, on camera. I mean, I talk to Cab like outside of this and have conversations and like genuinely think of him as a really good friend. Because that's kind of the environment and the culture and the family, the community that's being developed here, and on all the different channels and stations. Whether it's Who Bangin', whether it's Picks from Dave, Pub Sports, there's such an endorsement and appreciation for everybody. And that's why that Pub-a-Palooza is absolutely something I really want to do. I absolutely want to see everybody in person and be able to hang out and do all the kind of fun things that you guys do. But that's a testament to this community that's being built.
That's what I was trying to say with all these people talking about gay shit and stuff. It's that's not it at all. I mean, if you know, and you've been there. If not, it's fine. no meat glazing. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's a little glaze. It's a little light glazing, but
it's fine.
I mean, come on. It's dude. It's all love. It's all
no one ever killed anyone with a little light glaze on. But let's talk about we got 22 people in here. Still waiting on Nick. We got 27 likes. Hit the like button. You know what we do every 10 likes.
Hey, let me respond to Bill's question about Garrett Cole tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
I very, very likely, I haven't bet it yet because it wasn't available, but I'm very, very likely going to be on Giants first 5, run line, money line, split. Cole has not traditionally been lights out on opening days. I don't know if I really want to trust the Giants lineup against him, but you would have Jock Peterson in there who's going to hit left or righties way better than he's going to hit the lefties. It will be a better version of that Giants lineup. And I do like Logan Webb. Now, I'm not a huge believer in the Yankees lineup. I actually have the Yankee win total under this year. I went right back to the well. Did it last year, doing it again this year. But I think first 5 is the way to attack Yankee games because that bullpen is still pretty savage. They still got a legit top 5 bullpen over there.
Yep. And I'm not well. We're not going to talk. We're not going to go there.
But you highlighted it, so I mean,
I did. But Cab if Cab wants to talk about men kissing each other, then you guys can. He can talk about men
kissing. Go that fucking way. I mean, come on. Having fun conversations here about sports.
I didn't bring it up. All right,
and gambling.
Russell Westbrook made a 3-pointer. Fucking the pigs are flying.
Really? You made a 3-pointer? I didn't think he was allowed to shoot those.
I got to be honest. I'm looking just again. Now that we're talking more about it, I'm looking at it a couple times through. I don't know how you guys feel about Minnesota Twins. I haven't looked too much at what you guys got going on there, but I think the Kansas City Royals are going to beat the shit out of the Twins.
That's one of my favorite spots.
I have a hard time not believing it. Pablo Lopez for Minnesota, okay.
But Zach Greinke had one of the best home splits last year. This is why I like him. Just to not interrupt you, but you're right. Zach Greinke had his road splits were some of the worst. His home splits were like the best in baseball. And for his career, he's been great at home. And you're getting plus money with a home dog. Fuck yeah!
All right, I will repeat the stats.
Go ahead. I'd even go a step further and say you could probably get. Let me take a look. Kansas City Royals. You could probably catch them in the first half plus a half. I would bet as close to.
Are you saying 20. Reverse run line it? Is that what you're saying? Reverse run line? I like it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. I'll do it.
I haven't gotten there yet, but a couple more cocktails I might. Let's see. First 5 innings.
All right. Greinke versus the Twins, 30 appearances, 5-13 record, ERA of 4.55. And last year against the Twins at home, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 9 hits, 4 runs. One of them was earned. And his other start at home was 5 innings, 6 hits. He only gave up 1 run though, but still, that leads.
That sounds awful. So
I like that.
So
yeah,
that being said, isn't this his first year in Kansas City? He wasn't playing in Kansas City last year.
He was there last year. Yeah, he was there last year.
Oh, there you go. That's what I know.
And they lost. They lost all but 2 of his starts. So in 4 of the 6 decisions in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 5 starts against Minnesota, they went 1 and 5. I'm sorry, he went 0 and 4 and 1. So he did not win. I guess you could say he's due. But I was looking at that as a potential Twins first 5 spot. But I mean, look, hey, I do not hear what I say and be like, oh, that's gospel. That's going to happen. I mean, it's everything that Dave said, because I could say that, and then Dave could come back with, oh, well, if you look at his home road splits, which I'm going to pull up right now, he was significantly better at home.
Yeah, he was
disgusting. I got it right here.
It was like under a 2 ERA, I think, or something that was under 2. But
yeah, I got you right here. At home, 66 innings pitched, 1.91 ERA.
Yeah. He's a
4-2. 4-2 on the road. 0-7, 5.32 ERA.
Yep. There you go.
The first 5 under 4.5 is juiced to the under right now for total runs. So that seems to me to be Minnesota's situation, where Minnesota doesn't score a lot early. They seem to come back in the extras when they had the bullpen all beat up, but it's early. It's start of the season.
Yeah. If I was attacking that, I'd probably go. I don't know. The Royals' offense is going to be so fucking weird this year. Like, they got so many guys that you're just like, I could see them just going off, but then I could also see them all hitting under 250.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about the beginning of the baseball season. You have no stats to work with, but like you're going off last season, or you're looking at spring training, or you're looking at trends that have some magic juju in them. So I think
I like Craig Wood still. Craig Wood throwing out a stat. I like that shit right there, Dave. There you go.
Fuck yeah.
That's not great.
Wood.
That's not good. That's not good. That isn't good. It's not good at all. I'm still not scared though. That's one of my favorite bets tomorrow. Get out of
scared.
Go. This is the thing. Right now, I'm taking certain angles. It's the first game of the season, and I mean, explain to me why we like the Orioles. I mean, it's based off of.
Again. I already did.
Well, I know you did, but it's based off of what they did last year, right? It's not based off what they're doing.
No,
it's not.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to visit the chat because Dabby's got a comment in there in the chat for you.
Yeah, you remember the discussion was Kluber versus Gibson. Gibson wasn't with the Orioles last year.
You're right.
And my angle on that is Corey Kluber early in the year versus Kyle Gibson early in the year. That's my angle on that game.
Dave, how come I can't highlight these comments in the chat?
No, I can't. Well, you want me to highlight that he said I eat cum? Like that's. And this is why I know he's a liar. Remember how he said he was on voice text? How is that spelled? Do you think that the voice? do you think that the voice text spells it that way? It doesn't spell it that way. And here's another thing. Look at this. Then he spelled it wrong right here. Come on, COMON. So what is it, Cab? I mean,
to Cab's point though, and I'm not sure this helps him at all. It will autocorrect based off of your usage of the word.
Anyway, I love Cab, but you try too hard, bro. That's all I got to say. You try too hard.
Oh, come on, leave him alone. He's he's OG. He's legit. I fucking love the guy.
Well, I love him too.
So let's talk. Let's talk some baseball.
Let's talk about more of my bad picks.
Yeah, something.
Let's talk more of my bad picks. Let me take a run through the roster tomorrow, and I'll tell you who else I like.
Let's go. 20. By the way, 28 likes. Get us to 30. We still got this fucking disgusting shit.
I do like that, Kelly. I do like that. I don't know if I'm going to be on it first game. Keller, second half of the year, fucking nails.
Especially starting in March. I feel like it's cold.
Yeah.
It's cold, and cold leads to unders, especially with fresh pitchers that haven't been diced up all season long. So to me, it seems like
it can go both ways.
The early 2 months unders. After you get to Memorial Day, we start seeing overs, and then it starts to regress a little bit as we get past Labor Day. That's my general data behind the situation.
Fuck, man, Craig Wood is coming in here hot with all these stats.
Yeah,
like, dude, let's just all sit back, wait for Craig Wood to break down all these games, give us all the best stats, and then we can make our bets accordingly. There you go, Craig. A little cheers for Craig Wood.
That kind of correlates with my thoughts there around the Dodgers bringing up young bucks early to see what they can do and develop some trade bait. I would say the Dodgers are not play on. Maybe I'm biased because I played the Dodgers yesterday in the preseason and they got fucking worked by the Angels. But
I could do that. An under? Maybe that's the play there. Is not necessarily Diamondbacks, but maybe it's Diamondbacks and the under. I might just do under. I might just do the under on that.
Yeah, they just got served by like 14 runs yesterday though against the Angels.
Yeah, well, it's spring training. It's just like I don't give a shit about spring training results at all. I mean, shout out to all the cappers out there that were capping spring training games, taking those unders, taking those overs, taking those prop bets. But, like I said earlier, there's only three things I look at for there. It's only the spin rate, the velocity, and hitting adjustments. And speaking of hitting adjustments, Jared Klenick, he could be in for a nice, massive year. He did make a hitting adjustment. I think they talked about his load, kind of simplifying his load a little bit, not having him take as much of a leg step and trying to minimize how deep he goes or the depth of his hands And so far in spring training, you've seen it pay off nicely. So that would be a guy that I would try to look at. If you're looking at for any prop bets, just getting a single on him could be plus money, like literally total bases over a half could be nice plus money on Jared Kelenic. But I am kind of hoping that Kelenic puts on a clinic.
There you go. Hey, Mike, what do you think about? Let's go to hockey. Some live betting real quick.
My pimp slap play today is the Colorado Avalanche under. I was debating, do I sit back a little bit while I get back on the fence? But you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to keep firing bullets. I went on a 14-1 run. I think I lost 4 in a row. I do like the Avs. I took the Avs first period under, and I took the full game under 6. I like that 6 number with the Avs. I got the Avs in a 28-52 spot to the under. In this particular game, I know you're on the Avs, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Wild win this thing just because of playoff situations. But I definitely like the under in that game.
What are you thinking about? We have these 2 live situations. I'm looking at the Panthers Maple Leafs. It's 1-1 with 17:45 to go, and the live total is 4.5 juice to the over. That's kind of strange to me. I mean, I know it kind of can work out that one team scores, the other team scores, and it has to be over type of deal. And there's also
because the line is suggesting that they each are going to score one more time before the period's over.
Yeah.
It's like we talked about last night there when I threw that 3-0 final out there to you with the line suggestion.
Yep.
I don't know though. I think one of these teams can score. I would take the under 4.5 at this point.
That's
Plus,
what I'm
thinking. The pregame line was 7, and you know how I feel about 7s, right? 90% of the under, unless it's the Edmonton Oilers.
Now it's juiced to the under 115. I'm gonna jump on it. I liked it when I was looking at it. Let me see if I can get the bet in real quick. We'll go get it in. The other one, the Islanders Capitals, I don't have as good a feel on that one. And
I had the Islanders pregame, and I sprinkled the over.
Over, yeah.
To me, the Capitals are not a team that's in trending upward situation. There's players asking for trades that are they just don't want to be there anymore. They're fucking tired of Ovi. I said earlier today, Ovi's got to be a real piece of shit in the locker room. I don't know if it's because of his hype and what he's doing, but he's now overshadowing all the guys in that locker room with the Washington Capitals. So I don't think they're a play-on team right now. I think they're a fade team. And the Islanders, I mean, they're not great. They're an under team, but they play defensive hockey and they play enough to get it done. So I like the Islanders. I like the Islanders live right now. I have them pre-game. I think it's going to overtime. I think if there's a prop to get to overtime and it's over plus 200, I would think about that too.
By the way, we're talking. I'll let Moose talk in a minute about Nerfies. I think I'm more of a Yerfie guy. I'm more of a plus money guy. There are times when Nerfies are good. I think Nerfies in general are kind of a sucker bet because people say, runs aren't scored in the first inning. I think finding a Yerfie bet, finding the right Yerfie bet is more important than betting Nerfies. That's just my take on it all. And Matt, the odds matter. The odds are everything about that. I mean, that's when Moose was asked, what's the juice?
I agree. I think
I'm
we
a
see
plus
more
getting-
leadoff guys now bopping runs than we do anything else.
Yeah.
You're facing literally the best hitters of the lineup for both teams, guaranteed.
Yeah.
You're
There you
facing
go.
1, 2, 3 of each team. But if you're talking about Framber Valdez and Dylan Cease and the juice on a Nerfie's like minus 115 or minus 120, sign me up all fucking year long.
That's
I'll
fine.
take
That's
that
fine.
shit.
Yeah.
But minus 135, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like if it was 125, I can swallow it. Don't get excited, Cab. But if it was minus 1, if it was minus 120, if it was minus 130, minus 135, that's kind of the range where it's like,
I'll bet a minus 135 on a team total first 5. That's about where I won't bet anything over minus 125 unless it's certain specific bets, and it ain't going to be on a fucking Nerfie. That's for sure.
Yeah. If I'm taking a Nerfie on minus 130, minus 135, you better believe there's a correlation to an under.
Yeah. Here we go.
I'll tell you, the Nerfie though. Everybody was in on that Nerfie forever, and last year particularly, everybody was getting burned. That Nerfie was pure dog shit. Like 2 seasons ago, I was a Nerfie guy, and it was cashing.
I did it every once in a while. I think I cashed all but one of my Nerfies, but dude, I did it very rarely. And I always did it when it was a, you know what I like to do it? I like to do it when it was a bullpen start. Yeah. That's when I like to do it because the juice got lowered and the Rays were my Nerfy team. Like that was just like literally where, no way. Is Russ really 5 for 5 on threes?
No way.
There's no way.
Well, we can check.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit. You don't have to highlight that. That was a good one. That was better. That was better than I'm not gonna lie. That was better than the other one. That's legit. That's a good one.
But if it's a comes on my lip, if my back, it's on my lip. I guess so. You spelled it right.
To go. Hey, you know, the spelling. You're all about grammar and punctuation, Dave. That's
no. I just caught someone in a. Oh, I'm on voice. I'm on.
That was funny.
On voice text. Give me a break.
That was funny though. But anyways, back to the whole Nerfy. The Rays are one of the teams that I love to chase Nerfies on, but I agree with you with the approach to Yerfies because it's plus money. And the only issue is that Vegas or the bookmakers have absolutely adjusted to having 2 bad starters on the mound and having a Yerfie at any kind of decent odds. Like there's times where you'll see the Nerfy with better juice. And that I don't know. I only started this last year, but I don't think that was the case, or that had been the case on Nerfies, that the Yerfie started getting better odds than the Nerfie. Which is, for anybody that doesn't know, no runs first inning, yes runs first inning.
Yeah, for the acronym.
Because some people don't know. You know, if somebody's tuning in here. There was another question up there. I forgot what teams it was, but dude, you can fucking go through every single game. I mean, that's literally what I'm going to do, and I have done. I've already gone through the games once. I'm going to go through the games a second time.
Last 2 NBA games, I have Mike Conley's point prop over. What's the other game that's going on?
I took the Timberwolves +7. I've got the first half under 122 for the Trailblazers game. And I think that's it. I think that's it for me.
Timberwolves is a good look too. You know, if I want to be congruent with my bets, I mean, I was on the Mavs by myself, but I know Dutch was on the Timberwolves, and I saw a bunch of other people. Maybe I should just get on that right now.
It's up to +7 now. I think it's a good spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. Let's do it. Let's get it in. Jumped right back in here like nothing ever stopped. We've got we owe you guys because we got 31 likes.
Oh shit, let me get a drink.
Yeah,
we got 20 I got 50 fucking screens open, 27 people in the chat. Guys, thanks so much. We missed you even though we weren't here. Barney, Ron Lofton, Kelly, JoJo, Cab, even your tired horse shit we love. Daniel Tomasi.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys joining us here tonight. I'm going to take a shot with you.
We'll take one and then Cab can catch up. Oh, that's poison.
You guys know the deal. If you're not here, we don't come on. So I'll tell you what. Shout out to Moose Money Bets. What a great guy to have on tonight.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm excited.
I mean, eve of opening day, and we've got this baseball savant coming in here sharing his wisdom with us. I
fucking better know the sport.
This guy knows what the fuck he's talking about, guys. Hit that.
I fucking coach it. Yeah. You know, I better. I didn't even told Dave this, but I have a player that was being scouted by MLB right before he broke his jaw in a just totally avoidable accident. Because it's that, Dave, I've told you about this kid, the kid that my junior that's on like 90, 91. We had the Blue Jays, the official radar on him was hitting 91, 92, and he took a baseball right to the jaw. But look, I've been coaching for over like 10 years now. Went down the deep rabbit hole of biomechanics and the whole kinetic chain and all that kind of stuff. So if you hear me talk about language that kind of, just resembles more of like motor patterns and different things, that will be the coach in me coming out. So if you're not into that, I apologize now, but that's a huge part of my baseball approach is the more kinetic side of the game.
Yeah.
If you're not into that, then take a step back and close your mouth and listen, because this is important things to factor into your subconscious as we move forward through the season. He's talking about guys that are going through the special programs in the MLB to improve their accuracy and consistency. I mean, this is crucial data that you're going to need to know as you kind of build that foundation for success long-term over a 5-6 month season. Oh.
I appreciate that, Mike. I appreciate that. I mean,
you want to come on here or not? Just DM me or text me, either one.
Oh, fuck, you're going to cabin here too? Oh, shit, dude. You're going to have some MLB
Razor
dudes
said he
in
was
here.
coming on, and Jimmy said he was coming on. And
I was just saying MLB dudes. Like,
yeah.
Wait, Jimmy Glow?
Jimmy Gomez, he's been on there a couple times. He
There's another baseball guy right there. Yeah, man, you got some.
Wow, you got a fan or Moose. I love the way you talk. There you go.
Well, if he's a college pitcher, that shit resonated.
Yeah, of course. Well,
you know, like, oh, he's talking about the kinetic chain. He's talking about shoulder capsule. He's talking about mobility.
Well, you guys
like,
were talking
right,
about a room
go.
where one guy was jerking it in the bathroom and the other guy was jerking it on the bed. So.
That was like,
So,
hey, you get both ends of the spectrum, Dave. You get both ends of the
I
spectrum.
mean, it's the kinetic energy that guy was showing in the bathroom.
Yeah, there was some kinetic
there's
energy.
There's a carryover to the field. That's just the way it is.
Oh, Mike with the
Toronto
win.
goal. Leafs.
There you
Let's
go.
go, Leafs. Be a fucking good goal. Be a good goal. This
We
is
only
an
need one more
uncomfortably
goal,
heavy amount. Oh, the girls are dancing. They're dancing. Be a good goal. I'll tell you if it's a good goal right now. Wins the face-off, back to the D. Bullshit around the front of the net. Guy gets tripped up. Back to the front. Up in the high slot. Austin Matthews, goal.
Right, he's
There
gonna
we
do
go.
something, right? Like he's about to do something here. Like he's getting ready to do something, right?
Oh, look at your fucking dog, bro.
Like,
Look
he's
at
getting ready to attack. Like,
Yeah.
this is the
Peavy.
video. Oh, he's growling too now. Oh shit. All right, well, I'm gonna leave it on here so you can see a live attack by a pit bull.
Will he attack
Oh,
you?
he just lost interest. All right, we're off of him.
How is he doing since that whole thing last year? Okay.
Yeah, he's doing great, man. His shits are massive.
They cleaned him out, bro.
Oh man, I get worried now if he takes a small dump. I'm like, oh shit, do I need to take you to the vet? Yeah, he's doing well, man. He's
You guys that didn't know, he dug something out of the trash he shouldn't have eaten, and he ingested it, and he had to have surgery. So
yeah, because he was just puking up everything. But yeah, he's doing well. Peavy's doing very well. His namesake is getting inducted into the Padres Hall of Fame.
he is.
So, you know, and there were a lot of people that were like asking me about it. I was like, oh shit, like damn, Peavy's got a fan base now. All right.
Yeah.
This guy right there. Hey, Peavy, can you say hi to everybody? Peavy, hey, can you say hi? Nope, you're just going to look at attacking me? All right, we're off of you then. All right, no camera time for Peavy.
Hilarious.
Yeah, and Daniel, if you ever need anything with that, dude, don't hesitate to reach out. Now, I work with high-end guys. Don't hesitate to reach out to me on Twitter. I have a throwing program. I have a paper I've written on ankle mobility. So if there's anything you need with that kind of stuff, dude, the more resources, the better.
I guess I never sent Razor the link. Oops. Whatever. I just sent
We're
it to
having
you
a good
guys.
time.
Razor, if you're still around, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friend. Yeah, Jimmy lost his voice at the UFC fight. He was yelling.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that he's having a good time because I know he was off Twitter there for a minute, and I'm glad that he's back and doing his thing, and he's doing Jimmy Glow things.
Yes, he's got a new show on Who Bang Him, the Daily Sweat or the Nightly Sweat, something like that.
Yeah. A shout out to Schnizzle as well.
Yeah. Of course, they're both there.
Yeah. There was another game that somebody asked me about, and I don't want to just start breaking down random ass games that nobody's asked me about or talked to me about. But there was one up there that I forgot. I think it was. I don't even remember who asked it, but
Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to get. I can't believe I was telling Razor to come on, and I never. Oh, he lost. Let me see.
Dude, Craig Wood. God damn, Craig. God, dude, you need
Sabonis over rebound. He's your guy. I like Sabonis. I'm trying to look for the game. I haven't. I'm scrolling up. No.
everything you need to know about the Cubs Brewers tomorrow. Literally, Craig just posted it right there.
Yep.
I mean, I know it's nerfy, but you can correlate those two things with two good pitchers. Hey, Rocco, I was talking about early. I wouldn't mind the Phillies late. The Rangers bowl. I think the Phillies could be a live bet situation tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to get in it pre-flop, but I do have a lot of question marks about the Rangers bullpen. I do not like what the Rangers did this offseason. I thought they added in areas that they didn't really need to add that kind of depth to, and they didn't add in areas that I thought they did. Specifically, they added to their starting rotation, and I thought they had a decent front end with the Martin Perez and when John Gray is on. I thought that was a decent enough, and the area they really needed help was the back end of their lineup to lengthen their lineup and their bullpen, which they did neither of. So I will find ways to fade the Rangers, but I think the Rangers might be a really good live bet situation. If they get up by 3 and you can get a plus 2.5, boom, I will very likely be on that.
Cool. Rocco asked about the Phillies. I think Mike likes the Mike likes the Rangers.
What was the other one? Oh, Bill McDonald. All right, go ahead. Sorry,
I'm undecided. Yeah, there's just so much going on. Bill McDonald said the Brewers. I mean, Mike, you're like the Rangers spot, right? That's what you're leaning towards. Yeah, and he's a Phillies fan, so that just shows you that's a real fucking handicapper. Brewers run line and Tampa Bay run line. Moose, what are your thoughts?
Run line with Corbin Burns, you're going to be eating some juice. Stroman, his chase rate last year actually continued to get better. His spin rate continued to get better, and I don't see any reason why I wouldn't really try to find ways to back Stroman when I can, but I'm not going to try to back him going against Corbin Burns. If anything, I could think under, but I definitely, when any Wrigley game, you have to check the weather. You have to check the wind. And I believe there's somebody in the pub sports community that literally lives like outside of Wrigley that can just go check the flags for us.
Who's that?
I forget, but there's somebody because it gets referenced a lot. And I don't know the name off the top of my head. If they're in here, that'd be fantastic. But if anything on that play, I would like the under. I am not sold on the Cubs at all this year. I still think they're a year away from figuring some things out. I do think that they have some pieces in their bullpen and in their starting rotation that could be beneficial, but that lineup, huge question marks up and down that lineup. And I don't know what to expect. They could score 20 runs and then get shut out for 6 straight games. I mean, it's that kind of lineup with Bellinger and why am I blanking on the Japanese player's name that came over last year? That was all over the place. And Swanson, they don't have Contreras anymore.
Who, this guy? That guy?
Him. Yeah, sure. But
why don't we get the full dance anymore? I don't understand.
Okay, we've won some bets. We can do it.
I know there's going to be sumo jokes off of that, but that is a future offensive lineman right there. You see how he opened his hips up? He was going to get out there and get some pass block again. Hey, that's your future right tackle right there.
He had to learn the hard way because he was getting chucked in the river. And they were like, wait a minute, he opened his hips up. I do have the wind blowing in on one system tomorrow. I've got the wind blowing in on that Mets-Miami game. So they're at Miami.
Oh, let's
Miami
go.
Is an under spot. We've got the wind blowing in. It's an under 6.5 in this Mets-Miami game tomorrow.
Already on it at plus money.
Swiss Horton.
Yeah.
By the way, buddy, I sent you the link. I don't know if you're playing games, but I sent you the link for this show. So if you want to come in. Yeah. You know what's funny is Mike, this is we've gotten famous with that Chinese clip, not to mention the American Eagle, but the Chinese clip has kind of taken over because if it is Chinese, we haven't verified the Asian clip. Because on Jimmy's stream, just about every stream that I was on with Jimmy, they'd go play the ding ding ding, play the ding ding ding, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is ding ding ding?"
You have your own catchphrase. That's fantastic.
It's a thing now. It's a thing.
Well, Greg, if the
Craig
dome
Wood,
is
I
closed,
don't know. I can only tell
Yeah.
you I've seen the trend.
it helps
When
the
I
under.
said that, and here's another thing that I like. Is it Swish? There's another. I think
Swish
it's
Analytics, Ballpark Factor,
Ballpark
Pals.
Yeah, Ballpark Pal, one of them, one or the other. It talks about, so like for instance, the Giants weather, it always shows like all this wind in San Francisco. It doesn't affect you because it always shows that the wind is blowing one direction, but it swirls and it's weird. So it'll tell you each park whether the actual wind report affects that park. Another one's like Atlanta. The wind doesn't affect it that much because it's got like high walls and stuff like that. So
What did you think? At least I would think for opening day in Miami, as long as it's not raining, and there's been a lot of rain in Miami the last couple of days with this Miami Open, but I would think they had the roof open, let the sun shine through. It's Miami.
That's not a bad look. We Bill, we already talked about that, didn't we? I think
No, we have not talked about the Rays at all.
All right, go for it.
All right. I think the Tigers can be a fade team this year. It's Shane McClanahan, and I mean, obviously, you're going to have to pay a price if you're going to be on them. But the run line is somewhat appealing, mainly because of the Detroit Tiger bullpen. They lost some pieces. Although I'm not sure how much of a lost piece Gregory Soto is, but I mean, really, the main guy for Detroit in their bullpen is going to be Jimenez. And you've got what's the other guy's name? His name starts with an L. Forget what his name is, but there's not a lot of pieces out there in the bullpen where you go, all right, they got a 1-run lead. They're probably not going to be able to expand on it. I don't think the Rays run line is a bad look. It's just that Rays offense in what they're going to be able to generate. That's the sole issue of what I got. Rosarena looked fantastic in the World Baseball Classic, but what can happen is a player that does well in the World Baseball Classic starts off slow in MLB because that intensity just, you get that super high and then it just kind of lulls. Then you get that opening day and then it just lulls right back down.
All right. So I don't want to cut you off, but we suddenly have two people backstage that popped up. So
I have a. Go ahead.
What would be more appropriate? 1 second, we're getting two people on. Both baseball guys. One straight off his baseball stream that he just did.
Yes,
Nick Girl.
Opening day. Yep, opening day baseball.
And then
This guy can't even spell Phillies. What are we doing with him on here?
Yeah, because of the Braves. And the other one, we were just talking about him, Jimmy Agogo.
Hey,
there we go.
Hey, another one. Let's just bring them all on. What the fuck's
Hey,
all right.
Oh, here we go.
It's a party.
Yo, what's good, baby? Salute.
Jimmy Glow.
What bar are you at, Jimmy?
I'm at 2J's.
You're at 2
You
days?
didn't know. I ended up finishing doing the interview with our boy. It took about 3 hours for us to do, and I ended up really not capping shit today, to be honest with you. So everything that we're going to try to put out is going to be off a feel. But yeah, it was a beautiful day, man. I can't really really say more. The past 3, 5, 6, 7 days has been beautiful, guys. And the only thing that I want to say is just make sure, if you aren't already, hit the like, hit the retweet for Dave and Mike and everybody else that's in here, for Moose. These are all respectable, knowledgeable cappers. And MLB is about to start next season. Next season tomorrow. It's opening day. You know what I'm saying? We're about to get cracking with the new sport. Man, I can't wait. 2023. I talked to this documentary guy about how really we're just at the cusp. We're barely scratching the pit, guys. I can already see it in like 5, 10 years. There's going to be some sort of house that we're going to be set up in different states. And, it's just the beginning. I'm too excited. How's the night been?
No problem, buddy. Good. Well, let's go with Nick. What do you got going on? I mean, we jump in, say what you want to say. Swiss obviously wants us to look at. I don't know where he went. Anyway, Nick, you're up.
Yeah. Tonight the NBA should have been no betting allowed. I lost the Pacers by a point. And that Memphis game soaring over. The Bulls are getting blown out. I did get the under in the next game, and the Sixers. We'll see what happens with the Sixers here. I'm sweating out the Islanders and the Panthers right now. I got the under. I got the pimp slap POD going later with that under 6 in that Colorado game. But yeah, Hoping NBA turns around a little bit here. Sixers actually have a 5-point lead now. If they can hold that, that'd be cool. But yeah, excited for baseball tomorrow. I've already bet a bunch of plays for tomorrow. People like to take it slow. I'm going in there with an automatic rifle and just going and just betting the board. So I'm already on like 8 plays.
That's cool. And Swiss, what are you on? Let's hear some of your tired horse shit. What's going on?
Dave, I did want to ask Bruce before we segue too far away, how he feels about bullpen pitching early in the season. How do you value bullpen pitching, Moose, early in the season as we look at these games that are about to pop off?
Traditionally, they're healthy. They are healthy, which is important. You do have some of the players that are coming off of spring training that are in their rhythm and their routine. But the issue is, what's their role going to be like on a consistent night-to-night basis? Like you look at the Dodgers are the perfect example of this. Who's the Dodgers closer this year? Oh, wait. It's not. They don't know who's going to be. Game to game, it's going to be different. Evan Phillips, Brusdar Gatterall, Trinan, they can all figure into saves. And so you don't necessarily know what your role is going to be. And that can be the problematic thing, because then it's about when do you get ready? Like, when do you start your prep? When do you start your routine? And that can be an issue early on as guys start to figure out how they're going to be used, how they're going to be deployed. And once you kind of see everybody fall into their niche, and, you know, Dave has talked about this, once you figure out your niche, like, you can start to be way more comfortable and you can start to succeed and excel. If you find the right bullpen and you're on it and it stays consistent, dude, your money, like, you're good. Like, you look at some of the bullpens that are out there, Yankees, Astros, Dodgers, Padres, those are some of the bullpens that Braves, you're going to be like, all right, this bullpen's probably going to be pretty constant the entire year. But you look at bullpens like, you know, the Tigers or the Royals, or even teams like the Brewers. It's like, okay, how is this going to be worked? You know, Devin Williams will be in the ninth, but you know, who's going to be taking the other big moments in that game? And we don't have those answers yet, which is why betting early in baseball is, I mean, Earl kind of is blowing this totally on its head, is you want to be cautious to start. You know, you don't know some of the variables that we're not going to know yet, especially this year with all the rule changes. So if you know, when you're betting, got it, you're done.
When you're betting spots, particularly, at least early in the season, bullpen probably plays less of a factor than offense, right? So we're looking at it saying, how do we like a game? You know, obviously starting pitchers, and we all know how to play those. But when we look at the long-term effect of the game, bullpen shouldn't play much of a factor in how we cap the overall result of a game, especially early in the season. Is that fair to say?
Yes and no. Yes and no, because this year, I'm telling you, innings 4, 5, and 6 are going to be probably some of the most run-producing innings ever in MLB history, because you're going to be having elements of the starting pitchers getting tired because they're now on a faster rhythm, faster pace. You're going to be dealing with potentially back end of the bullpen guy, not back end, but like, you know, your long relief, your super long relief guys. And you're going to have minor leaguers that are going to be called up because there's going to be a lot of innings that are going to be unaccounted for. And I would say live overs, you take first 5 unders, live overs, and you can go verify that I've tweeted that already at Moose Money Bets on Twitter. I think that's the way to approach games. First 5 unders, live overs, just hit them, because that 4th, 5th, 6th inning is going to be very problematic for a lot of teams that don't have the depth in their bullpen that, say, the Astros, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Padres. I don't know about the Mets anymore, to be honest. Sorry, but that Diaz injury really shortens that bullpen, and it creates some significant issues and holes. So I don't feel comfortable throwing them into that tier, but they were there. I mean, they were there. They were one of the best bullpens in baseball. But that would be my answer: is yes and no. First 5 unders, live overs.
The moral of the story is don't play in worthless international competitions. Yep. Don't do it. Don't play in the Olympics. Don't play in the World Baseball Classic. They're not paying your bills.
Yeah.
The best closer in baseball just got fucked. Okay?
Celebrating. I mean, you could have done that anywhere. You could have celebrated
wasn't there
a really good sandwich.
Yeah,
You
but
could have
if he was
celebrated discounted eggs at the grocery store. It's a hard spot to be.
Right? Fucking 2 for 1. Let's go.
Yeah.
I just paid $3 for a dozen eggs. Yeah. Oh, I broke my fucking leg.
Gas is under $3.50. Let's go.
But yeah, I think the simple way of having to manage betting with bullpens and stuff like that, simple. You don't bet full games. You focus on first fives.
And that's what I was getting at the start of the season. Does it make a difference more? So obviously we know what it looks like come July, August time frame. But early in the season, I think those bullpen guys are still ready to roll. There might be some matches in that bullpen.
I'm going to mute you, buddy. When you want to come on, unmute yourself.
Okay.
There's a lot of noise. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of feedback.
I mean, I'm already on 2 unders, and they are two bullpens that I'm not sure about, but I know they do have talent, but the starting pitching is enough that I think they're going to go past 5 innings, which means that, and maybe that's the other factor that you consider is, what pitchers do you believe will be conditioned to go past 5 innings early on? And if there's 2 guys that I think are conditioned to go beyond 5 innings right now,
Alcantara
and Scherzer, both those guys. I think both those guys are just like, give me the fucking ball. I'm going to shove, and I'm not going to let you take me out until I tell you can take me out.
That wasn't.
I also kind of want to fade the veteran pitchers that are going to have to learn to deal with the pitch clock because
we
some of
talked
these
about that. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a great look.
But Scherzer's already proven that he will manipulate the clock in his own way. But
yeah, of course he would.
You know who's going to suck with it?
He's one of the only pitchers I've seen call the pitches, not the catcher.
Yeah. You know who's going to suck at it, though? And he is pitching tomorrow, maybe? Snell. Snell will suck at it.
Yeah, we're fading now.
Oh, you fade Snell. I mean, I wouldn't hate it a first 5 Rockies play. I would not hate that. I might even be on it depending on how the line – actually, I'm not sure. But
maybe an over in that game.
I want the over, but the weather here is terrible. Like, there's potential hail and wind.
No, thank you.
What are we on live? We've just about all the games are about to go off, but if you haven't
Islanders live.
Yeah, Islanders live. If you haven't hit the Avs game if it started, I like the Avs, but everyone else likes the under, so take the under. I took the Avs based on hating the Wild. So
Avs first period under and the full game under. Those are a couple.
Honestly, I didn't get a chance to cap the game, but you're saying Wild and Avs. Did you guys take the under? I mean, that feels like that's simple enough.
That's what they like.
I'd also lean draw in the game too.
That's the pimp slap play of the day.
There you go.
I can see that going 2-2 in the overtime.
Play of the day, brother.
Very nice.
Jimmy G.
Hey, Dave.
Okay.
Just from a production value, I don't think you ever finished introducing the man Swiss down there.
Swiss Horton, I know he says he's never been. I've seen him somewhere else, but he's only been on my show. I think he's lying to me. But Swiss is probably he's one of my top 3 guys in the chat, and he hasn't said anything. But speak up, tell us about yourself, give us your life biography for people that don't know. Let's hear it.
I'm not gonna pull a Dabby Cab. Okay?
You almost did, bro.
No, I had to make sure. I looked, I saw, and I pressed the button. So there's no almost. Almost is not a thing.
Okay.
You either pull a Dabby Cab or you don't. And I hope he's watching this too. So,
Panthers
I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn tonight. I'm listening in on the MLB action, and I would like for you guys to assume I've never watched a baseball game ever in my life, and teach me how to bet the first 5.
There you go.
That is what I would like to break down today. Assume I've never watched a baseball game. That is a challenge for the cappers on the screen today. If you can teach me how to effectively pick a first 5, it might be a good show.
It's actually, I think, the best way to cap the MLB is taking first 5s. I think I've said this a few times on a couple different shows. About 80% of my plays this year are going to be first 5s, totals or money lines or spreads, stuff like that, or team totals. Those are the 2 things I focus on, because one thing that I hate trying to cap, which is the biggest wild card in probably all of baseball, is something we've already mentioned before, bullpens. I don't want anything to do with failed starters or AKA bullpens, because how many actually... Well, when you think about it, everybody starts out trying to be a starting pitcher, and then if you can't, you go to the bullpen. That's kind of the way it goes. for most people. But for me, I want nothing to do with bullpens for the most part, unless I'm betting it over. Then I want all 9 innings, and I want those bullpens because they'll give up the runs. But basically, it limits the game down to just the starting pitcher. Ideally, it limits it just down to the starting pitcher for me. So it's more of just being able to shorten the game and focus on starting pitcher versus starting pitcher.
The only thing I'll add on to that that wasn't mentioned. Early on in baseball games, you're likely to see fewer runs because the first time through a lineup, you're generally not going to see as much success. Second time facing a pitcher, obviously batting averages, run production, slugging, all increases. Third time through, it's going to go up exponentially. So you're trying to, if more than anything, you might want to lean to the unders on any first 5 because traditionally in baseball, the first time through the lineup is going to be the easiest for the pitcher, and then each time consequently after that is going to get that much harder.
And just to add on that, first 5 unders is key. If you're able to capitalize on 2 teams that have great K props and they have great K props against each other, don't forget to be able to do the analysis on the previous history. Just because the teams has changed and the lineup has changed slightly, if a certain pitcher is dominating a certain team, that's not going to change. I promise you that, because the emphasis from the hitting coaches above from that team is still somewhat jaded in that direction. So I would definitely, even though I know you're looking at a first 5, I would definitely look at attacking the Yankees whenever they get down after the first 5. They're going to destroy these reliever setups throughout the season, and look for these K props. I believe that Snell is going to be good. My personal favorite is Dylan Cease. A lot of people feel that he got backed up by the outfield and his defensive to be able to take care of. But everybody forgets this guy's a rookie. He's only like 2-3 years in the league. He's still trying to figure it out. Yet he's fucking one of the top 5 K prop leaders fucking going out. So just make sure that you just emphasize the pitcher matchup. If you want to do the first 5, then that's great. You don't have to worry about capping the relievers. I do want to be able to emphasize right now there is an added emphasis with steals. I would look at possibly looking at pop-up times between catchers and pitchers and see who's the slowest pop-up times with the combination of who is the fastest stealers. So if you get a Trey Turner matchup, is going on with the slow-ass pitcher with the slow-ass pop-up time, you're going to be able to make a lot of money off of steals this year. That's what I want to be able to take advantage of. I want to be able to take advantage of steal props, because no matter what, even one steal prop is going to be plus money, let alone 2.
So we were talking about that, Jimmy. There's not, you mentioned things we didn't even talk about. The 2 things that we talked about was the bigger bases and the disengagement from the mound. You can only throw over to first 2 times. So if you throw over 2 times, that it's not going to happen. No pitcher's ever going to throw over 2 times, because if that happens, that guy's leading off halfway. So there's only going to be 1 look. This is going to be a stealer prop deal. I mean, I think at this offense, you brought up 2 things we didn't even think of. So this is what you get, guys.
You say the bases are bigger. I said this last time I was on your show. Actually, bases mean bigger, meaning
wider,
less distance between the bases.
Yes.
So you're out is now safe.
So that's why what I'm saying is that the props are that's why the steal props there's gonna be more steals.
2 guys to absolutely not run against: Real Muto and Rushman. Those 2 guys are fucking phenomenal with their pop time. Rushman has one of the best arms, if not the best arm as a catcher in MLB. Real Muto has the lowest pop time for catchers, and one of the best arms to run against, Noodle Arm Nola. That dude threw out the lowest percentage in the league last year. So, but the backup Campusano actually has an arm, but when Nola's in there, and you got a guy like Snell that doesn't really hold runners at all, I mean, that's the matchup. I mean, there's unfortunately not really a Rocky that you look at for that stolen base prop like Jimmy was talking about, but that's the combination that he is talking about. When you get Snell and you get Nola lined up, right, dude, just play fucking everybody. Even play, old ass or fucking big ass Rowdy Tellez on that shit. Like, just put them all in there. Like, there's probably going to be some stolen bases.
I'll tell you this, just to add up what Moose is saying, is obviously baseball is a long fucking term. So right now, if you wanted to try to take advantage and start figuring out the cap on where maybe we're going to see advantages, I would love to see Salvador Perez against Trey Turner. Salvador Perez is one of the worst pop-up times. If the Nationals are playing Kansas City, promise you that game is fucking circled on my map for fucking Trey Turner to be able to get 2+ steals. I'm telling you that now.
Except for Trey Turner's a Philly.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, not Nationals. You're right, Philly. I'm sorry. I've been drinking a little bit. So, but whenever that matchup is happening, you got to take advantage. So, I like to be able to attack that in the first 5. Obviously, we want to be traditional with being able to get the half or the over/under. But I feel like we're leveling up. There's layers to this. So, forget being able to take the -0.5. The over/under. I feel like the better plays may be like the K props, the steel props, and then obviously just betting it live. Anytime you're able to bet it live, I feel like you always get more opportunities. As long as you trust your cap, and don't steer away, you might get discrepancies in the game where the team that's not supposed to be winning is up by 3, and instead of getting like a -200, you get like a +115. And at the end of the day, if you're not cashing that, then whatever. At least you're getting the big in your direction, and if you're confidently capping the games, you're going to be more right and wrong, and then you're going to get paid out more right than wrong.
Well, there you go. I'm trying to look up to see what site has the Braves' first 5 team total.
Oh, I got it, Dave. You're going to love the number.
For it.
What book?
I have it on Bovada.
I'm not on Bovada, and I won't be on Bovada.
Yeah, first 5, 2.5.
Odds suck. That's
plus
the
105. Not on this one though. Total
no,
runs
they have the more detailed props, but overall they're props.
Oh, right here. Braves total runs first 5. Oh, that's total. Never mind. That's not total runs because DraftKings is not going to be on Bet Online. FanDuel doesn't have it yet.
It's plus money on Bovada at plus 105 for 2.5.
Total runs.
I would just go. I'd go full game at 5. I'm probably going to play 5.5 at plus 105 and plus 125.
I don't hate it because their bullpen is fucking great.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not and that's the thing. That's where the discussion starts.
I'm actually with you. I'm with you. There could be some weird. You have two shots at that bet essentially. One is that let's say that they start off slow against Corbin, whatever. Then they have another shot at every other schmuck that's in the Nationals
and guaranteed 9 innings. They're on the road.
Yeah. Yep.
Done.
Okay, I'm with you. You sold me. That's my Royals money line and Braves full game team total over.
Yeah, I'm going to be on add the Braves full game team total over as well. I have the full game over in general at 8.
Angels Athletics full game over. I haven't even looked at what it is. No matter what it is, I'm betting the over.
I took Oakland first 5 plus a half plus 120.
With Ohtani?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
I love shitty teams.
Hey, Dave. Hey, chat. Everybody that's in here, I'm going to step out for a minute. You're going to see me back in an hour. I'm going to move locations, and we're going to go ahead and try to snap these bookies over the head. All right? So buddy, I appreciate you guys having me on. Always, I'm going to see you in about an hour, okay?
Cool, buddy. Thanks.
Go.
Yeah, the Athletic, this is the thing. It's at Angel Stadium, right?
Nope. It's in Oakland.
Well, then what? The A's play worse at home than they do away.
I took a shot with the Oakland first 5.
Yeah. My plus money shots are the Royals and maybe the Orioles. Those are the two that I'm looking at.
Oakland develops, though. Like, Oakland absolutely still develops. I'm not sure how much of that was Billy Beane, but they've historically developed and gotten better. Like, they're just every year.
Billy Beane was 20 years ago, bro. A long time ago.
I thought he just retired like in 2016.
I'm thinking about like the glory years. No, you're right. As far as building it up, I'm thinking about the movie and everything. That was like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was like, dude, he was like Moneyball. Like that was 2000.
Jason Giambi's younger brother die recently.
Jeremy?
I think. Jeremy? Did I see that? Did I see that? I thought.
I don't know, but I mean, shit. It just sucks because like
he died last year. I saw this on February 9th, 2022. He died. He was a big a partier, like
yeah.
Giambi was found dead at his parents' house in Claremont, according to spokesperson. The examiner announced that Giambi's death had been ruled a suicide. Oh shit! Well, that's a nice fucking.
Glad you brought that into the discussion.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There we go.
Thank
Dave.
you for bringing that in.
All right. Well,
You know what's going to suck, though, is there's going to be an opening day in Oakland, and they should just bypass that and just go into the regular season so it doesn't look so bad. Because that shit's going to be so sad and pathetic.
It is. That's the worst fucking place. If you've ever been there, it's just the disgusting worst place.
It's the most wettest fart of an opening day you could
is.
possibly design. There's not going to be you can tailgate there, but there's not going to be any tailgating. There might be 10,000, maybe 8,000.
Nah, I don't think so.
Hell no, to the no.
There you go.
We haven't got enough of those in yet. So
over under opening day attendance for the Oakland A's, over under 8,250.
Well, how many Angels games? How many Angels fans are going to travel? Because that's
part of the question.
There are a lot of Angels fans in Northern California too. Actually, surprisingly.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If they can get a decent
and it's Ohtani. So
Ohtani.
I think that's a pretty good number.
Yeah,
I think that's 8,250 over under.
Dang, 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 dang.
Chat, let's hear it. Over under.
This is Ohtani's cousin. You think so? No.
I'm gonna go with no.
I want to guess no.
Final answer.
It is Chinese.
Yeah, true. We don't know that he's Chinese. We don't know that for sure. Actually.
Run the clip.
Well, okay.
Boys, I'm sweating a spot here. I'm going to tell you the truth.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Square parlay of the day. Bucks, Nets, OKC Thunder, and the Sixers all on the money line. It was a plus 115 spot, and I went heavy. I think
that sounds a low-key banger.
Yeah.
I could put that in a playlist and listen to it. I could drive around San Diego, bumping the ding, 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 ding. I could do that. I could bump that.
It's a thing,
absolutely.
Bro. It's a thing. All right, so we need this Clippers spot to hold. We took the Clippers plus 2.5 for the second half.
The OKC Thunder.
I don't think the under in the Clippers game hit. I don't think
no.
so.
No, I don't think so either. It got demolished.
But luckily, the NHL is being good. So Panthers and Islanders both won, and so I'm hoping I can finish it off with Colorado, Minnesota under.
But we got some bullets for this Avs game that just popped off. We're gonna. Should I just fucking do it right now? Oh, it already went down to plus 150. You know what, Dave? We're so confident in the Avs today.
Did you just talk to yourself in the third person?
Yes.
Wow.
Is that fourth person? I'm confused.
No, I gotta break this. I gotta break the wall. What do they call that? Break the
fourth wall
or whatever. Yeah.
Great job, guy hosting a YouTube channel.
No, is this Dabby Cab here with the? No, that's not a midget.
God damn! Can the grabber police just stay in the fucking office? God, dude.
What's up, Stimmy? You got your girls check? Cheshire Cat. Okay, he might have deleted his Twitter. I tried to DM him today, and he's not. It doesn't let me. He might have deleted.
He stays with his girls check, man.
He does, bro. You know it.
No, we gotta hit the IRS. We gotta hit the IRS opposed to VOG.
Nick, if you chose a side, who would you bet on tonight? I know what he's gonna say already.
Value wise, I bet the under, but if I gun to my head had to bet a side, I would take the dog. I'd take Minnesota.
Yeah, on the money line, of course.
Yeah. That being said, I do not want Minnesota to win this game tonight because this is a big game for my Colorado divisional future because this is a 4-point swing game. So more importantly than anything, I need Colorado to win so they can jump Minnesota with a game in hand still. So if I were to bet aside, no bias on any futures bets, I would take Minnesota. But that's just because I had the game priced around a pick 'em. But I had more value on the under, so that's why I took that.
I took the full first period under 1.5. continuing to line up the full game under 6. I do have a Mexican soccer game for all of us degenerates.
What would be better? How would the show be complete without a Mexican soccer pick? Go ahead.
All right, let me get there.
I love it.
Cruz Azul. Everybody knows Cruz Azul. It's America's fan favorite. Under 2.5 goals in that Mexican soccer game tonight. Go ahead and lay it out there. Lay the lumber. Lay whatever it is you want to lay. Let me go.
Is that going to be another? Is that going to be just like every other soccer game that finishes 0-0 after 90 minutes, and we can take a nap halfway through the game?
No, shots fired.
Not sure. I
Wild
missed part
money
of it, but I jumped on it. Under 2.5. Cruz Azul under 2.5. We'll laugh in the morning when we won. Starts at 11.
I'm with you. I like a little late night soccer action. Wild money line. Well, I'm on that too, actually. Surprisingly, I'm on both sides of the bet. We won't go there, but I will win half a unit if they win.
And Kelly asking in the series, what's the Colorado-Minnesota record? This is the third time they're playing. This will be the third time they played this year, and I think it's actually the last time they played. Colorado has won both meetings. 6-2 and 3-2.
Yeah. So what would make you think that they're not going to blast them? Come on.
Minnesota goal.
It's tough to beat
Minnesota goal.
Already?
Yeah.
Yep. Both games already went under so far today. So, yeah, this game's definitely going over.
All right.
For sure.
More time for me to slam Colorado. Why can't I get this game as a block? It can't be blocked out where I'm at. That doesn't even make blacked out. That doesn't even make sense.
I'm going to step away. Sense. If you guys are still on, I'm going to be back on. Just give me a little bit.
We'll be on. Yeah,
all right. Ding, 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 ding.
I am live betting the Trailblazers, Sacramento Kings, first half under 113.5. Terrible spot, but I'm doing it. We are where we are, and I am where I am.
Why can't I get the goddamn...
And I'm going to take this under 6.5 live at plus 115 in this Avalanche game because it's screaming under.
I can't imagine.
Oh, and I can still get the Wild at minus 130. Okay.
Why is this not on the fucking thing? I guess it's blocked out here. It doesn't even make sense. Let's try one more thing. I don't want to watch it on Bet Online. I really don't. I guess it's on TNT. That's why. But that sometimes mean I can't get it. Let's see. YouTube TV. If I can get plus money on the Avs, I think I'm going to take it on the money line.
No.
Oh yeah,
Dave. It's minus 105 right now.
Yeah, I can't do it unless I get some plus monies.
Take the under 6.5.
I can't. This is the thing. I would have liked to take that previously, the under bet. I can't correlate my Avs bet to a under bet because I need goals. So I can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. But I'm gonna win half a bet if the Wild win. I'm gonna lose half a unit. I have a full unit on plus money for Colorado puck line, and then I've got half a unit for the money line for the Wild, which is plus money. So I'll actually lose less. It won't be that bad of a bet, but I want to get on this some other way. We got to get on it some other way.
Maybe use a ladder.
No,
like if you want to ladder something, like, you know, just like minus 1.5, minus 2.5, minus 3. I wasn't even trying to like joke. I was literally just like, all right. I was kind of trying to joke. I was kind of trying to joke a little bit.
You, Mike, you had the first in the Kings Blazers game. You had the first half under 112. We left. It's at 106 now. That was a good spot. If you got it at 112. It's locked because I think there's a power play. Is there a power play?
Probably. The referees were like, "Oh, we've already had 2 unders. Let me blow the whistle 800 times tonight."
I think I saw. I don't want to confirm because they're doing a replay now. Hey, Mike, did you get the Portland Trailblazers 112 for the first half under? No? Okay.
He may have said something and then also taken himself off camera and muted himself.
He might have. It's a Colorado power play.
Yeah. I do have a
look there, Gerardo. Quick wild goal, and you take their team total under 3.5 now. I like that look actually an awful lot. Unfortunately, BetOnline does not give me live odds on team totals, I believe.
And Dave, there was something I kind of want to talk about with MLB whenever you want to get a chance.
Go for it. I'm watching the game. Go ahead. Go for it.
I thought you guys were kind of going through NHL, so I just wanted to say, hey, I got something. I probably should have put it in private chat, but sometimes I think and speak at the same time.
Go for it. You got it.
One element that we have not talked about tonight is defense, which is a very dependent stat for bettors out there, because you always have to account for the defense. And in baseball, what's generally considered the defense is just the pitching, but you also have to look at the actual defense being played by the defense. Worst defense in baseball last year, White Sox. Did they do anything to improve their defense? No. They will continue to be one of the worst defensive teams in baseball. So even though you have great pitching, elite pitching between the bullpen and the starters, that defense will screw you. So if you're taking overs, that's why we talked about K-props. White Sox, it could be way more beneficial to target K-props instead of that total because of how terrible that White Sox defense is, which is why I love my Guardians divisional futures bet. I fucking love it because I got it at plus money. I don't expect the Twins to challenge too much because I think they lack pitching and it's going to get exposed. And the White Sox, what pulled the trigger was that defensive stat, because you'll see defense rear its head over the longer terms of the season rather than a short term. If you're looking at game to game, you want to look at series and futures. That's why I do love my Guardians. Yeah, and shout out to Sharpie too on the K props as well. I just saw Smoke and Mirrors in there. Sharpie's fucking crazy on that shit.
No, he's not. He's insane. I mean, he spends so much time. But the thing is why I think it's amazing that two things I think that are amazing that I can't do, that are skills I don't have. One is Cab's skill to correctly bet very publicly square college basketball teams, meaning top 25 teams, top 10 teams, and be on the favorite side and hit them first fives. I mean, he had a ridiculous record, and that's not me being facetious or making fun of him. That's the truth. I can't do it, and it's a skill that's ridiculous. The other thing is Sharpie that takes like top pitchers and still hits K props. And granted, there are some he takes top of the line guys and picks the right spots. It's amazing what these guys do.
And Daniel actually made a great point. Benintendi is with the White Sox. So there will be at least one part of the field that will be significantly better. And I believe he is slated to play left field. I'm pretty sure he's
Royals last year, I think.
No, he was with he got traded to the Yankees.
Okay,
Yankees, yeah.
Yeah, he got traded
to
the Yankees.
He was in the Royals at one point, wasn't he?
But I mean,
field.
Well, and Kelly literally just comes in right after. Is like, why are there so many doubles? Because fucking outfielders took terrible routes. I mean, you turn a single into a double by taking the wrong angle. You turn a double into a triple by not having proper footwork and getting the arm into a throwing position after picking up the ball. Those are things that the outfielders, I mean, it was across the board at every single position that they really struggled. I mean, Grandal is not a defensive catcher. I forget who the other guy is that's there that backed him up. He was still a pretty good player.
Vogue?
Was it Vogue? No, it's not Vogue. It was a bigger name. But anyways, there were still significant holes. Tim Anderson is not a good defender. You look, and Abreu wasn't great over there, and Vaughn, whatever his name is, Andrew Vaughn is not.
I think he's gonna have a good year this year.
Well, I mean, but I don't think there's going to be that much of an improvement that you would cancel out their defensive inefficiencies at significant positions, specifically up the middle.
White Sox.
Yeah, but it's more of the point of how defense factors in. You can't factor in defense from a game-to-game basis. You have to factor in defense over a bigger picture or a longer period of time, whether it's a series bet or a futures bet. And Guardians, you can bet Guardians at plus money to win the Central, and I think that's a fantastic bet because if it's the Twins going up against them, I have questions about their pitching. I have questions about their durability. If it's the White Sox, I just talked about their defense. And the Royals and Tigers are not in that conversation yet, in my opinion. I think the Royals are getting a little closer. Tigers could be closer. I do like the Royals offense a little bit, just a wee bit. It could be good, but it could also suck.
I think that granted that division is wide open too. I think the Royals, I think there's going to be a lot of good plus money spots in the beginning of the year with the Royals. I think that's one of the teams I think I'm going to ride with. I still think even though I know Nick doesn't agree, I think there's still going to be some good spots with the Orioles. And I'm not as high as Tim is on them, but I think there's going to be some. I'm looking for plus money spots, and I'm not looking in the same places. I'm not looking. The two places people look are the Pirates and the Reds. That's played out. I think. I think the places you need to look are the Diamondbacks. Some people that have some real good pieces, and teams that showed promise last year, like the Diamondbacks did, like the Orioles did. The Royals didn't, but I just kind of feel like the Royals are still so disrespected. And even from the Greinke angle at home, still getting plus money. Sign me up.
Yeah, I think you're hitting it right on the head. But I think the Orioles are. I do like them. I have several futures bets on the Orioles, and I am a fan of them this year. But the reason I'm a fan is because I saw their young talent come up. And you just talked about this. So I kind of apologize for somewhat saying the same thing in a different way. No. They had the talent come up last year. You saw it develop. It is dependent on the next wave of talent that is also coming up right behind them. Your Gunnar Hendersons of the world that are right on the cusp. Because if those guys come back and you get a season from Dylan Tate in the bullpen that expands that bullpen, that is a playoff team to me. And I think they could challenge in the East. I don't think they're going to win the East. I still think the Yankees or the Blue Jays will back their way into it. But that bullpen, if you can piece it together, that offense is going to be Santander, Mullins. Those guys look fantastic right now.
I think it's more wide open, that division, than it's ever been.
I think it is too.
Yeah,
I kind of like a team you didn't mention there for the American League East. I think a dark horse is Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I like them too.
I took Tampa Bay plus 325 to win that division. Their pitching staff is great. I like McClanahan. As I took McClanahan, Cy Young. I think that offense is going to be better because Wander Franco, I think, is going to have he was hurt most of last year. That's one reason why their hitting wasn't as good last year as it probably will be this year, as they had some injuries. I like the Rays to win the American League East at plus 325.
Jesus Christ. These guys. Okay, so there's been 10, half the period's gone. Sorry to interrupt you. This wild Avalanche game. There's been 3 shots. It was 4-on-4. Now it's 4-on-3. There's been 4 shots taken in the whole game. These guys just want to beat each other up. It's fucking stupid. And they're taking dumb shots.
Please go for it and play to a 1-1 game heading into overtime.
But there's Mike, are you muted, buddy?
No, he's not muted.
He might have been. No, yeah. What this Portland game I wanted to ask you about? I think you got a real good, but you had 112 for the first half under.
I think it was 114.5. Yeah, but
it's
101. I'm definitely on the under. Yeah, I see it. I'm watching it.
Yeah, that's great fucking bet. I almost pulled the trigger too. I was too busy fucking trying to produce. It's the truth, man. I got to press buttons.
Plus 7. So
there you go.
I'm on the first half on that Kings Blazers game. I have the T-Wolves plus 7.
And we have to talk about this because we do not negotiate with terrorists. Someone is disliked or taken away likes. We're under 30 now. We have 31 in the chat, guys. Get us over 30 again, and we'll start playing some of our
I don't understand how we get likes taken away.
We do. There was 33, and now there's 29.
Who does that? Is somebody like trying to hit it twice?
But guys, Mike and Nick know this. This happens every fucking show, almost everyone.
It's Moose's fault.
No, it's not.
100%
Moose.
It usually is.
No, Dave started talking
Let's
about
make
the
it simple.
enjoyment of
Hashtag
the
blame Moose and move on.
penis, and everybody started.
Yeah,
Blame
apparently,
Moose.
but
Blame
here's the thing.
Moose.
How could it be a coincidence every show that people like and unlike every single show? Because we only have the same 25 people that watch the show. So it's like,
It's when you start talking about penis, everyone unlikes at that point.
when have
They
I
don't like
mentioned that word the whole show?
Just
I don't
now.
I didn't say it now. We did talk about how cum was not spelled right, but
Yeah, there
it.
you
Sitting
go.
on it, spinning on it. There's a whole bunch.
I didn't bring that
Colorado
up.
scores.
Yeah.
Avalanche
This is a
score.
simple theme.
yes,
Avalanche goal.
Under.
We'll get an unfortunate
we
theme.
do not
All right,
negotiate
now,
with terrorists.
Slow down.
We do not negotiate with terrorists. Did that play all the way?
No, I did not.
Because I think my internet's fucked up.
What you gonna do when we come for you?
Did that play all the way?
No, I mean,
Not
not
really.
yes and no.
No, my internet's effed up.
No.
Right
It's
away.
playing in segments, which could be a good way to digest that because it's pretty elite.
It is, but it's a terrorist. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, it's the terrorists. Goddamn terrorists. Goddamn Swiss.
We do not negotiate with terrorists. He's actually from Detroit. He's not even.
No, I meant the Swiss. I don't. It's just unfortunate that literally Swiss was on here. I have a buddy that lives in Switzerland, so anytime I can talk shit on the Swiss, I'm going to take that opportunity.
There you go.
Like your chocolate's overrated. Your chocolate
Strawberry
loaf
Heel
bastards.
coming in there. No, it's Strawberry Hill and Fuzzy Navel. You got to get it right. Come on. But I will say this: I'm not a feet person, but Strawberry Hill, the one that Coach originally brought in, she had some nasty ass feet. But the other one had some. I mean, as far as feet go, we're okay. I mean, I'm not a feet guy, but
Moving on.
I'm gonna take a small shot here real quick. Small live bet. First period under 2.5 even money. Avalanche and Wild. 8.5 minutes of no goals.
Out the full game under 6.5 at plus 135. I took it under 6. I'm gonna ride again. You guys know the pimp slap play of the day under 6.
Yep,
I'm
I'm
with
on the
you.
under as well. So I'm taking the second period under.
it's gonna be
First
4-1.
period under 2.5 even money.
4-1. I'm telling you right now, 4-1.
I'm cool with that.
All right, we're putting it in, Dave. We're putting in the ladder on Patrick Corbin fade.
So what are you doing specifically? Tell me.
I'm going to do 4.5 at minus 130. I'm going to do the 5 at plus 105. I'm going to do 5.5 at plus 125.
I might I'm going to post the bet. I'm probably doing a video on it. I'm probably putting 3 units on that play. I mean, I'm going to smash it.
That was the first play I made all season for the entire MLB season was the over 8.
It's when you go into a season, you have no stats or nothing. You're basing it off of what you know. Did he suddenly get that much better? He's horrible. I mean, and you get 2 shots at it. We have the horrible the Nationals bullpen and the horrible fucking Patrick Corbin.
Exactly. And the ultimate question is, or the ultimate statement of this is, that's how bad the Nationals are. That Patrick Corbin is not only on your pitching staff still, but he's your fucking ace. He's your opening day starter.
Yeah, I'm in it.
We were talking about that earlier, Nick. How is Josiah Gray not the guy that you traded for in that Trey Turner Max Scherzer deal? Like you literally traded for him and Keibert Ruiz, and yet both of those guys are not anywhere close to what you traded for. So do you just literally just swallow the L on that and be like, yeah, we're probably gonna have to move on from this, and it totally didn't work. We didn't get any of the pieces we were supposed to get, which makes the Juan Soto trade just they may have gotten fleeced on that one too, depending on how Mackenzie Gore and Hassel and Abrams develop. So it's just did they just sell their best pieces for literally nothing? Are they going to go down? Is this going to go down as literally the worst management, which is exactly what Juan Soto said about them when he declined their $500 million offer?
Yeah.
It's these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not staying when those people are in charge.
Here's a question. Where is Johan Adon right now after he lost 11 games before June or whatever it was? Is he even in the minor leagues?
Oh, I don't even know. I wish I
not
could
a
tell you.
freaking clue.
That was the he would before he's I think he's like he lost 11 games before what was it before he lost every game. It was like incredible.
He was 0 and whatever against the spread. Like, so if you bet on a game and you did not bet on Adon, you lost.
So on
First,
June
you
17th of last year, after recording his 11th loss, Adon was sent back down to AAA. So I don't know where he is now. That's the last thing I'm looking at. Yeah, Patrick Corbin was my ATM. He farted dollar bills. He bent over and he farted right in my face. Just
Not at the end, though. At the end, he like because there were so many younger players that came up, and because he faced a very soft lineup most of the time coming down the stretch. Teams that were struggling.
You're right.
I mean, he played against the Padres when the Padres were struggling. He played against the Brewers when the Brewers were struggling.
Yeah.
He kept like getting the matchups where it's like, all right, this is going to be the game that turns it around for this team because they're facing Patrick Corbin, and he goes like 6 scoreless.
Yeah. So
I expect things to revert back to the norm here. I'm not sure if that phrase is right, but I expect Corbin to absolutely get demolished. The only thing that worries me is that I'm getting good odds on this number because I would have thought that bookies, bookmakers, Vegas.
I think the only reason why the line isn't bigger right now is because it's opening day. And you got to keep in mind these elite teams in the first month. This is why underdogs are probably a good look in the first month. Elite teams are not in elite form yet. Because that's kind of the way to think about it.
Thank you. Sorry, I just as soon as Chris continue to put in there like regress back to the mean. Yeah, revert. Yeah, sometimes I use wrong words. Me not know English, no good.
Yeah,
trust me, you're not the worst.
Yeah, me habla inglés no bueno.
At least you don't spell the hyphenated like word come on COMON. Man, but it was voice text though.
Wait, what? COMON?
Because remember he said that "come" was
spelled
spell
that right.
He spelled it COMON in the thing.
You.
All right, so here we go. I have the bet of the year real quick. Patrick Corbin to win the Cy Young Award at plus 20,000.
Yeah.
2001.
Yeah, you can. Here's the thing: you can put $1 down on that and lose $1 because the motherfucker's not winning the Cy Young Award.
I'm glad you brought it up, though.
I wouldn't even waste $1. I'd keep quarters in my pocket, bro.
Glad we know what we aren't gonna. Anyways,
are they showing Fleury on the? Who cares? Quit showing that fucking stupid face.
Hey, Fleury.
Fleury is actually starting to play really well, which is going to make it interesting when playoffs come around. Who they're going to go with for the starting job for game 1 of the playoffs? Because Fleury is making a case of why he should be the game 1 starter.
Ooh, was that the post?
You guys know I'm a big run it back guy, and my Sacramento Kings Trailblazers first half under is about to cash. I'm going to run it back with this Mexican soccer game under 2.5. I'm already back on this thing. I'm going to whack it again.
Run it back.
When it cash, we have some ding ding dings to play or whatever.
I think isn't Tuki Toussaint still? Is he still with the Braves or is he with the Angels right now? I'll look that shit up.
And by the way, the Islanders won in a shootout, right?
Yeah, well, that was the first time this year I think they've won a shootout.
Were you on the Islanders, Mike? I thought you were, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Well,
I was on the Islanders and the Panthers.
We need to play some.
No, I was on Toronto. Uncomfortable.
Nah.
He's with the Guardians.
But we won 2 bets, so here we go.
America, fuck yeah! So lick my blood and suck on my bone. America, fuck yeah!
And for Mike, his favorite.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
The question of the night is $400 too much to have on an under in a Mexican soccer game? Because I'm about to pop another.
I think personally for me, $5 is too much to have on a soccer game in general.
Yeah, there you go.
So the answer is I should put more on it then? Is that what you're saying?
Everything.
Totally.
Empty the coffers.
100%.
Empty the clip?
Yep.
Baseball tomorrow. I should empty the clip. Give myself a nice big fat bankroll to put it in.
America, fuck yeah! So lick my blood and suck on my bone. America, fuck yeah!
Be like a true American and empty the clip.
Yeah.
All right.
Technically, Kelly, he is, but he's in the minors. He's with the Gwinnett Stripers, which I
fancy.
immediately saw as Gwinnett Strippers. But
Yeah.
like, God damn, there's a team named the Strippers in Atlanta. All right, it's in Atlanta. That makes sense. If there's going to be a team that's named that.
I've been to a strip bar in Atlanta, and it was disgusting. Side note.
I think he was with Cleveland last year. As I just looked at his stats, and I don't know. I mean, shit. He did have a Cleveland hat on, but it said his current team is the Gwinnett Stripers.
So this T-Wolves are keeping it close. I mean, we want this for the whole game, but we're looking good.
Hey, there you go.
Let's look at some live. I mean, I have some. We have some. I mean, I know Mike's over with soccer, which is cool, but let's. Do we have any looks in these?
I'm already on a T-Wolves plus 5.5,
Yeah,
plus 6.5, plus 7.5.
I am too. Yeah, we're looking good. The over. See, okay, so the total was probably. I don't know what the pre-flop it was. It's at 220 right now. We're looking like it's kind of looking like an under. So maybe we go second half over. I'm going to see what it ends at first half. Because it looks like 22 points in 5.5 minutes. I don't know. That's probably right on. Mike, I threw a nickel in that under. A nickel.
There you go.
$5, yeah. Maybe you
Put
mean a nickel
500 on that?
$50.
Jeez.
I don't know.
Hey, Marty Riggs, I'm gonna cash something out here in a minute, and then I'm gonna throw all that out there too.
I got somewhat breaking news.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
Let's go.
Is it Mexican soccer game related?
For the first no, it is not. It is not. It is not. For the first time in franchise history, the Padres opening day has been delayed. The official start time for tomorrow's game has been moved back to 6:40 Pacific time.
Under.
Wow.
Pass.
Under.
That might put me back on the over.
I'm on the other side.
Yeah, because if they delayed it day of, that's one thing. But these guys get noticed now.
They now
right?
have
So they're sitting in the
exactly.
room. Yeah, they're
Exactly. That's the fucking point right there, because they now have the ability to plan and prepare. Because if they were sitting around, now they have batting practice. That's key,
Right.
especially on opening day with limited opportunities for swings that had happened in spring training and getting ready for a major league game. First one in your stadium.
And it doesn't affect the pitcher's startup routine, right? The guy wakes up, has Cheerios.
It was the hitter.
There's a game that's about to start right now.
And
go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
There's a game that's going to start here. It's Querétaro and Cruz Azul, the most important game of the night. What was your bet in that game? What
Under 2.5. What do you mean?
The book that I have has the Asian odds, the 2.5.
Take 2.25 if you can. Take 2.25 and double it up.
Okay, I'm just gonna bet the
Minnesota
really
scores.
okay the under.
No.
It's Mexican
Avalanche.
soccer,
God
Dave.
damn it.
Mexican
Fuck
soccer,
yeah.
Dave.
Fuck the fucking Wild.
Oh no! All right,
If
all right.
you're going to go
I'll do
Asian
it.
lines, take the 2.25 and double up the amount you're going to put in there. But if you're
The
going to
problem
go
with the book that
straight
I'm
lines,
using, the
2.5.
only book in California has the 2.5. But I'll bet the under.
What's the 2.5? What's that number?
minus 110?
My under 2.5 is minus 145. So I would take that now.
Okay.
What's your under 2.5 look like?
I don't have a choice. I only have the choice of taking 2.5. That's all.
Is
This is
that
the
a section
soccer
that
book.
says Asian lines and then regular lines, or
No,
Asian
it's
lines and
because-
game lines?
Bet Online doesn't have. It's not a very friendly soccer book. No, I only get that, especially with like third rate leagues. So I'm gonna take 2.5. I'll take a full unit. Let's fucking go. Fine.
Yeah, I mean the problem is if
1-0?
they get to 2, you only win half your bet. Is what that
You're right.
means.
No, I understand that. Yeah.
There's nothing in there that show. Well, what about 3? What about juicing up and paying for 3?
It doesn't. This is the thing. There's the box. It's locked. So I've tried to bet soccer on this book before, and it's not as friendly as even American books, which is crazy. But I'm in a place where I can only use this book right now. I'll take it with you. It's going to be 1-0. Let's say that. Let's do it.
Hey, let's go.
Let's do it. I'll fucking do it.
There you go. That's called following a capper, tailing a capper. Sorry, my bad. I used the wrong term.
If this guy's when I'm talking about Mexican soccer, like Liga X or Liga. It's actually X, right? So there you go.
Dos Equis?
Well, X means X. Yeah.
Oh, does it? Oh shit. That
Yeah.
explains so much.
wrong.
I was always wondering why those 2 X's were on that bottle. I was like, why the fuck are there 2 X's here?
I thought you said the Avalanche scored. Minnesota scored.
Minnesota scored. Yeah.
It's like the worst
Wow.
possible way.
No,
Yeah.
I said Minnesota scored.
Now we want the over.
Oh, we want the under. Fuck you.
I know you do, but I can't root for that because I have money on the other side.
Yeah, when was the last time you had Terry on here? Mr. Wild.
A long time.
Very
long time.
There you go.
It's crazy is I've got a big play on Minnesota Wild, and my cash out is still less money for Minnesota Wild than the original bet.
What is it?
Fuckers.
What does that tell you? Oh, Dale Fix coming in or ask Mike if you have an answer to this, go for it. How the fuck? I don't even know what that means.
Kudinkan?
Sounds like
That sounds like some Colombian
Hooligan.
soccer. I don't follow the 2 leagues. It's hard enough to follow all the main leagues.
Damn, stumped Mike.
But-
wow.
I am all over this under 2.5. Azul versus Querétaro.
Let's go. Let's see.
And as soon as my money comes off this under in Sacramento Kings, Portland Trailblazers. How much time we got left there? Three and a half minutes.
4-ish minutes. Yeah.
I'm gonna take all that money and I'm gonna dump it on this Mexican soccer game under 2. It's baseball tomorrow. I need to build that bankroll.
Let's
I got
go.
1 spot left to build my bankroll for baseball tomorrow, and it's fucking Cruz Azul.
There you go.
No Russian table tennis.
Cheers.
Speaking of baseball, what before the season even starts, I don't even know how we haven't talked about this yet, even though we've alluded to it plenty of times. What futures does anybody have out there? I mean, I got way too many. So
I've locked in my American League ones. I haven't locked in my National League ones yet because we just finished up the National League shows today.
all right, I'm not going to react. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be betting my National League ones soon. But let me grab what my American League ones were.
I think I'm gonna parlay the Phillies with the Sixers and the Eagles all to win the championships.
Do you
And
want
if
to
that
just give me
happens,
your
I
money?
will blow my head off.
You can give me your
It's
money.
not. It's
instead.
not a fan bias. It's just a better team bias.
I got for the
I won't react, I
East.
promise.
Yeah, for the East, I took Yankees over 94.5. Manoa Cy Young at $9. Rays over 88.5, and to win the AL East at $3.50. McClanahan Cy Young as well, $12, and Baltimore under 76.5 plus 110. I got in the Central the Twins over 83.5, and the to win the division at plus 185. I know you're thinking Cleveland on that side, but I took a little bit of shot with Minnie there. I took both Detroit and Kansas City under 69.5 wins. And then for the West, maybe it's a little bit of bias, but I got or bias from last year, but I took Astros over 96.5, American League, American League and World Series futures, because I don't see anybody coming out of the what do you call it? The AL other than the Astros, really. I don't see anybody close to them still. And then I got Framer Valdez, Cy Young, Rangers under 82.5. And I may be crazy for this one, but I took the Athletics over 59.5 wins. That's all my American League ones.
There you go. I like some of those.
You're holding your tongue.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want to react. Like, I don't want to be the guy that's like, ooh, boo, yeah, ooh, boo. Like, I don't want to be that guy. Like, if you put money on it, like, you have your reasons. I don't, like,
Yeah.
like, what am I going to do? Change your mind by giving you one fact? Like, oh, I should have, how did I not think of that? Like,
Oh,
you know how
bet
rare-
that? Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how rarely does that happen?
Cancel that out. That's a terrible bet.
Cancel!
Yeah.
Cancel that shit.
Because you know how much listening to other people impacts my handicapping. It's barely anything because by the time I watch all these different shows, I've got my bets locked in and I'm not changing anything. It's entertainment when I watch other people give out their opinions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Dave, do you have any MLB futures? Mike, any MLB
Haven't
futures?
I haven't taken any of them. I don't do futures, and I would have done one. It would have been the Padres to win the West.
All right. Well, I have a shit ton, so
But go for it. Let's go.
I do like the Dodgers a little.
I have Diamondbacks wins over 74.5, and I have Diamondbacks divisional standing third. And I kind of love that bet. Because you figure the Padres Dodgers in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and the Rockies are the
And then you
ass.
think the Rockies are going to be ass, and
I think the Rockies are going to be terrible. But and it's also basically a competition then between the Giants and the Diamondbacks. And it's like, all right, I feel good with that. Braves win the division. Orioles win streak over. Orioles wins over. Orioles make playoffs. Red Sox wins under. White Sox wins under. Guardians wins over. Guardians win division. Rockies wins under. Tigers wins under. Astros wins. I went crazy on. I went over 94.5, over 95.5, over 96.5. I think they win 100 games this year. Angels.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, dude, what have they done that's not going to make them better?
Yeah, exactly. That's a crazy number. That's actually 100 under 100.
Yeah, and it went down. Like I bet it at 95.5 and 96.5, thinking like, oh, it's going to go up to 98, and it went down to 94.5 at minus 105, and I grabbed that. So I got that one. Angels longest win streak over 6.5. Marlins over win streak and Marlins.
I like both those actually. Those are two good ones. I like those longest win streaks over.
Yeah, it's basically the win or the pitchers that are able to get wins and an offense that if they get hot, I mean that Angels offense, if it gets hot and it works, it's going to take a lot of offense to counteract that. It's going to take a lot of.
What's the streak at for that Angels one?
6.5.
That's like free money, I think. Almost.
Well,
I like that one too.
It's more
7
like
wins?
7 wins, so that means you're going to have to get a win or two from the back end of that starting rotation.
But they, like I said, they're 1 through 6. I know their bullpen sucks, but the 1 through 6 in their lineup is the top 6 or 7 in baseball. Look at it. I mean,
yeah, I think their bullpen can figure it out enough.
Rendon, Trout, and Ohtani, and who are? I mean, we went over this in your show, Nick.
Hunter Renfroe.
Yeah, Renfroe. I mean, that's legit, bro.
Offensively, they'll be able to score runs. It's just I don't trust that bullpen.
Well, the bullpen.
And it doesn't matter when they get it, right? They can get it at any point through the season.
Any point.
So they can go on a run in August, and who gives a shit?
They have a stretch where they play the A's, Tigers, and White Sox or Reds, or like just the team. Like, and they have a couple of those type of streaks. So I thought that was a good bet.
Okay.
And then I think the Marlins, just because of that pitching, like they can win 7 games. And I don't expect them to make the playoffs, but I do think the Marlins will have a over 75.5, 76.5 win total. Twins over on their win streak of 6.5. Mets over 94.5. I got that at plus money once Diaz went down. They lowered that, and I took it at plus money because I don't think they're accounting for how good that rotation can be with Scherzer, DeGrom. I'm sorry, not Scherzer, DeGrom. Scherzer, Verlander, and Senga. I think those guys can be fucking
Don't sleep on Peterson either.
Peterson can be legit as well, and that bullpen is still good. I didn't have it in that tier of excellence, but they are still very good. Yankees wins under. Giants wins under. Cardinals win streak over 7.5 at plus 100. Cardinals wins over 88.5. Rangers wins under. Blue Jays wins under.
I like that Rangers under.
Hey, put the link.
Everything but the Blue Jays.
Sent me the tweet.
Yeah, put the
he just sent
link
me
in
the
the chat, bro. We can all click on it if you're putting it on here.
What?
It's a hockey thing. There's breaking news.
Oh, okay.
We put the link in the chat.
Nick, did you do any player props? Did you go through your player props already?
The only ones I took were just like Cy Young futures, I think, with McClanahan, Valdez, and I originally had Rendon, but I didn't bet it yet. I wanted to bet Rendon, but obviously he got hurt, so I ended up replacing Rendon with Valdez. Valdez. Manoah, that was the other one.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Steve,
I don't think that guy's very reliable. He said a few things. That one guy who said Devin Levi starting. No, Devin. The tweet he sent me saying Devin Levi will be making his debut. The guy, Yeah, I want to
I know,
see.
but I was saying
I
who's
want to
a-
see another person say it before I confirm that Devin Levi is actually going to be starting.
I
against
only
the
get
Rangers.
I only get my hockey plays from two places. One, Earl Sports Bets, and two, Terry. Getting Wild with Terry and friends. Those are the only two places.
I thought you were going to say Earl Sports Bets twice.
No.
I thought you were going to. I only get it from two places: Earl Sports Bets and Earl Sports Bets.
That's true. Nick and Mike. I mean, I'm a
Thought you were
very
gonna do that.
novice capper. Nick and Mike are the two. I mean, and Bobano were probably the three best hockey cappers that I know.
Yeah.
Here,
By,
let me.
by the way, if they
sorry,
do
go
plan on having Devin Levi make his debut for the Sabres against the Rangers, that's probably one of the worst things they can do for Devin Levi, because you're just asking him to get lit up in his first start.
Yeah,
Like,
and fuck the Sabres, by the
You're
way.
asking him to get fucked in his first start. If you're going to make, because he's one of your top prospects, and at this point, start him against the Canadiens. Start him against the Blue Jackets. Don't start him against the Rangers, a team that can potentially make a run through the playoffs. That's an awful decision. That's like saying, here's my prize pitcher. I'm going to put him against the Dodgers day one. No, the fuck you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that for Levi if he has to have his first start against the Rangers.
I think I'm on this. So 90 they scored. So Mike, by the way, Mike easily hit. He's not here. We'll celebrate when he comes back. He easily hit his first half under in the Kings Blazers game.
Easily.
No, you said he was going to double
which
down.
one
Didn't
of
you
you
say you were going to
assholes-
double down?
Let's celebrate.
What I want to know is which
I
one of
like
you,
it, man. I actually know, not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
I cut you off. Go ahead.
what I want to know is which one of you assholes overplayed my under 2.5, because that line has juiced from where it was already juiced, and now it's super juiced.
Under 2.5.
Now I got to put the rest of my money on a super juice line because you guys are fucking overplaying it.
For some reason on this
I
book,
didn't put a dime on it, so you don't have to worry about me.
the live line is wrong on bet line. It's still Kings like plus like minus 12.5 or something stupid.
Was
I
he
have,
talking about?
I have
Blazers
Blazers
13.5
13.5 in that
running.
game.
I need to go second half. Yeah, because it's showing minus 13.5. I'm thinking the over in the second half. I need to see what the line is, but
Woo! It's Mexican
go.
soccer night, boys. Get your fucking sombreros out.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
opening day eve too. Opening day eve. Let's go.
it is.
Yeah, you got to build that bankroll.
Hey, let me finish up some player props really quick just to get them out there because I did post these on Twitter as well.
Go.
Corbin Carroll stolen bases over 26.5. Ahmad Rosario batting average under 280. Jose Ramirez hits over 155.5. Javier Baez home runs under 23.5. But I'm leery of that one. And the Spencer Torkelson under 20.5. Detroit moved in their fences. So just a heads up, they have moved in their fences. I am leery of those, but I still think that Torkelson has not developed to this point. I don't see any reason why he's going to. And Javi Baez still has a massive hole in his swing. With any slider that's thrown down and away, he will just go super religious because he's got that kind of holy swing. Bobby Witt Jr. over stolen bases, 28.5. Trey Turner over 29.5 stolen bases. Tatis over 22.5 stolen bases. My favorite one by far, Manny Machado hits over 154.5. Ryan Helsley saves over 28.5, and Bo Bichette hits over 169.5.
Those are some good looks. I need to look more at player props like that. I'll probably do that next year.
Yeah, those stolen bases ones, I think we get 1 year at them. We get 1 year at being able to attack the stolen bases, and I grabbed every single leadoff hitter I could possibly think of that would be on base and allowed to steal.
I'm going to take Vogelbach over half a stolen base this year.
So he might get it. He could. I mean, if you throw over twice with him for whatever reason, and
you're super scared about Daniel Vogelbach.
I mean, you
Just
just
for
think
sport.
like he might try to create a situation where it's like, I dare them to try to pick me off. Like those fat guys, those bigger guys, the slower guys, do they all of a sudden start taking bigger leads to entice the pitcher to throw over? Especially if there's another runner on. Like if there's a runner first and third and your first baseman's holding you on, do you try to get the bigger lead so that you can potentially get a huge jump just to stay out of double
I'll be
play?
right back. Hold on.
It's not a bad look. Not a bad
Just
look
for
at all.
sport. Just for sport, real quick. I took the Minnesota Wild and under 3.5 in the Mexican soccer game at even money. So
Wild team total under?
no, just the Wild to win and Mexican soccer under 3.5. We're underway now, though. We're underway now, boys.
Wait, did
You know what?
So did Russell?
I'm gonna tell you two things. I can't undo the bets I put on this Mexican soccer game, and I wouldn't do it if I could. There's two things for you. Moose.
There you go.
Moose, it's in your honor. You're close to Mexico. It's in your honor. Let's go.
I am. I mean, my team's named after something Mexican. This means father in Spanish, Espanol.
The fathers.
And I live in a city that is named after a Spanish dude, Diego. I'm assuming he's
I thought it
Spanish
was named
because
after a whale's vagina.
that is the legend. That is the tale apparently. But I was gonna say, is it true that Russell Westbrook had a better shooting night than Kevin Durant?
Oh,
I
wait.
couldn't. I don't know, and probably could not.
As I saw that Kelly just said that KD 3-pointers 1 of 8 from deep range, and
wait a minute. Do you guys
Russell
mean
Westbrook
that
went 5 of 5?
So KD, who's only played 5 minutes of warm-ups in his last 2.5 seasons, is struggling tonight? No.
What?
No.
That's preposterous.
No. Come on. The guy's right behind Jesus in terms of all greats. I didn't understand.
He's better than MJ, right?
I heard if you want a shot and you need a shot, like if the Looney Tunes makes a Space Jam 3, it's an obvious choice that Kevin Durant is going to be the lead.
Oh,
guy.
it should be. It's obvious.
I mean,
yeah.
come on.
Curry.
Who else would be this?
No,
Bronny
Curry.
Jr.? It's Bronny
because-
Jr. versus Kevin Durant in Space Jam 3.
Yeah, there you go. That's kind of an unfortunate.
I didn't even watch Space Jam 2.
Nobody
I
wanted
watched-
Space Jam 2.
Yeah, I watched the one with MJ, and I have no interest in the one with LeBron.
Yeah, I'm fine with all the Looney Tunes drinking Michael Jordan's sweat to get better. Like, I was fine with that. But now you got him out there playing with LeBron James, and it's just like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. And I don't think Curry can get in there
specifically because of LeBron James. Fuck him. This West Coast bullshit. Guy's got enough money.
Oh, they're going to push that narrative to death. But, I mean, hey,
yeah.
he's done some great things in Cleveland. You got to respect
sure
what he did for them. But I am not trying to –
Miami? Or when he
I'm not trying to buy into Hollywood LeBron or anything like that. I mean, I thought it was a bullshit move how he announced his move and just broke the hearts. I mean, just imagine if like you broke up with a girl that was like absolutely in love with you and infatuated with you, or if there was a guy, I mean, I'm not going to exclude anybody, but you broke up with them on national TV without them in the room. Yeah, I'm done. I'm out of here.
That's like Dabby Cab saying he's done with Dave, and Dave has to find out like 2 days later. Like, what do you mean he's done?
Right? Yeah, he does it all publicly without Dave even in the room or on the stream or in the chat. Doesn't have any ability to say anything back, and then everybody has to tell him like, "So you heard Dabby like is gone, right?" Like, what do you mean?
You heard
What did you do to
broke up
Dabby?
with you, right?
Yeah, you heard about that, right? You guys know that you're done, like it's over. Oh shit! I didn't even know that. Damn.
Oh shit!
What do you mean? We're supposed to go on vacation next week.
Hey, we had plans. We were
gonna have a life together.
We were supposed to win. We were supposed to win the East every year. Now we are gonna see you win the East every year.
It's good times.
Oh, good shit. Good shit.
Well, the under 2.5 in Mexico is now minus 210. So here we go. We're on our
Damn,
way.
what you guys do to that thing?
Somebody fucking hammered it. It was
Yeah,
I hammered it, but it couldn't have been me that hammered it that much.
That's just funny.
Maybe I did.
I mean, you never know, like especially in a Mexican soccer match, you have no idea what bets come across or what stat, or what could have happened is there might have been an injury or there might have been a late scratch or something like that as well.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things you're just like, well, the line moved and it moved in my favor, so I feel really good. So whatever happened, I'm happy about.
See, I'm the opposite. If I see a line move in my favor, like I'm like,
I'm talking to the last minute. I'm not talking like before, if there's like days before the game. If there's line movement like a day before the game and it goes in my favor, I start to get a little like, oh shit. What is everybody hearing that's super public and super chalky?
I was gonna say, usually if I beat a really like in the NHL, every single time I bet a dog and the line moves 30 cents in favor of the dog, I'm like, all right, good job, Nick. You just beat everybody to a public play.
It's the old CLV move, right? Everyone talks about CLV.
Yeah. My best CLVs always lose. Always.
Oh,
lose.
Yeah. I've noticed that too. I love the lines.
I love the guys that say like, I beat CLV. My job is done. No, well, yeah, the game hasn't even fucking started yet. What do you mean your job is done?
Yeah, like a 1 cent or 2 cent move or like a 3 cent move in my favor. I love those plays. Like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm dropping another $5 on this, or I'm dropping another $20. I'm dropping another $10 or whatever it is, just increasing your bet size, however much you do. If you want to increase it by 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 90, 100, like I'm going to throw some more cash on this. Like, hey, that's the time to do it. But if it's like plus like 100 to all of a sudden now it's like minus 115, you best believe I'm not going to drop $1 on that thing. Like I'm not increasing that at all. But if it moves like just a little bit, I might throw a little extra. I might throw a little extra 5 or 10 or 20 or however confident I am in the bet initially.
All right. Well, BetOnline's having real problems with this live line. It's still showing the live line for the
Kelly.
Kings
I'm not
game.
sure. Like you just said, talk about CLV.
You see what I'm saying? They're down 4 and it's minus 13.5. So there's something going on. Fuck them. I hate
bet it. Can you bet it still?
No, it's locked up.
Yeah.
But anyway, that sucks. But oh well, we got this. How's this Mexican soccer game going?
Soccer game, we're down. We only have 85 minutes to go. We're 10 minutes in. It's 0-0. Let's go.
Love it.
Who knew my flag in the sand was going to be Querétaro versus Cruz Azul under 2.5?
All right, I'm having crises here. Hold on, I'll be back.
All right,
sounds
like fun.
Get your carrots, Dave.
Yeah, right. He needs some protein or something. He needs a little orange vegetation. That little redhead just trolling around on the internet, trying to get things done. I'm surprised he doesn't think that. Right, I'm surprised he doesn't assume that this is just going to go off the rails if he's not on his own stream. Like he trusts us. Although I guess Nick is here. It is on ESB, so there is somebody that can be held accountable.
That's scary.
Yeah, but I mean, we can do some things on here. Yeah. We can show some things. We can talk about some things. Yeah, I know that's what Dave.
Kelly, I see Kelly's clarification. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but people that talk about CLV, to me, it feels like people that talk about CLV are the guys that are like, hey, you know what? I lost, but I beat the line move, right? Like they'll celebrate their CLV. You don't hear anybody that takes a minus 200 favorite sit there and talk about CLV. They're like, I won, right? I mean,
it does take a little of the sting away to know, like, at least I did get like the best possible line.
At least I did what I was supposed to do and get the best available price.
Yeah, but you know what?
I saw the public spot before everybody else, and I got it.
But you end up without money, and that's kind of the part. It's like, oh shit, I just lost $50 fucking for being the smartest guy on a public bet.
Oh yeah,
like fantastic.
I'm so glad I was able to beat everybody to it.
What are some guys? By the way, I'm sorry. What happened is out in the living room, one of my nephews, 9 or 10, put YouTube live and had this show on the big screen right before they went to bed. So they're playing tricks on my mom. Yeah. So
What? So we've been talking to like.
No, I made sure I went out there and
19-year-old
turned it off. But the whole thing is that they think they're funny.
Mama
Yes, they
bitch.
are. But
I thought they were just like listening to us. I thought they were trying to, get some information.
No,
I thought you were getting them started early.
They're starting
Yeah,
to they're specializing in Mexican soccer, and they want to start early.
COV. What's a good site for MLB info? We've talked about this: Fangraphs, Swish Analytics, RotoWire,
Baseball Savant, Baseball Reference,
Yep.
Ballpark Factor, StatMuse, I guess. Those are all pretty good. But I mean, more than anything, it's also just if you have a question that's more specific than just a stat, just find people that you trust and that you feel like what they talk about is useful, and just start to kind of hear that language, hear what they're talking about. So if you want anything on, if there's specific K props, like if you're like, man, I really feel like I can attack these K props, got to follow Sharpie. I mean, Sharpie's one of the best in the business. He has a show, Balking Dead, that you guys can watch. I think it's on every single day, and if it's stuff with like the side or how well a team's playing, obviously you have. I feel I'm a competent capper in that regard, especially with MLB. You can reach out to me. There's guys like Dabby Cab, Say Hey. Jose Bouquet is out there, and plenty of other people. You can reach out to guys that cap multiple sports that have better trends and angles, such as Earl Sports Bets and Dave Picks with Dave and the Pimp Slap, and all those are options. That'd be my best answer that I could give you.
I would go a step further and say that there's also it's about collecting wisdom. So you can't just base it on one day, especially in baseball, because pitchers only go once a week, maybe twice over a 2-week period of time. So you have to look at it, and you have to collect that wisdom over 2 weeks of time to understand how pitchers, bullpens, and the batting rotation do, to be able to come up with an effective measure on a team. It's not just about today. Cleveland wins today, but how does the rest of the pitching order do? How does the rest of the pitching rotation do? The batting, the bullpen. There's a lot more that goes into it than just one day, especially in baseball, because they got dudes just sitting around on the bench.
Yeah, because if you're looking at stats, you're finding the stats that you need. Like, you're finding the ones that you're concerned with, and there's no need to ask anybody, because you can literally just look up the stat, whether it's bullpen efficiency or average starting pitcher length of innings pitched, whatever it might be. But if it's more of like kind of you want to have an opinion, I agree with Mike. You want to have a good base of people that you hear from, but then you want to have people outside of that you at least allow yourself to listen to. You don't have to check in with them every day. You don't have to follow everything that they do, watch, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. But you at least want to check in just to see if there's a narrative or some kind of angle that somebody's using. And if it ends up being something that you see and you kind of agree with, boom, you got yourself some potential. You got yourself a good spot. I mean, I'm sure we all remember Jose last year with his Pirate team total that he got into, and he ran that for like a few weeks. And for a while, it was legit. I mean, he had some crazy plus money spots on that. But that's what I'm talking about. Just using stats as stats, expanding your base, and allowing yourself to hear more influential people.
Dude, there was a period for Jose where he was up like 14 units over like 3 or 4
Oh, I know.
days.
I was right there with him.
There was like that 3-day span where he just kept, and I think they were playing the Dodgers. It was in Ravine, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
and,
it was.
They swept him.
He was up like 14 units just on those 3 days. Yep. But if you look at the longevity of the season, it didn't even net there for him. So there's,
dude, you can, like, me and Jose were going back and forth about who, or not. He wasn't really participating in it. It was pretty much a me thing, but like. We were going back and forth. Like, he would be up 14 units. I'd be up 15. He'd be up 15. I'd be up 13. He'd be up 17. I'd be up 18. He hit 20. I hit 21. And then we both like almost simultaneously started kind of just falling off a cliff. He righted the ship. I didn't write it in time. Like Dave was firsthand visible.
Yeah.
I said something to him on a live stream. I was like, at what point did you realize like this is a lot, right? Like he was up. We were talking about him approaching a publicly capping guy over 100 units early in the season, and then as the course of the season wears on, just like everybody else, 162 days, 170 days, you start. I mean, we've all been there. We all find days where it's like, I had 50 units in the last 2 days, and now I got to do it again. And then you lose like 15 units, and you lose it again. And you just don't know. It's the grind wears on you, and I think there's a balance that has to be had between grinding and not getting ground out, right? And I think that's where you find it. Like, hey, if you just won, I almost think like I almost try to practice where I preach, where it's like, hey, if I just won 30 or 40 units, I try to only go a couple of spots the next day. If I go at all, I mean, I'll go because I'm a gambler, but I don't want to lose it all. I don't want to give it all back.
Yeah.
Try to chase it back. You know what I mean? You just won big. You don't want to give it all back.
Yeah. Main other thing would be keep your books tight. Like stay on your books, because you might think like, oh, I've only lost a couple of days. Oh, I've only lost, a few series here. But then you look at the numbers, you're like, holy shit, I'm down 30 units. Like that kind of happened to me last year. Like that run, when I realized how bad it was, like how far I fell, I was already down like 20, 22 units at that point, because it was always like, hey, I'm even at this point. And when I was thinking I was even, I was already down 4 or 5 units. So I didn't really change too much. And if I had changed, if I pulled back on the volume, if I started locking in on specific things, specific angles, I would have been able to eliminate or at least reduce the loss that happened, the severity of it.
I piloted something last year that I was working on based on a season-long contest that I was in, where you pick the series winner, right? So I want to do more of this year, where I pick the series winner. And their usual, modest odds, minus 135, plus 115 type of things. And then you can hedge that as the series goes on, right? So you can find, if your minus 135 is losing, you have the option to either jump back in there that they're going to win a game or two, or you can pull it back. So series betting is something I want to get a little bit more into this year with baseball. That I dabbled last year. I did great the first half of the year, and I kind of blew it the second half of the year. But I'd like to do more of that, because I do think there's the opportunity to chase in a constructive manner that's not so much chasing as, you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yep. Oh, I already looked. I completely know where you're coming from, because then you have some things that are in the bank that you can then decide, like, all right, is this worth hedging, or is this worth like really doubling down on some of the bets? Because if you have like I literally looked already, and I wrote some of the ones down. I love the Orioles in Boston. You heard my futures props. One of those teams I have over wins, and the other team I have under wins. Orioles series price at plus 150. Shit, that sounds pretty fucking good to me, especially knowing how Boston can sometimes really stumble out the gates and not feeling like they have any real identity out there. And then another one was where was it? It's the Guardians at plus 140. I'm like, who are they looking at in Seattle that they're like, oh yeah, those are clearly better pitchers with the Mariners. That's a clearly better lineup with the Mariners. I mean, it's one guy.
They did have a really great bullpen.
They do, but they equally have great bullpens.
But when you bet a 4-game series, if you catch those first two already, and you only got it at minus 135 instead of taking minus 250s when you see like Dodger series and things like that. If you can catch those first two, now you're on those second 2 games. Worst you can do is split and push. Now I can take a shot at a plus dog on the pitcher for the underdog team that's plus 200, and maybe I can win both spots. Maybe I go 3-1 in my series, and I caught that dog pitcher that comes out and wins the game. I mean, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah. And my favorite home favorite for the series would be the Rangers. They're only minus 135 on Bet Online. I think you could actually probably get them a little bit better going up against the Phillies. I think the front two of Texas can match a lot of teams. They're going to be able to match a lot of teams. I'm not sure if they'll be able to.
Top heavy though. The Rangers are very top heavy, and I don't like the Rangers this year. I think that
But
I don't understand.
that's my
the hype
point
for them,
exactly.
honestly, I don't.
That's my
understand
point
the hype for them.
exactly.
They're
Though. I can
mediocre
catch
at
them
best.
top
This is-
heavy. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
they
go
were a
ahead.
69 win baseball team last year, 70 win
Mike-
baseball
no,
team.
Mike, go-
Did they really get 20 games better or 10 games better?
DeGrom's
Mike,
not
go
going to win
ahead
a
with
game.
your strategy, though. I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Mike, you're
I was
talking
just
about
saying that's my point exactly. Is you got a team that's they can win their first two games in the series. Who knows what's going to happen the next two? And if you can catch that right price with those first two games, then you're in a spot where you have the option to hedge at a modest price, right, based on one game as opposed to a whole series.
Yep.
And there's a lot of variables that come out there.
Hey, there you go.
There you go. We got a raise. We got bullets to fire. I'm going to tell you right now. I have a lot of action out there. I don't see a lot of places to put money right now. Maybe the panel does, but I'm on the Avalanche a couple different ways. I'm on the T-Wolves and a player prop. This Kings Blazers game, I don't know about. It's kind of going back and forth. The Blazers were within 6, and now they're at 11. It's kind of going back and forth. But anyone that has any live action, let me know. I don't. Besides Mexican soccer, which I think is still looking okay.
It's 1-0. It's 1-0. They just scored
score.
Mexico.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just riding out the under 6 in Minnesota, and I got the Blazers at 13.5.
minus 13, plus 13.5.
Plus 13.5.
Yeah.
It might also be beneficial to let people know, like, there are certain ways, like the websites we gave you, there's certain ways that you kind of have to navigate them. Like with it's not necessarily just go to like Fangraphs and type in Braves or something like that, or go to Fangraphs and type in Nationals or anything like that. Like it's better to go to certain spots. And Dave, I mean, you can elaborate on this if you want, because you're the one that showed me.
Yeah. So I have a link.
ways you
I
have
have
to
a
go.
link. I have a link, and what I use it for is pitching, and I use it for actually I use it for hitting and pitching, but it dials in specifically to where you can look at the last 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, whatever. You can choose your spot, and going to the site, it's hard to get to without knowing where it's at. So I have a direct link. If you guys want it, I'll send it to you. But Fangraphs is probably my number one baseball site.
Yeah,
for sure it is.
Yeah, because you can literally see like different things that are going on, like they're lefties versus righties. Like right now, I'm literally pulling up left-handed.
You can dial in this team hitting versus lefties at home the last 15
Away.
days. You can
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I literally just pulled it up, and let me just hit update here really quick. And last year versus left-handed pitching on the road, Atlanta ranked 3rd with a 278 average. They had 113 RBIs, 31 home runs, and basically a full season and a half worth of production. And last time I checked, Patrick Corbin does throw left-handed. So, but one
maybe
thing
he switched that up this year and maybe pitch a little bit better. Maybe
he
he's gonna
might
go from the
have,
right side.
because that would not be a bad
maybe
idea.
He kicks the ball to be better.
Yeah, that would not be a bad idea. The only two teams that were better against lefties, average-wise, were the White Sox and the Phillies. But it is important to look at different things like ISO power. We haven't really broken down some of the specific statistics that go into it. Dave, Nick, Mike, who do you think was number one against lefties on the road with ISO power?
Against lefties?
Jeez.
Yeah, against lefties.
Mike Trout.
No, team. What team do you think?
White Sox.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
What team had the best ISO power against lefties on the road?
White
The
Sox.
Reds.
Oh, wait, don't tell us the answer yet. Give me just a minute. I'm not
right.
Googling that. I
I
promise.
Right,
think
right.
the White Sox was like 2 years ago.
White Sox were good, but they are not the answer. They were 167. So
Cardinals. Cardinals.
Cardinals were good. They were fourth.
Ah,
A good ISO is what? A good ISO is 140?
150, 150, 140, or it's kind of in that range. And literally almost half the league was 150 or higher against lefties on the road.
good news. They canceled that goal in Mexico. Back
Nice.
to zeros. Go ahead.
There you
Bruce,
go.
All
right,
the
you
Angels.
guys-
Angels.
Can I get
Nope.
another? Can I get another guess?
Oh,
Against
Dave, that's a
lefties?
terrible pick. You know where the Angels rank, Dave?
Last.
27th.
Mets.
It's last. I don't know.
All right, Dave, Mike, you get one last one. But no, it's not the Mets. Mets are not even top 10
Against
The Phillies.
against lefties
on the road.
on the road. Phillies.
Nope. Phillies are 8th.
That's not bad.
The answer is potentially my favorite play tomorrow, and I think all of our favorite
The
plays.
Royals.
The Braves.
Oh, the Braves. Oh.
The
Our
Braves,
number
of course. Of course.
Number one ISO power at a 186 versus
It'd be so
versus
easier if you
lefties
just
on the
gave
road.
me the answer and asked me to phrase it in terms of a question.
Dude, what's crazy is I don't even think that's the craziest stat from their left-handed numbers last year. Their BABIP was 338 against left-handers on the road. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's
That
crazy.
means they were smashing home runs like no one's business.
Weighted runs created.
They were hitting it where they
135.
weren't. Or they weren't. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so
I got-
happy I put a unit and a
Actually,
half on
BABIP
that.
is without home runs, huh? Or is it with
That
home
no,
runs?
BABIP is just batting average of balls put in play.
Yep, that's it.
It eliminates walks and strikeouts. That's
Yep.
all it does.
From my trend guys,
There's one that eliminates
I've got a
home runs.
couple of spots that are recaps from last season if you guys want to hear them.
Yeah, go.
So, best team against lefties. So this is all based on $100 better. So, average guy throws $100 out there on every game. Best team against the lefty. Which is it?
Cardinals.
No, it was the oh shit. Who was it?
The Mets.
It was the Mets on the first half of the part of the season. No.
I'm
When you
just
say it,
throwing
I'm
the
gonna
Mets
know
out
what
there
it
to
is.
say the Mets. It's probably the Phillies because Pimp stops asking.
The Cardinals.
Oh, it was
It's
the
not-
Phillies.
It has nothing. I can separate my team allegiance from stats. It's the
The
Guardians. They were plus 1,500.
Oh yeah, that's right. Guardians were fun
$100
last year.
better against a lefty for the Guardians, plus 1,539. The worst against a lefty. Who's got the guess? Who's got the worst against a lefty last year?
Miami.
The Pirates.
Nope.
Nationals.
Nope. Toronto Blue Jays, minus 22.
Wow.
$100 better. Minus
Really?
38% ROI.
Because, Mike, those
They're
like,
big favorites.
if you look at the splits though, Cleveland ranks 29th out of 30 with an ISO power versus left-handers on the road. I mean, I just kept it at the stat I was at.
Sure.
And their weighted runs created was 70. I mean, that's not significant at
They
all.
just sprayed singles.
There's your
everywhere.
correlation, right? So you can see the stat correlating to how much it pays out, and you're down.
Are you
right?
kidding me?
So,
Shorthanded goal from Minnesota. Fuck.
best against righties. Who's got the best against righties? This is a freebie.
Dodgers.
You guys want to hint
best against
before the
righties?
guess? I'll throw
Is
it
it
out
Atlanta?
there. Here's my hint. Best ROI team in MLB as a dog last year.
Coyotes. It's one of those
Orioles.
two.
Orioles.
Yeah, it was the
Coyotes.
Orioles.
Best
Coyotes.
against the
Orioles,
righty.
yeah.
Orioles
Yeah.
were plus 14.
Who the fuck are the Coyotes, Dave?
Arizona.
Really,
Who's the
you're
worst
calling-
against
The
righties?
Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks. That's what I'm
Come on.
I'm watching the Wild. I'm watching the Wild win the game here. Come on now.
Fucking disrespect.
Guess is on the worst against righties last year.
Diamondbacks.
This kind of seems like a freebie.
What?
Think about the biggest team in the unders in the MLB last year. Worst
Rays.
against righties. Majority of players are
Marlins.
righties.
Rays?
There you go. Marlins.
Ah, shit. Yeah. It was one of those Florida teams.
All right. Best off a loss. Best team off a loss. Who's the
Mets.
number one ROI
That was the
team?
Mets. That was the
Mets.
Mets.
I think that's a good one. Mets is a good one. Yeah.
The Mets were awesome with that last year.
Astros?
Plus
Orioles?
Orioles.
Damn.
Oh my God.
How
Oh,
many
Money-wise,
times
that
did the
makes sense.
Orioles come back and win after they got beat up in a game, right? There was no business.
oh, you're right. Ragu was on that. Ragu had that. He was doing that play.
The worst
He made
team
the-
off a loss. This is a chase bet scenario. Who's the worst team off a loss in the MLB last year?
Fuck, I want to say the Padres were.
Nationals.
I feel like the Padres were terrible after our loss.
You got
Nationals lost
Moose, you're the
107
closest.
games.
You're the closest by geography. San
The
Francisco
Dodgers?
Giants,
The Angels.
minus 25,
Giants.
36.
Oh yeah, you're right.
better off a loss. The Giants were down 2,500.
You're right. They were. Yep, absolutely.
Best dog
Absolutely.
greater than plus 200 last year.
The what?
Best dog greater than $200 plus
Diamondbacks
200
or
last
Orioles?
year.
A's. The A's.
Orioles.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. It's not the Orioles. I'm sorry. Let me take
Oh.
a step back. Best dog
shit.
greater than plus 200 last year.
Fuck, was it the Pirates? It might have been the Pirates. I think Kelly has it. I think it might be the
Diamondbacks.
Pirates.
What's Kelly say?
Pirates.
No. Nationals plus 1355.
What? Give me a break. Get
I
out.
had to have been the late season little.
Yeah,
spurt
and I would
going
never
on.
guess that, even if there was a fire.
That had to be the late because they got the Padres, they got the Brewers, they got all of them like late in the year when they were struggling, and they were like
Nacho
plus
Belgrande.
270.
Here's
They were
a
good
good
for
one.
a couple weeks, yeah.
Which was the best team to back after winning 2+ games in terms of momentum? Best team to get the back after they won 2 games
Jesus Christ.
last year.
Wait, what was it? What was? Hold on, I got a piece
The
of
best team to back after they've already won 2 in a row. Who was the
Astros.
best team last year after they already won 2 in a row?
No, it's the team that had like the most streaks, and
The Astros.
I don't
Blue
think the
Jays.
Astros. No, it wasn't. It was.
Blue Jays.
Didn't the Cardinals have a shit ton of
Not
streaks?
Astros. It's not Cardinals.
The Yankees.
You guys,
Yeah, there
we
you
should
go.
go again. Oh, Steve got it. Steve in the
That was,
chat.
yep.
Fucking
Yeah,
winner.
Yeah,
There
it
you
was
go.
the Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah.
That was my second
Plus
guess.
1182. You're $100 better's up $1,182 if they bet the Yankees on a 2 game.
Fuck,
11
man.
units. Wow.
Damn.
All right. Conversely, which was the worst team to bet after a 2-game streak?
Oh, Padres. Not even
Angels.
close. Padres.
Angels.
Padres.
Nationals.
Kelly's got it. Cardinals.
St. Louis?
What? Oh my
I would have never
god.
guessed that either.
$100 better. This is crazy. $100 better after a 2-game win streak or more was the Cardinals to be down $2,000, $2,052. I only have a couple more left, so I'll keep going if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, go.
Oh yeah, dude, keep it covered.
The best bet as a favorite. Which team was the best bet as a favorite? $100 better as a favorite. Which team won the most?
Dodgers.
Astros.
No way, it's not
Astros.
the Dodgers.
Astros
It was the
won.
Astros,
Astros.
but they had such crazy odds like in every fucking game.
Because they
Yeah.
just won. They fucked everyone over. They fucked everyone.
They-
like it's
They fucked everybody over. They were up $100 better, won $2,112 at a plus
Shit.
look.
7.6%.
LJ was laying like minus 180 odds on
You're
them.
right. No,
Yeah,
you're right.
and winning. Yeah.
I just thought the Dodgers, man. Dude, I suck
they
at
were-
this game.
Next
I
one,
don't like
up,
this game
series
anymore.
closer. Which team was the best series closer?
The Braves.
It's
Guardians.
plus 29.9% ROI. Average line was minus 173 to close out a series.
Oh, it's not the Guardians.
Wait, you said plus 173 to close out a series?
Plus 29.9% ROI. It was minus 173 average line as a series
The Braves.
closer.
Minus 173 average line, the Dodgers.
It's not the Braves.
Was
it's not
it?
the
Is it the
Dodgers.
Astros again?
It is the Astros again.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I won. That correlates big time because it's like they just blew over everyone.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it was just such crazy lines. Like, if you were gonna bet them on that line, like you were gonna have to eat a shit ton of
I
juice.
struggled to bet the Astros last year. I struggled. I couldn't do
Here's
it.
one I can't imagine you guys will get it, but based on odds movement,
All right, let's do it.
which team was the best to close out the series? Based on odds movement, plus or
Like
minus.
how much, like how much they
based
got
on the
in
line
their favor.
moving for or against them, aggregated, which team was the best? I'll tell you what, it was minus 24% ROI, minus 160 average. One team. was
Meaning
the
it's
series
going
closing.
against them and they still won, right? Meaning it's going the other way and they still
No, it
won.
goes both ways. It would go both ways, but they still won.
It goes both ways, right? But the net
But
was
they'd
minus
still win.
24%.
The
ROI.
Astros.
So no, it was not.
So
the Astros.
basically,
It's not the
I
Astros.
would phrase this as saying one
Mariners?
team had the shittiest odds to close out a series, and they did it, right? So they were down in the early spot. They came back and won in the closing spots and won the series.
The
That's
Diamondbacks.
probably how I would describe
I
it.
don't know.
Mariners.
Close. The
Close.
Toronto Blue Jays.
How's that close?
They're both blue, teams of blue.
Well, I mean, they're all part of that scrub AL process, right?
Yeah,
they're like up there somewhere.
Fuck the
So
Blue Jays.
the Blue Jays, right? How many times did the Blue Jays
Really?
lose a couple of early games and then come back and stomp on teams late to win the series?
Didn't seem like that though. It always felt like they had a chance to close out the series and they fucked it up, especially
Number
down
one
the stretch.
team-
That's what it seems like to me too, by the way. So I don't know.
Number one team.
I'd like to phone a friend on that one. Can we please find another source for that?
We'll put an asterisk on it. We
All
got
right.
two more left. Number one series openers. Number one team in series openers ROI percentage.
Braves.
So
Dude, it's gotta be the
a
Astros.
plus.
Mets.
What do
Oh,
you
it's
got?
the Mets.
Whoa! You guys are ahead of me. Braves, Astros, Mets.
Yeah.
Series openers. Number one. Anybody want to change their answer?
No.
I think one of us has it.
Kelly's got it.
Cleveland.
How is Kelly
Cleveland.
doing this? She's a
She's
magician.
Googling it.
Somebody has
Plus
Google open.
25% ROI. Average line minus 103. How about that? The Guardians.
Why are we even
came
playing
up-
this game? Why don't you, Mike, just start asking Kelly? That's what you need to start doing.
the Guardians
Don't
were
ask
throwing
us,
gas
ask
the
Kelly.
entire time. This seems kind of easy. The last one. This is the last one I have for you guys.
All right, watch us all miss it. Here we go.
Best against the run line spot.
Dodgers.
Brooklyn.
Dodgers.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that one. I knew that one because every time they won, it was
$100
always on the
Dodgers
run line.
against the run line all season long. You're up $2,415. You got a
The last
12%
third of the season, they crushed the run line.
Them
The
fucking
entire
squares
year.
made bank off the fucking Dodgers last year.
Dude, it was,
Anybody
it was
want to
in
guess
the
who the
chat
worst team
every
was
day.
on the run line last year?
I actually think I know this because I
Wait,
saw
you
the
said-
chart. The Padres are way down there. The A's are
worst?
way down there.
Yeah, I vote for the A's. That's my vote.
I don't think it was the A's though. I think it was the Nationals.
You're minus. If you put $100 on every run line for this team, you're down $2,425. Minus
Reds.
94% ROI.
Reds.
Fuck, I think it is the Reds. It's either Reds or Nationals to me.
Not the Reds.
It's
So
not the
Nationals?
Everybody can guess again. It's not the Nationals either. I'll take those two right out of there. It's not Reds. It's
All
not
right.
Nationals.
Cardinals.
It's not the Cardinals.
Everybody gets one more guess.
Rockies.
I said
Rockies.
No, Rockies did well at home.
Oh,
Pittsburgh.
especially because they won a bunch by more than. It's not Rockies.
Rangers?
No.
It's probably a favorite that didn't cover the run line.
That's what I'm
Probably.
saying. Like I thought, because the Padres are way down there. Like they were. Like I almost want to say my bet is just the Padres because they were. I
The
can promise you
Yankees.
they were in the
Tampa
bottom
Bay.
five.
The
Tampa
Yankees.
Bay.
You guys, I'm going to give it to you now because
Yeah,
everybody's
go ahead.
guessed a lot.
Go
The Milwaukee Brewers.
ahead.
That's so obvious. That's so obvious.
So obvious, right?
Yes, it is.
The most
They were
irrelevant
favored.
franchise in baseball.
Dave,
Fucking
that was
Milwaukee.
a fucking rule. like in our group chat with
Yes,
you,
it
me, and
was,
Cap.
bro.
That was a
Yeah,
fucking
those
rule.
fuckers.
Do not bet Brewer games.
No.
That was literally a rule.
And
We had that as a rule.
We talked about how odds in baseball at -120 and how there were so many games where the Brewers were over a -120 favorite and the odds didn't and their record didn't show that. They were like a 60% team. So that was perfect. That's so perfect.
Dude,
and they were
how
the
did we
favorite.
not?
Yeah.
Because how many times did they blow like a 3-run lead and they won by 1?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I remember a specific game because I was I was on a game where it was like I think it was literally like the moment where I could have broke even, and like on my comeback because it was later in the year, right before Hader got traded.
Yep.
And he came in against the Giants and he blew it, and they ended up winning by 1. But I lost the run line.
That was fun though, right?
That was. I enjoyed that. But I know the Padres are down there because I remember seeing the graph of worst teams on the run line, and I remember like, dude, I can see it now. Like now that you said it was the Brewers, like all right, there's the Brewers. I do remember seeing them, and then like the Padres were like a couple of spots up, and I think the Reds or the Pirates or some other really bad team was down there as well.
Because think of how many times they were like -195 or -205, and it's like I'll just take them on the run line because they should smoke this team, and they won by 1, right? They didn't cover.
Yeah.
Such a
those are fun when they went trying to test your brain and stuff like that. I remember the other night I pissed off my roommate because my brother and him were both listing off different colleges trying to stump me on the freaking mascots, and it took them like 50 schools to do it.
Really?
Yeah. They got me on Radford. They got me on Radford.
Shit. What is Radford?
Don't know Radford.
I want to say it's the Rattlers.
Highlanders.
Yeah. Fuck, I wasn't even close.
What's another school that's the Highlanders? Let's go with that one. There's one more I know of.
That's
I'm pretty sure they are.
See.
Is it
I thought they're
Manhattan?
the Islanders, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi.
No, Highlanders. It's a Division I basketball team that we've bet on the stream. We've talked about. Obviously, there's 363 of them. But there's another Highlanders.
The only other Highlanders I can think of, and this is going to sound stupid, it's Halifax, and it's from the movie Goon.
Yeah,
Halifax Highlanders.
No, what's the Highlanders?
I'll give you a hint. It's in the western part of the country.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna get it.
I'll even go for now. That'll give it away. Moose should know what this is more
Riverside.
than it's Riverside. You looked it up. But it's
no,
Riverside.
F. Donahue put it out there.
Yeah, it is Riverside.
Put it in the chat. Yeah, UCR.
Yeah,
Riverside.
by the way, when we're testing us, you don't give us the answer. What are you doing?
Yeah, you want to see me look pretty stupid, especially with Riverside being like within driving distance. And I had one of my former players play there too. He went to Riverside.
I could have gone and done stuff there.
It's a weird ass school out there. Like they're in Irvine.
Weird. It's in the boonies. Well, actually, Irvine's. You know what's funny about Irvine? People talk about Long Beach and think it's on a beach. Long Beach is in a crummy urban area in a bay. Yep. And you see Irvine, all the people live on Newport Beach, one of the nicest beaches. Yep. Yeah. So people don't understand geography. You know, anyway. But Highlanders, Riverside, UCR. That's what it is.
Yeah, I wonder how far I could go on that. Like if you're doing the mascots, because I mean, obviously, right away, Radford and
against you guys,
UCR
it would be tougher. But I've done this in a campfire a couple years ago with friends, and they couldn't stump me because they were like Oregon, Wisconsin. It's like Someone said Furman.
The difference is they're throwing out Oregon and Wisconsin. My brother's trying to stump me with fucking Nichols State and like schools like that. I'm like,
I couldn't do that. But
the Colonels.
Nichols State is the Chiefs, right?
Or
Nichols State,
which I drove by the other day. I think they're the Cardinals too, aren't they?
Who?
Incarnate Word.
Yeah, they're the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We just drove by them in San Antonio. But the one that the fire, the person that thought they stumped me, they said Furman. And
Paladins.
I mean, I know that, but they thought they were so cute and they couldn't do it. But these are guys that don't bet sports, so they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, people don't understand. We work with these on a daily basis. Like I bet all these teams.
The Islanders. We know
Islanders, yeah. It's
Corpus
close, though.
Christi.
Close to Highlanders, but Islanders.
Islanders, yeah. What's one, if I had to try to stump you guys of one that I knew, because you guys don't know them all. This doesn't seem like a hard one, but I just want to see if you know what it actually is, because it's more than what you think it is. Cal.
Golden
What?
Bears.
It's Golden
Bears?
Bears. People call it
Yeah.
the Bears all the time. It's the Golden Bears. Yeah.
I mean, Cal Bears is kind of like the quick.
I know
Quick
you're
and
right,
go.
but it's actually the Golden Bears.
Yeah, I know. I get that.
Kelly, they're the Saints. They're the Saints. Sienna.
They are. No, are they this? But they have a bulldog mascot, right?
Sienna Saints.
What's the random ass North Carolina? Is like North Carolina A&M or North Carolina
A&T, the Aggies.
A&T.
Aggies.
The
Yeah,
Aggies.
that would be the one I'd throw out there. That'd be the one I
Yep,
would try to do.
that was one they tried to get me there. Yeah.
Nah, Nathan said the same thing.
Anything that's A and anything could be an Aggie.
That's the one I'd go to.
Yeah.
Because you're like, Tar Heel, Wolfpack. It's got to be an
Here's the
animal.
thing. What is Queen's University of North
Royals.
Carolina? But,
The
see, that's the
Royals,
thing. I don't
yeah.
think people get that one.
I wouldn't have
Queens
got that.
Royals.
I won a lot of money on Queens this past year. I knew that.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
What's Manhattan?
Jaspers.
Jaspers. That's it.
Jaspers.
Jaspers.
Yeah,
There
the
you go.
Jaspers. You guys want to know a little unknown or a little secret to Manhattan Jaspers? So Manhattan, you guys know where Manhattan. Well, more or less geographically, you know where Manhattan is.
Mhm.
Over by Long Island, where people go from Manhattan to Long Island for vacation, right? They go over to the shore.
Monarchs.
That's the Jasper. They
I was
did
gonna
the
say
Jimmy
Monarchs.
Express, and they were
Yeah.
Jaspers. If you went from Manhattan,
I didn't
to
know
the
that.
shore, you went-
That's important to know.
Sorry. My bad, Mike.
Yeah, it's all right. I got nothing.
No, now people are going to start putting in the comments different schools. I'm all for it. I mean, this
Old
is something that
Dominion.
I have useless information there.
Yeah, I'm not Googling it. If I don't know, I don't know. But I did know that one because I was all over Old Dominion last year.
I don't know Old Dominion off the top of my head.
Monarchs.
Yeah, Monarchs.
Monarchs. It is Monarchs.
There, you should have put Stetson. I knew that one. You should have.
Stetson
I would have
Yeah.
gotten Stetson. I would not have gotten
I
Stetson.
knew that one.
I would.
Which makes sense because what's a Stetson? I mean,
What? Yeah. What? Actually, I know somebody who went to Stenson. He's now a Texas Ranger.
Stetson, actually, I think that's in Florida, right?
Yes.
I think
Stetson's in
upstate,
Florida,
like-
and they used to, Chanticleer's close to
Yeah.
Carolina.
yeah, that's
That one's easy. I saw
that's
the
the round of fire.
I saw their
Correct.
bowl
I
game
know that
in,
one.
in Birmingham. Yeah.
Smoke and Mirrors has a great question. Is this the Fraser?
It is a great
Downs
question.
Of
It-
course
it-
it is.
No, Friday night PSR is a Fraser Downs.
You know, I got to be honest, Smoke and Mirrors. Some guys don't like me throwing Fraser Downs picks out there.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
for what it's
Why,
worth,
did they
I've
lose?
heard on more than one occasion people don't like me throwing.
No,
Fraser
because
Downs out
they
there.
make fun of it because it's
If they win, I don't want to hear shit talk. I don't want to hear anything about it. If it
I mean,
wins,
it's
let
not-
it go.
I
Let's ask
felt
about
like
a lot
I'm
of
winning
them.
as much as the next guy, but some
Hey, I
people
want to ask
don't.
about a live line right now. Right now, the Timberwolves, we got them at 5.5. You got them at 6. They're +8 right now going into the fourth quarter. Is that something we want to double up on?
I mean, all my nuggets are tossed in from what I have left on this under
Yeah.
in this.
I got you.
game.
Maybe. Do you think firing at it again is a bad idea? At
I would.
+8?
I like the spread. I like the Timberwolves. I would take them on the money line before I took the 8.5 at this point. How much time is left?
Really, a whole quarter almost.
Isn't University of Northern Colorado? Aren't they also the Golden
No,
Bears?
No, they're just the
the
Bears.
Golden Bears are the Bears, but they're
They're just the Bears.
Wolverines. I know that.
Utah
One.
Valley,
But
yeah.
University of Northern
And then,
Colorado is
and then
not.
Utah Tech is the Trailblazers.
But University of Northern Colorado is not the Golden Bears. It's just Bears, correct?
It's just the
There's
Bears.
some sort of bear. I don't know. There's some sort of bear.
Yeah, I feel like there's
Oakland
some other
wants the
thing
Grizzlies.
about it. Like,
So the
Grizzly
Timberwolves are
Bears.
now +5.5, and it went from +400 to +285. So
It
there you
did.
go.
Yeah, we missed it. I'm looking at it right now.
oh shit, what is Oakland?
The
Grizzlies.
Bears.
They're the
Oakland?
Grizzlies, aren't they? Oakland
Or
Grizzlies.
the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are
Yeah,
Bears.
I didn't think Bear sounded. I think they are the Grizzlies, which
There's a
doesn't make
bear
much sense.
mascot. Sorry.
Doesn't make much sense in Oakland.
which is a fucking.
But
bear.
it's Oakland, Michigan. It's in Michigan. It's not in Oakland, California.
Oh, I thought isn't there another Oakland?
The
Golden
Golden
Grizzlies.
Grizzlies. There you go.
All
Golden
right.
Grizzlies.
Oakland's in
Right.
Nathan. I think it's in Michigan.
Same
Isn't
shit.
it? I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure it's in the Michigan.
And by the way, that Texas Ranger that went to Stenson, his name is Jacob DeGrom.
Oh, thank you.
Really?
He was
You
a
were
Stenson
Stenson?
hatter.
Who?
Is he still playing
Yeah.
shortstop or what?
I don't think so. I think they moved him. I think they moved him to a different.
Oh, they
position.
moved
I'm
him.
not-
Where's he playing? Is he
I
catcher
think they
now, or-
tried to make him pitch.
Oh shit, he did have a good arm.
Yeah.
Occupancy loves it. Let's go, occupancy. I'm trying to get out of this rut with this pimp slap spot. My boys all went to Texas together, and I threw a bunch of losers at him. So I'm trying to come up with some winners.
Wow, the Grizzlies have already. I mean, the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves have already tied it. You can't even get a like. I'm sitting there clicking, and I can't get in. What the fuck?
Too bad. All my money's tied up in Mexican soccer because I would have been on that plus 400.
Yeah, I'm trying. I was trying.
You didn't get on that either.
No, I'm
Damn.
all in.
I tried.
I'm
I
all
was
in on
trying.
Mexican soccer, Moose.
Man, whose live bet show is this?
How are we looking? I don't. Obviously not mine. Where is? How are we at this Is it 0-0 still?
It's 1-0 at halftime.
Okay. Well,
Ooh.
I need no more goals.
Well, only one more technically, but
So if you want to get the under 2.5, it's now minus 195. So for anybody that's looking to hedge, the over 2.5 is plus 135. I'm not a gardener, so I'm not a big hedger, but
Neither.
Hedging's for gardeners.
Yeah.
good news is I don't have any money left to hedge anyways. It's literally all
Hey,
on this
that's not great.
Mexican soccer game. I'm trying to build this bankroll for baseball, baby.
Go.
I'm going to tell Moose the first month and a half of the season, and I'm going to say where we're at.
yeah, just get off before the downfall. That's all I got to say.
Smoking Mirrors says this is all tied up at Fraser Downs. Smoking Mirrors, I thought we were having fun, but some guys literally got upset. I got some text about guys being upset about my Fraser Downs. I couldn't believe it. So what are you following me for? Fucking
Were you
reading
also
up?
being like, I got the 6 horse and fuck you, Dave? You know, something like, yeah, I guess I can
listen
see
to
if
me
you
about
get
sport, fucking horse racing.
No,
I'm just
yeah,
saying, like, if you were like calling people out, but
Dude, and I wasn't calling anybody out, and I was winning exacta boxes. I was picking up 15, 20, 30 bucks. Like, yeah, fuck. I adopted the fuck you philosophy, but apparently people don't care.
Like the great philosophizer once said, get that dirt off your shoulders.
I'm gonna tell you how much sleep I lost because of it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's just like whatever people talk. People like say shit. People get upset about everything.
When I started betting horses,
no reason.
I would bet horses big plays, like I was betting sports bets, right? But then I got to the point where I was like, hey, you know what? If I throw $2 on an exacta box, I could win 100 or 150. Like, that's fine. Let me just take a couple whacks at those, and you win some, you lose some. So,
Hell yeah, man!
I've adapted.
That's gambling right there. That's just gambling. You win some, you lose some, and you hope to find the people around you that also know how to win, and you just become a better winner.
You got
what is a volume guy, right? Like if you're a volume guy, you want to get that 60%. If I can pick up 60% winners, then
where are we at with the UNT UAB game tomorrow? Any thoughts?
I haven't bet it yet.
I'm on UNT. Yeah.
I forgot it was actually happening tomorrow.
I had a March Madness. Some really good days with some fewer really, really good days. I had one of my best betting days ever in March Madness, but unfortunately it was followed by one of my absolute worst. Like
I was telling Dave backstream before the stream started. I had a huge Saturday. It wasn't just college basketball.
Yeah, same.
Huge Saturday. I couldn't lose. I ended up winning 42 units on Saturday. I couldn't fucking lose. Didn't matter what I bet. It was a winner.
Yeah, but I didn't like the money that I got. And I was like, you know what? Here, you can take all it back. And, I'm going to pay you a little extra for taking too much of it.
Yeah.
That was
Ready
my
for,
Sunday.
for the NIT game real quick. I'm going to give out a stone cold lock. I'm going to back.
Oh, let's go. Lock of the week. All right. Here we
yeah,
go.
lock of the week. Ready?
Well,
I'm
let
gonna
me, let me get my pen.
Yeah, ready? Here it is. Here it is. I'm back in the Conference USA team.
There you go.
What a dick.
Lock it in. What are the what's the odds on that?
Depends on which side you want.
Can you bet a push? Can I bet the push? Overtime. Overtime sounds
Right.
like a play. It's going to overtime.
Yeah. No, I'm looking towards Unt in that game. North Texas, but I think North Texas, and I'm leaning under.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to be locking in here, and I think I already missed the best number, but FAU, SDSU under. Every fucking SDSU game has been under, and I don't expect it to change.
I like that.
Under
I
FAU
like,
and Miami is kind of where I'm looking.
I like FAU's team total under as well because San Diego State, if they're going to win, that's how they play.
Yeah, I just sometimes SDSU loses and they just put up like 55 points and the other team will put up like 70 or whatever. That's totally in their cards. That's what they've done before. Like it's the only team that I actually had a really, really good feel for all tournament, and I have hit on 100% of my SDSU bets. I take that back. I did lose the first half last game versus Creighton. I took them first half and lost that. But everything else, I've been on them every single game. I've taken first half, full game unders. They've hit every single fucking time, even against Alabama in that crazy second half. And it's just a under team.
Yeah, I think I backed SDSU every single game except for Creighton. I flipped to Creighton that game. Which I don't know why I did, but I had them against College of Charleston when everybody loved College of Charleston. I took them against Furman. Blew them out. Took them against Alabama outright, and then for whatever reason I flipped to Creighton.
Someone's going to have to stat check me on this, but I feel like I'm comfortable saying 100% of college basketball games in March, the team that won the first half has lost the second half. Tell me I'm wrong. Every fucking game, the team that's won the first half has lost the second half.
Texas is not part of that trend because they've won the first half and then dominated the second half.
So we're at 99.9%.
Fairleigh Dickinson won the first half and the second half. We all had Fairleigh Dickinson money line that night, right?
All right, so we're at 99.8%. Gee, I text my brother who doesn't follow it much, was trying to make some money back, and he was like, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Dude, teams that have won the first half have lost even in women's college basketball, same difference. The team that
I didn't know that
the first half has come back and lost that
East Carolina
second
got
half.
blown the hell out the entire game that they played.
I think UConn also has dominated first half and second half.
Probably. All right. So
I think
UConn's dominated every game.
All right, listen, my stats full of shit.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of like, all right. I don't think that's right.
How about Miami Hurricanes? They were getting beat up in that first half. They lost
there you
by like
go.
7. They came back and fucking stomped.
No, they were never in doubt against Texas. Never in doubt.
I'm laying the points with UConn.
Hey, real quick, occupancy. I think that's a more or less consensus play from all of us. I already laddered it all the way up to 5.5.
Which one?
Braves team total over.
Where the fuck is that? Down for some horses? Is it way up here?
No, it's like literally 9:05 p.m.
12:05. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's our best play, bro. Corbin, my prison wife. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I mean the discussion really quickly, not to like go through everything, was not buying. Yeah, exactly. He's your prison wife. He just farts you dollars. Like that's what happens. He shits money, but we're not buying the Corbin Burns or the Patrick Corbin improvement that was down the stretch. If you look at some of the opponents that he faced, he was facing teams that were driving the struggle bus. They were in the fast lane on the struggle bus. So I fully expect them to come back. The Braves, #1 team in ISO power on the road versus lefties. They had the #1 most weighted runs created, the most weighted runs created plus. Their ISO power was 186. Those are all factors that's just like, Braves team total, maybe the run line, but you're also depending on Max Fried.
Let's do some easy math right here. You have one of the worst starting pitchers in baseball, one of the worst bullpens in baseball, against one of the better lineups in baseball. I mean, 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. I mean, or whatever you want to say. I mean, give me a break.
Is it though? Is it 3?
It might be 1 + 1 is 2 + 2 is 55. I don't fucking know.
I don't fucking. Math is fucked up.
Atlanta Braves, team total over, full game. That's my best play of the day.
Yeah, I mean, math is fucked up. It's got all these problems, and it asks us to solve them.
Let's talk about UConn. Who I know everyone likes Miami, but are we not sold on UConn right now? Are we not sold on UConn?
I
What are you
think
talking
5
about? I'm on
points is too
UConn.
many.
I'm on
the first half.
Blast them by double digits. That's what I know. That's crazy, kind of crazy thinking about what Miami's done, but I think this is UConn's spot.
I was mad because one of the teams I had when the bracket first came out.
Look at this comment. How could we not do this if we're playing this comment right here?
I like it, man. I actually know I not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
Yep, that's
for the
pretty much
segue.
exactly what Dale said. Yeah, thank you.
Excited.
Pancake money. I don't mind it. Miami's a tough team. I mean,
How many people do you think will blast away at the 1 o'clock games and have no money left for the 3, 4, 5 o'clock games tomorrow? It won't be me.
But
But
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the whole like bankroll management. That's like literally what you're doing tonight with like, all right, I won that. I'm going to put it on this. Like, that's just, management. And that's why we already said, and I'll say it again for anybody that might have come in here late. I think the automatic trend in the MLB season to try to attack or pay attention to, observe, monitor, whatever you want to do. First 5 unders, live overs, because that 4, 5, 6 range, 4, 5, 6 inning range is going to be where a lot of runs are scored, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I just say pick Patrick Corbin Day and bet your fucking mortgage.
You can do that, or Blake Snell early.
So Moose, you're not advocating that somebody wins money and just keeps throwing it on Mexican soccer under?
No, I'm saying that's what you would do. I mean, if you start going like, you know what, I'm done with some baseball. I want to watch another potentially low scoring sport. Then you turn on Mexican soccer, and if you feel like, you know what, I feel like cleaning. Well, if you like, I feel like cleaning, but I don't want to do any cleaning. There's a good curling match on. Boom, you can put on some curling.
Well, there's not much cleaning done versus Mexican soccer matches. You know that, right?
I'm sure we've all been in a spot where we
didn't get that
said
one.
Something looks so good that we end up either chasing our losses or we go so heavy on something and then it doesn't come through, right? So to your point, you got to be responsible and you got to manage it appropriately. You know what? You go 10-0, you just won 10-1. You're in a great spot. If you put it all on one spot and you go 0-1 and you're done, that's not the way we play this thing here. You gotta play the long game. It's absolutely the long game, and just because it doesn't matter if your unit's $5, 10 units, or $100. You gotta be ready for the next game.
Yeah,
you can't put all your money in that first game.
And the one thing I wouldn't want anybody to do, because I don't do it myself, is if you're having a bad day, but you've already bankrolled or you've already allotted a certain amount of money, that doesn't mean just fold everything and be like, I'm done. I have bad reads. It's like, yo, you had some bad reads maybe in the first game, but you still have more reads that you've already planned out that you've done your research on. Like, let's see if those are correct, because if you have some insight that can be useful in a future game, wouldn't you want to also have the benefit of winning the game that you learned you were right on? So, that's also the other point I'd make, is if you bankroll and you start off slow, that doesn't mean put it away. The only time I'd even consider that is if I'm on a perfect day and I'm just like, you know what, I got my winnings. Like, I'm going to take my perfect day. I'm going to bankroll it into tomorrow.
Yeah. So people that say there's advice, wow, that fucking shot was right off Gus's mask. I don't believe in this. Oh, if you're on a losing streak, take a break. Because I trust my cap. I keep going. It's not that you correct and be like
bullets.
Yeah, you have to have trust in yourself. So if you're 0-10, what about the times when you were 10-0? You just said it, the Pimp Slap went 10-0. There's times when we're 0-10 too. So like, why are you stopping? I mean, don't stop.
Yeah. The only time I would say you can is if you're like days, weeks into some
Reevaluate.
bad plays. Like
Yeah.
stand back, reevaluate. I know personally, I mentioned this already multiple times. I had one of the worst losing streaks you could possibly have. And I definitely stepped back and be like, all right, I got to reevaluate and playing, not playing non-bets to see like, all right, can I get into this just by looking at things and not making the bet, but taking a bet, or not taking a bet, but making a bet.
Yeah.
And even still, like, was just not seeing it right. And then finally I decided, Dave, you know this, I just focused on totals. It was like, that's where my best success was coming from. So for the end of the year, that's what I focused on.
We tried to talk, and I talked. What do you think about this? Like, I don't even want to hear about it. I don't even want to hear about the side. Totals only.
Moose, you bring up a good point though, and indirectly here, you got to track how you're betting, and a lot of guys don't want to do that because if you're betting totals, sides, and team totals, you have to be able to identify where is your money coming from, right? So if you're betting money on sides and you're losing, but you're betting on team totals and you're winning, then you should focus your efforts on team totals. I mean, it's 101 bullshit, but how many people track where they're betting their money? I mean, I personally do. I track where it's going.
I looked at that a little while ago. Yeah, I realized for me when I went back, I think during the All-Star break for the NHL, and I looked back at where my positive ROI in the NHL was and where my negative was. My negative was on money lines and spreads. My positive was on totals, specifically unders. So I mean that sometimes you got to look back at like what you bet and what was successful. What is positive ROI? And for me, that was betting totals in the NHL because that's what my model is really for, is figuring out overs unders rather than sides. So that's something that I've been trying to adjust to. Is I've been betting a lot more totals in the NHL as well.
Yeah. Smoke and Mirrors has got me on the chat there. He says he got my notepad. I don't know if he's breaking my balls or not, but he's seen me scribble. Yeah, of course I do, dude. I take those notes. I
love writing down notes, like writing down plays I like. Like there's kind of what I'm looking at for tomorrow so far in hockey.
You know what? If you treat it like a business, it'll treat you like a business. But if you treat it like you're trying to get rich, it's like going to the store and buying a lotto ticket when it's $100 million. Good luck. You know, I mean, if you put the effort in, you're going to get it back in return. And that's such a big deal that people don't recognize. It's not a get rich quick. I mean, we all hit big spots every here and there, but you got to track it. You got to be able to identify where are you winning.
It's a grind.
It's not a gut feel, right? I won this spot tonight. Oh, that's where I'm going to go tomorrow. No, look long term. How are you doing on team totals? How are you doing on first fives? How are you doing with this pitcher? And there's ways with spreadsheets
and specific teams.
Right.
Yep.
There's ways to be able to identify it easily these days now with Google Docs the way they are. You can put a spreadsheet together quickly, and you know what? If you're going to put $25 on it, why wouldn't you take 25 seconds and throw it in a fucking Google Doc and be able to come back and identify, is it winning or isn't it winning? Right? I mean, it's great to hit a winner, but it feels great when I go to my spreadsheet and I put W. It sucks when I put L, but then, you know, it is what it is. And I can come back and I can analyze that data quarter point through the season, halfway through the season, end of the season, and I can see where am I winning? And then I focus my efforts there, right? No different than anybody else. Why would you want to win?
You can push it further when you're doing your research, when you're looking up certain stats. If you find an angle, and I mean, a lot of us that find angles like to remember what that angle is. And I mean, we've already talked about them already. Sharpie had a post today on Twitter about the whole mentality of if you write something down, you're going to remember it a lot more effectively. And that's exactly true. If you write down a stat and you just go through your numbers, whether it's, typing it out, I prefer to write. I like seeing my handwriting and feeling it go through and from the pen to the paper. If you write something down, it's going to retain, just like there's been enough studies that say retention is at a higher rate when you write things down versus when you hear it or type it. So those stats can accumulate. They can pile up. And then you start seeing those stats correlate. And when you see that correlation, that's when I've had my best times. that's when I've been on my my best game, is when I see those things all correlate.
I'll tell you what.
So,
right
I mean, at the end of the day, it's the due diligence that goes behind the bets that we all can agree is what helps us be profitable and productive. It's
yeah,
not,
putting in the time and the
just
work,
the
just like
bet,
anything. Putting in the hours. That's absolutely what it is.
Which is why I fucking hate those people that get on certain cappers. Like, tailed your bets, bro. Great job on your 0 for 3 day. It's like, dude, you're hating on me for my job. Like, why don't I come to your job and get on you on a day where your boss
Blow
yelled
the
at you?
whistle, you motherfucker. I'll tell you what, Gustafson's standing on his head. It's insane. They've been pressuring him this whole period.
Gustafson's been good all year. So you mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that it's been in the Colorado's offensive zone like 90% of the time, and that's high sticky. That's a penalty. Give me a break. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I'm watching the game. I'm getting into this. Sorry.
I think that
it comes down to treating it like a business, right?
Yeah,
it is a business.
You get out of it what you put into it. And if
exactly right.
It's hail hate.
So people go to me, they go, well, Dave,
word.
I bet you about like October, November, and December. I say, I don't have enough time because there's 150 basketball games. There's 60 football games. And they're like, well, it's so easy to no, I go through every one, you idiots.
Yeah.
Like I spend time, hours. Like I work, 8 hours a day, and I cap 6 or 8 hours a day. That's what I do. It's all about what you put into it, and we win. So
Hey, can you highlight the untouchable gamer? His tail hate is real.
Whoops. Yeah.
Dude, that's the perfect fucking.
I love when people comment on your stuff.
Perfect.
It's like, okay, you think we suck at what we do? All right, post your plays.
I guess he was in the chat earlier without you before you got here. Your buddy was here.
You know what people miss is
that other fucking
when
guy.
I post a play, I'm playing the play.
446.
It's not. Yeah. I'm not just saying it. I'm playing it. So
yeah.
When it loses,
when I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Guess what? There's also a high probability you don't have more money on it than I do. So when it loses, I feel it more than you.
Hey, this play lost. Really? You mean I didn't notice that the play lost when the money left?
Or you do a pick video and you put it with 5 plays and you go 4-1, and the pick video is the one that lost, and then they go like, "Oh, you're horrible." Did you tail the other 4 bets too? You fucking retards! Like what?
Dude, I had a play last year, last football season, college football season. I was on Jimmy's show and I was doing a playoff breakdown. And while I was on there, I did a college football breakdown, and I had it was a West Virginia versus, I forget who it was, but I took the under because it was a home game at West Virginia, where typically that's where unders occur, and it was supposed to be really bad weather.
That's Baylor, right?
Was it Baylor? It may have been Baylor.
I think I remember you on that show. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, it just seems like it screams under to me, and the line's going the other way, which kind of makes me feel a little bit better about my under, because people are trying to hop on the over here. But it's a factoring in the weather and factoring in the travel and all that. And it was like a combined 120 points or something like that. It was like 60 to 63 or something. Like, it was just fucking crazy. And I got messages like, "Great call. Look, you stay in your lane, bro. Like, stick to baseball." I'm like, dude, like, come on. Like, I did put in work. Like, I did reference multiple things that were on that bet. And if it didn't resonate with you, don't fucking follow me. Don't tail me. I lost.
I think I've talked shit on one of your plays before. And that's only because it was the bowl game that Tim and I traveled to, and you picked Coastal Carolina in the first half.
Whoa.
That last drive that East Carolina had fucked everything.
Cool the
everything
jet. You guys talking about shit? Who made this?
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Cool. Good job, Ed.
Give me a break, Nick.
I actually like it. I enjoy the hate in my Twitter inbox.
I do remember that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I might get off on it. I'm not sure. When somebody tells me I'm
like,
a fucking piece
Nick,
of shit,
I remember you said you literally were like, you are going to lose this bet. That is a bad bet. And I was so ready to fire back.
Also, keep in mind, I have, but when I commented that, I also just drove 8.5 hours down to Birmingham, Alabama,
Don't
and I had the trifecta bet already for East
don't
Carolina.
even think I'm stressing on it. I'm just because I was already like I had my response all ready to go. Like I had like I went through my emojis and found all the right emojis. I had the right GIF all set up. And as that first half was going, it was like, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna love this.
I think you got your team total over though, right?
I did get the team total over. That was the only thing I got from that game. The other 3 bets I had all went down the hill because of what happened with that. Yeah, McCall got hurt in the first quarter, but then it looked like my first half bet might come through, and then that didn't come through because you guys drove in the last fucking minute and scored with like 50 seconds left.
I was thrilled about that one.
Like, all right, I'm done. Because I was having a great bowl season up until that moment.
No,
bowl season wasn't bad. Yeah,
I had a great bowl season even after that. But
here's
still.
the deal. I want to say this. I want to say this to all you guys, everyone on the panel. I'm so glad that Moose is here. One of the original guys I capped with. Nick, who's always been a supporter. Mike, who's fucking one of the hottest capper. The pimp slap play of the day is probably the most profitable play you'll ever have or be able to tail. So I say cheers to all you guys. Cheers to the chat, guys. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I had to hop on, man. I had to hop on. It felt too like
it's too right perfect for you. It's too right for you, you know?
Yeah. It was just like it's on brand, first off.
Oh, yeah.
So that's important. No. You gotta stay on brand. And fuck, man, most anticipated season I've ever had in my entire life as a Padres fan.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because it's last season. I mean, all of us were newer to Twitter. I mean, we've all been betting and capping, but it's your second. You can shake off the newbie shit, and it's go time. You know what I mean?
That's the other part of it is the fact that it's just like all the lessons that were learned, the highs and the lows. Because that was the thing.
What are you cheering, Mike? What are we cheering? Timberwolves, maybe?
I think somebody scored a goal in Mexico and they called it VAR, no goal.
Hey, there you go.
Well, thank God you're celebrating the right side of that.
Yeah, right. The non-action side.
I'm not sure. It might be good now. No, it looks like it's good. How could that be?
So Moose, does it worry you about your Padres that it feels like everybody's picking them to win the World Series this year?
Yeah, fucking of course. I mean, I feel like
I've seen a bunch of videos where they're like, okay, who's your World Series? It's always the same answers. Either Atlanta or San Diego, I feel like everyone was saying.
Dude, I don't even have them winning the West. I
have the Dodgers winning the West.
I think the Dodgers are still winning the West.
Everybody's going to be sleeping on the Dodgers because they lost a few guys. They have the second best farm system in baseball. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I'm on that exact same thought process, and my big issue with my guys is beyond your first 2 starters. Snell is still a wild card. I still think he'll have a great year. I think he'll end up as one of the top 3 in strikeouts.
One thing you're going to learn this year is Seth Lugo is meant to be a long reliever and not a starting pitcher.
Yeah, that's exactly what
I don't know why they have him number 5 in the rotation.
I mean, Nick Martinez and Seth Lugo are the exact same fucking player to me. Like they're the exact same player.
Yeah.
So
that's one thing that I saw because I remember in the beginning of his Mets tenure, Seth Lugo was a starter or a spot starter, and he was okay, but he really thrived in the bullpen. And I was shocked to see that San Diego was going to put him as a starter.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out, but I fully expect both those guys are going to turn into some kind of hybrid fourth guy. Like it'll be Martinez the first 3, Lugo the next 3, and then you'll have your bullpen. And I don't hate that at all. But that eliminates 2 spots in your rotation essentially. So that's where I think the Padres are going to lack, and that means you're going to be relying on like Ryan Weathers or Cole Hamels.
That's one thing that worries me with the Padres is, I mean, they can hit for days, but they're going to be playing a lot of 8-7 games, a lot of 9-8 games with that rotation when it's not Snell. Like,
yeah, because I want to be on the over tomorrow for Rockies and Padres because Snell versus lefties.
That game. I don't know how much Padres game.
But it's weather. I'm not sure I'll be on it because I still think weather is going to be a factor. When I heard that the game was moved back, I feel like, okay, I can do it, but then it's also realizing like, God damn, it's going to be so fucking cold at night. Like, I don't know. I just, cold nights doesn't really mean big offensive nights. I mean, sometimes it can, depending on who the pitcher is. Like, Darvish does not like to pitch in cold. That's been pretty documented. But I don't think Snell's going to, I don't know if Snell's going to have as much of an issue with it being more of a fastball pitcher. I would like to be, if I could be on
occupancy. I like them tomorrow. I got them first 5, Pittsburgh, and I also got the full game over.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about Pittsburgh? That's a question. Because I only got I'm gonna hop off.
I got
here
their
in a little
season
bit.
win total over. I like their over wins.
Yeah, I don't know about like what's going on with the clubhouse. Like if Reynolds gets traded, like I don't know what direction that means the Pirates are gonna go. I would love to see what Brian Hayes and O'Neill Cruz do as improvement from last year. What's Keller going to look like?
They're going to be interesting to watch. They're a team I actually kind of like. I don't think they finished last in that division. I think the Reds do.
They have the pieces to be way better. I mean, they have
they are the better
pretty
team.
decent
I'm
closer.
They're a dog.
Yeah, I mean, Bednar can close games.
Awesome. I love Bednar.
He can close games. You might have some decent starting pitching.
Uniform.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to ask about him, and that's why I think trade deadline. Are you going to see Reynolds and Bednard and who's fuck? Why am I blanking on their pitcher? Mitch Keller, yeah. Are you going to see them like sent out, or are they going to actually understand like, hey, these guys could be a future here? Like there could be enough pieces, and I don't know. I with what Reynolds has said, this is kind of the part where I don't like what cappers and sports analysts will do, but reading between the lines, it does seem like there's a lot of turmoil going on in that organization. Same with the Brewers. And I don't know what's going to happen.
I think the Brewers are sellers at the deadline. I'm going to say Woodruff, Devin Williams, and maybe Burns. Corbin Burns do not finish the season in a Brewers uniform.
Hey, Corbin Burns, future Padre. Already saying it.
Well,
Steve Cohen.
You'd only be so lucky.
That would like literally. I've talked to one of my buddies. Like him and I are like just the biggest fucking diehard Padres fans. And one thing we both agree on is if there is a seller, if the Brewers are a seller, you know that they're going to be calling about Burns because we desperately need a legit
an extra arm.
I would say we need a legit like frontline number one ace because Darvish is very, very, very good. But if you had him as a 2 instead of a 1, going up against DeGrom, going up against Sandy, going up against Scherzer or Verlander. I mean, come on, like having a Burns there, that would solidify.
That team's already filthy without big starting pitching with the amount of offense.
Yeah. But Kelly, actually, if you look at Keller's numbers second half of the year, velocity improvement, spin rate, not spin rate, not improvement, but his chase rate increased. His ERA in the second half of the year was continuously starting to go down. I do think he develops, but again, it's exactly what we were talking about. What kind of development is going on there? And it doesn't sound like the development is happening because Brian Reynolds wants out and he wants out desperately. He does not acknowledge that, like, yeah, there's some good pieces here. At no point has he ever said anything about like, yeah, really excited about the future of, guys like O'Neill Cruz, Brian Hayes. Hasn't said that ever. So it's probably a stupid reason, a silly reason to be off of Pittsburgh with baseball, but that's kind of why I'm off. But yeah, I mean, I think Keller can pitch. I'm pretty convinced Keller can pitch.
He's a starter on opening day for a reason, even though Pittsburgh's bad.
Yeah, you could be a legit 4 for like a playoff team. Like he could be a legit 4 that you're like, yeah, I love having him go up against whoever as the game 3 second starter.
Yeah. He can be definitely an interesting trade piece at the deadline.
Yep.
Right, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to maybe like if he's going to be dealt somewhere like Minnesota. I think can definitely take someone like him.
Oh, Minnesota needs they need some help. I don't know what they're doing with their roster construction. I don't think Buxton and Correa it doesn't feel like they should be on the same team. Based off of their
They get
injuries.
hurt so much, yeah.
Yeah, it does not.
Which is why I have no problem that deal between the Mets and Correa fell apart.
Yeah,
they didn't need him. They honestly didn't need him.
No,
he was a luxury.
It feels like Correa should have been in San Francisco. It feels like that's kind of that would have been the best place for him to land, because he would have been able to play the Dodgers in a rivalry matchup, which that felt right to me. Like, just that felt like, okay, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Correa is going to piss off the entire Dodgers organization and fan base, and then he's going to go and sign with the rival to that fan base. That just felt like, ABC, all those things line up. But in Minnesota, just maybe we'll see. I mean, I love Joe Ryan this year. I do love Joe Ryan. I would not hate a Cy Young bet on him. But yeah, Dave, I am going to sign off here. I'm going to finish up some capping of the MLB.
Thanks for coming on. I mean, plug your page, plug whatever you want. Go ahead.
No, you know that when I get the opportunity to plug my page, I'd rather plug all you guys. And but you know what? That sounded bad. That sounded really, really bad. I apologize. As soon as I said it, I was like, I shouldn't have said it like that. I'd rather take the opportunity just to shout out your chat out there. You know, your chat tonight, Dave, has been fantastic. Everybody that's been asking questions. I love fucking talking baseball. MLB isn't just Major League Baseball. It's also Moose Loves Baseball. Moose Loves Betting. And that's what we're running with this year. Occupancy showing up a little bit later, but, that's the kind of chat we've been having all night long. So shout out the chat and everybody in there. And, hopefully we'll be back out here talking with you soon. And hopefully it'll be a little bit more frequent.
Moose Loves Betting Phillies Association.
Yeah, there you go. Phillies always, that's what I'm talking about. More like Moose Loves Betting Padres always.
Thanks, buddy.
Unless it's in the playoffs and he blindly bets against them.
Marty Riggs, bite your fucking tongue. There's so much money on this.
3-2 now in this Colorado game. I think this under's dead.
I've been secretly
you fucking guys with your unders. This is what
I've been
happens
secretly plugging plus 2.5 multiple bets for the Avs. So that was big.
I should have done that.
Anyway.
Under 6.5. Colorado.
I need this to finish.
I'm fine with that. Hey, Mike, do you know if they don't go to the Mexican soccer games? They can end in a tie. It's not a shootout in regular season, right?
Well, the total is a bet in regulation. So
it's a reg bet. Okay. There you go. Okay.
So straight up there's extra time, right? So now I'm looking at Cruz Azul draw, and the under 6.5 Colorado parlay is plus 185.
That's in reg draw, right?
Yeah,
They go to
all
over
soccer bets are regulation unless it's a World Cup spot or a European advanced spot, right? So they're all in that spot. So I just took this parlay. I took the draw and Cruz Azul, so 1-1 would be great, and then the under in hockey 6.5 at plus 170. So
there you go.
I'm not advocating anybody follows it. I'm super fucking heavy on under 2.5. We're live, and I'm here, and we are where we are.
We are where we are. That's right. I wouldn't even mind a Minnesota goal, because empty net goal, because that would, that would solidify everyone's.
I did take that Minnesota Wild winner.
Really?
Minnesota Wild winner in the under 3.5.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah. Minnesota Wild winner in the under 3.5 pregame was plus 100. So I did take that. So I feel good about that. But I've got all my money's on soccer. Minnesota, or this under in this fucking spot. Where are we at with this NBA game?
We lost. They cover 7. They covered. The Suns covered. by 1.5, one for you in the last fucking seconds. Yeah. No bueno.
What a
No
bunch of
bueno.
scumbags. Somehow I got a free bet factored in there. Fucking losers. All right.
Fucking losers.
You know what? We hit them in this fucking Mexican soccer game. They don't even know what happened. They're like, how did
Let's
all
go.
these fucking Americans whack this soccer game in Mexico? What happened? Let's go.
Let's do it.
Who knew we were going to be sitting here at 12:40 a.m. East Coast time watching a Mexican soccer game waiting for the under to hit?
We'll turn that game on. I've got the Avs game already on.
Yeah, we need this Avs under. We do not need an Avalanche goal. Nick, bite your tongue.
Avalanche goal would be bad for you guys for sure.
I have the under. I don't want that either.
Yeah, under. I don't want any more goals, period.
I could deal with that. I could dig it. Because I've slammed the plus
Fucking
2.5.
Steve, you're in the wrong stream, brother.
What did he say?
Draw. I did say during the ESP show today that I was looking at a round robin of all the draws.
There you go.
Where are they
There
reviewing
haven't
right
been
now?
as many draws as people think. It feels like there's draws, but there have not been as many as people think. I do have some Minnesota Wild spots, and I have some unders in that game, obviously, because that was the pimp slap spot. But there's no joke. I wasn't given a goof or anything else when I said the under in this Mexican fucking soccer game.
No, we took it dead fucking to nuts. I mean, it's serious. I bet it. I mean, I bet a full unit on it, and I'll get half because I had to the way I had to bet it. If it happens, and I hope it happens, then I get half I win $100. You know, that's all good.
Yeah, no, it's more than
No, you're way
irresponsible units.
Yeah, you're way more invested than me.
Irresponsible amount of units.
Well, that's what we do.
But here we are, boys.
Yeah, I'll drink. Here, cheers to that. Let's go.
Back.
You know what? I'm glad to be back with you guys. I'm glad to be back with you guys. I'll tell you right now, in San Antonio, a lot of people thought you were coming. People were talking about you and your play and where's Mike and what. No lies. And I know that Nick, even though you've got school and all that you wanted to be there too, but hopefully one day we can all do that together.
Definitely one day.
I heard Jimmy say the first night there. After the first night, he was like, "Yeah, you were." A lot of people were talking about you.
Yeah.
Look, I love everybody, and this is what I do, and that was a spot for me to smack, and
that's all good.
I smacked, so it is what it is.
No,
I'm glad everybody had a great time, though. I'm ready for the next one.
I think they're thinking about like doing some sort of probably gonna be like a Vegas thing, but they're talking about doing a smaller thing, not a typical Pubapalooza, but just a meetup, kind of thing. Maybe Atlantic City, that might be better for you. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean Atlantic City's a good spot to be.
I just think Atlantic City's a bummy place. I mean, I'm not it's kind of crummy. Just my opinion.
It was more the timing for me than anything else,
Yeah.
And I told you about my Saturday, so it wasn't like that's what I needed for
of course,
my lifestyle and the way I do. So
yeah, I got you. I feel you.
But it doesn't mean I didn't enjoy watching you guys online.
With the fucking, I don't know. Nick doesn't even know about all that. I don't know if you even watched it. The girls that came in and showed their feet and okay, so this is surreal. You're in there with Jimmy the Bag, and you're in there talking about the UConn game, and then Marley and Coach come in with this girl that sits down, who's a CIA forensic detective.
Alleged.
Then people start giving money for her to show her feet on camera. Then her friend comes in. Go ahead, Mike. What do you want to say?
Included.
Yep, Mike too.
I'm not
Then
sure
we
what I
get
put the
people
money out there
donating
for,
money,
but
like
yeah.
five donations at a pop from people to look at their feet. Then her friend comes in. Then Jimmy leaves randomly, and Pete Loshak comes in. So it's Dave, nothing, Dave Rogers, and the legend Pete Loshak, and two random women talking about sports betting, and they know nothing, that just showed their feet for money on camera. It was the craziest thing. It was insane. And I'm there the whole time typing in the chat, do you guys want this to keep going? This is disgusting. I hate feet, blah, blah, blah. But everyone wanted it to keep going. It was like a 5-hour stream. It was fucking crazy.
Dave was like, should we be shutting this down? And everyone was like, no.
Anyway,
Good.
in the
It was
PSR
good,
studio in Southtown 101 with all like the equipment and stuff. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I watched the first show where it was you, Dabby, Jimmy the Bag, and I
Nasty
think
Nate came in, yeah.
It was Ragu as well.
Yeah.
It was the first day you were there.
Oh no, that was a legit show. The first day I came in
Yeah.
was a show, and Nasty Nate was calling me the F word, not the FUCK word, the other word that you shouldn't be using. And but yeah, I that was the actual real pick show in the morning. On Friday. Yeah.
The way Dabby looked into your eyes, and
I'm telling you right now, Dab acts like he doesn't like me. Watch those streams, bro. I'm telling you, he's got a boner for me.
yeah, I believe Steve's on the right track there.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I believe in England or Britain they call that smoking.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. But he said it. He goes, "Oh, look at this blank," and he goes, "Oh, he's 6'11". I'm not 6'11. I'm 6'2". But he was.
I didn't realize how big you are. Like
I'm a big guy. I'm a big guy.
Until you were right next to Jimmy the Bag.
Yeah,
like
I'm
until
a very big
you were
guy.
yeah.
I told people
I loved how he made everybody take a shot of Kraken before joining the show.
Yeah. No, I'm a big guy. I said I was a big fat guy. I told everyone that, and no one believed me. And then Cab goes on stream. He's like, "Oh, I'm glad I said we should fight each other." I'm like, "Yeah, I told you, dude. I'm a big guy. Like, what are you getting?" Anyway, Avalanche need to slow down. This game needs to slow down. I want no more goals to be scored personally too. I don't mind that at all.
I could use a pimp slap winner. It's
sure. Yeah. You need. Yeah. I'm in for it. Let's do it.
58 seconds left on my
Twitter
stream.
inbox doesn't need any more losers. Let me tell you that.
Don't. Those guys are fuckholes. Don't fucking listen to them.
Oh, I don't care. I enjoy it.
Oh,
but,
good God! Colorado's getting a power play here. I think.
All I see is I'm behind you. I'm 56 seconds in. I'm behind you. Yeah, that was kind of a nasty.
What we do need, regardless
chat.
of everything else, is this Mexican soccer game to stay under 2.5.
I'm with it.
The under 2.5 is -170 right now. I don't like that.
People don't think I know
11 minutes plus some extra time.
What does he say? Time. I think it is. What is this in hockey, Mike? What is this when they go like this?
Puck over the glass, delay a game penalty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do they say?
The only positive behind this is the Wild can now clear the puck without worrying about an icing.
Yeah, there you go. What do they say in Nacho Libre? He goes, people don't think I know a buttload about the Bible and stuff. I was just thinking about the Mexican Soccer League. It's just Nacho Libre. All right. The best, one of the best Hispanic movies of all time.
What we don't need is the Avs score here. Fuck the Avs.
Yeah, no.
Fuck this game. It's over.
Quit bitching. Who is that? Zuccarello? Who's the captain right now? It's a captain because
Spurgeon.
It's not Zuccarello. I don't think.
No, it's Spurgeon.
Because it's usually Kaprizov.
I don't think that's a penalty. That was off the boards.
Yeah, it was. It looks like it bounced off.
That was not a penalty. That's a bad call. That's a bad call.
Well, shout out to
you
the
got
chat.
Some options if you're trying to hedge this 2.5 spot. The over 2.5 is +145 right now in soccer. There's about 12 minutes, 10 minutes plus stoppage time. You can take the over 2.5 if you're a pussy. I said it. I've got so
I'm
much
not
money
touching
on the under. There's no way I can make the over 2.5, even financially makes sense. There's the draw, which is minus 245. If you have
Fuck!
the under 2.
Empty net goal for the fucking Wild.
Fuck.
Well,
Fucking 6.
God damn it.
I'm way behind. Holy shit, that was
You
just
could have
like
gotten a live over 5.5 at one point at like plus 350. And I
holy
couldn't get the
shit.
under 6 to cash.
I
That's
got an under
fucking bullshit.
6.5 at minus 115 or something like that.
Was the
But
pimp slap at 6.5 or 6?
6.
Fuck.
Dickhead shot it from fucking.
I was
well
going to say that
beyond
wasn't
the
even like
other.
a good shot. He just fucking cleared the
Yeah.
puck and it actually hit the middle of the fucking goal, like at the dead nuts.
Second shorthanded goal.
Look,
Yeah,
I used to
It hits
have
dead
a when I played hockey growing up, I used to have a coach that we would do wind sprints and shit whenever we fucked up, and we had a player, and the coach was like, if your player can shoot the puck from the goal line in the air into the goal on the other side, no more wind sprints. And that was almost there. That was almost goal.
now you have
I
to
guess
sweat
not.
out fucking a minute, 19 and a half seconds of empty net now.
Now we
For
sweat out
fucking
Cruz
push.
Azul.
For a push.
That was
I have
sweat
to
out
sweat it out
Mexican
for a lot
soccer.
of
Who
money.
knew? Who knew when the stream started we were going to be sweating out Mexican soccer, boys?
Yeah, who knew? That's true. Well, I'm sweating out the plus 2.5 multiple times.
Pushed.
You know what? It's progress for the pimp slap
over?
not to take a loss tonight.
Yep.
All right, well, there we go.
Pushed. Okay.
All right, well, that fucking sucked. Now we have Mexican soccer. Do we want to stay? Are you watching it right now, Mike?
I'm watching
Yeah.
the fucking live line. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that Bet Online
Whatever
doesn't
you
have.
boys want.
No. I
If there's enough people in the chat on the Mexican soccer game, we'll watch it. If there's not, we'll shut it down.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. There's 25 people still, but that doesn't mean they're watching that. They could just be watching us jump around and flail our arms and get pissed because of empty net goals. When are you popping back up on ESB, Steve? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Steve? That's Nick, not Steve. Who's Steve?
No, he's talking about Isaacs there. Who's Steve? For people who don't know,
How many
Isaac.
names? How many names is that?
He's got a new name every single day.
Yeah.
Feels like you can never stick with one.
Yeah, Smoke and Mirror says, I'm here, bitch. There you go.
Yeah, bitch.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Smoke and Mirrors knows we're watching Mexico.
So for tomorrow, 2 bets I'm for sure on. 3 bets. The Angels full game over, the Braves team total over, and the Royals money line. Those are the 3 that I'm for sure on. I will find a prop.
Oh,
in
no.
basketball. I will find a prop in basketball, and I just saw that happen. But anyway, maybe we should take this off. Let's go off.
Yeah. I'm
Right
going
in
to
the
lock in
center.
2 hockey plays for tomorrow real quick, by the way. 2 money line, Dogs, Kings, and Blackhawks.
You guys want anything to say? Either of you, one or the other, you're more than welcome to talk. If you don't want to, I understand.
Nah,
but
I got none.
yeah,
I need this goal to be offsides. I'm done.
yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna sign off here. Thanks for watching. We got to 35 likes on an impromptu last-minute deal. We'll be back maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. Who knows? But thanks for watching, guys. Hit the like and subscribe either on ESB or here. And best of luck. Let's get some money, especially tomorrow with baseball. Guys, take care.